The marina was nearly empty when I arrived that afternoon, the air carrying that particular quality of light that only comes in late autumn, soft, diffused, as though the world itself had decided to speak in whispers. The gravel crunched beneath my feet, each step a small announcement in the otherwise profound quiet. Summer's chaos had vanished weeks ago, taking with it the laughter of children jumping from docks, a constant thrum of outboard motors, the bright chaos of beach towels and coolers and music drifting across the water. Now there was only the mist. It hung low over the harbor, not quite fog, but something gentler, a translucent veil that softened every edge and made the handful of remaining boats look like watercolor paintings of themselves. The smell reached me before I could even see the water properly salt and wet wood, that ancient marriage of sea and timber underscored by something metallic, the scent of rigging and hardware exposed to months of salt spray and sun. I walked slowly down the main dock, my tool bag heavy in one hand, a canvas tote with cleaning supplies in the other. My shoulders ached. Not from the bags, they weren't that heavy, but from something deeper, something that had been building for months. Years, maybe. The kind of tiredness that settles into your bones and makes a home there, that greets you each morning before you've even opened your eyes. The dock stretched out before me, weathered planks slightly damp from the mist, and I could hear the water before I saw it clearly, that distinctive sound of a marina at rest. Slap hiss, the gentle rhythm of small waves meeting dock pilings, retreating, meeting them again. It was hypnotic, that sound. It had always been hypnotic. Even now, exhausted as I was, I felt something in my chest begin to slow, to match its pace. There were perhaps a dozen boats still in the water. Most owners had already hauled out for the season, their vessels safely stored in the yard, wrapped in canvas or shrink wrap, dreaming of spring. But a few of us were stragglers, holding on to the last possible moment before admitting that summer was truly over, that it was time to put our beloved boats to bed for their long winter sleep. At the end of D-Dock, in her usual slip, Constance waited. She was a 26-foot wooden sloop, built in the 1970s by a small yard in Maine that no longer existed. Her hull was a deep forest green, her deck and cabin teak that had weathered to a silvery gray over the decades. She wasn't grand or sleek or modern. Her lines were traditional, almost old-fashioned, the kind of boat that looked like she belonged in a black and white photograph of a different era. But she was mine, and she was beautiful, and she had carried me safely through countless miles of water. As I approached, I could see her moving gently in her slip, rising and falling with the breath of the harbor. The movement was so slight, so subtle, that you had to watch carefully to notice it. But it was there, that living quality that boats have when they're in their element, when they're doing what they were built to do, which is to float, to yield to water, to be part of the conversation between wind and wave. I set my bags down on the dock and just stood there for a moment, looking at her. The rigging sang its familiar song, clink, 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 as the halyards tapped against the aluminum mast. It was a sound I'd heard 1,000 times, the sound of every marina in the world, that metallic percussion that could be soothing or maddening, depending on your mood and the wind's intensity. Today it was gentle, almost tentative, as though the boat itself was tired, ready to rest. Small puddles had formed in the corners of her deck, where the scuppers couldn't quite drain everything, and they caught the flat afternoon light, turning into tiny mirrors that reflected nothing but gray sky. The teak handrails were damp to the touch, slightly cool, and when I ran my hand along the starboard rail, I could feel every grain, every place where weather and salt and sun had etched their story into the wood. This was the work I'd come to do, the work I'd been putting off for 2 weeks now, finding excuses, finding reasons to delay, but the calendar doesn't care about excuses. Winter was coming. The marina had already scheduled Constance to be hauled out in 3 days. If I didn't winterize her now, properly and completely, she would suffer for it. Wood is patient, but it isn't forgiving. Neglect has consequences. I knew this. I'd always known this. And yet I'd delayed. The way we delay so many things that require us to admit something difficult in this case, that the sailing season was over, that it was time to stop, to rest, to pull back from the water and the wind and the freedom that came with them. That's when I saw him. Just off the stern, perhaps 10 feet from the boat, a sleek head broke the surface of the water. Dark eyes, long whiskers, an expression of what I could only describe as profound skepticism. Barnaby, the harbor seal who had taken up residence in this marina sometime in June, and had appointed himself the unofficial inspector of all human activity. He stared at me. I stared back. "I know," I said aloud, my voice sounding strange in the quiet. "I'm late. I should have done this 2 weeks ago." Barnaby made a sound something, between a snort and a cough, and continued to stare. His whiskers twitched slightly. If seals could raise eyebrows, he would have raised both of them. "I'm here now, aren't I?" I said, feeling oddly defensive. "Better late than never." Another snort. Then he dove, his body slipping beneath the surface with barely a ripple, and I was left standing there, having just had a conversation with a marine mammal who clearly found me wanting. I picked up my bags and stepped aboard Constance, feeling the familiar slight shift as the boat adjusted to my weight. The deck was slippery from the mist, and I moved carefully, my feet knowing the way even though my mind was elsewhere. This boat and I had logged hundreds of hours together. I knew every inch of her, every quirk, every sound she made in different conditions. She was more than fiberglass and wood and metal. She was a companion, a teacher, a keeper of secrets and witness to transformations. And now it was time to care for her the way she had cared for me. I started with the cabin, descending the short companionway ladder into the small interior space that smelled of varnish and canvas and something indefinably musty, the smell of a boat that had been closed up for a few days, breathing its own air, holding its own memories. Light filtered through the 4 small portholes, creating moving circles of illumination on the varnished wood surfaces as the boat rocked gently. The cabin was simple 2 narrow bunks, a small galley with a Singer burner stove, a navigation station that was really just a fold-down table. But it was enough. It had always been enough. Some of my most peaceful moments had been spent right here, anchored in some quiet cove, listening to rain on the cabin top, reading by lantern light, feeling utterly safe in a space barely larger than a walk-in closet. I began removing things systematically. The cushion's first canvas-covered foam pads that served as both seating and bedding. They were heavier than they looked, dense and substantial, and as I pulled them out, I caught the scent of summer, sunscreen and salt, coffee and something green, like sun-warmed canvas. Each cushion was a memory. The port settee cushion still had a faint stain from the morning I'd anchored off the Lighthouse and spilled my coffee while watching the sunrise. The starboard one bore the imprint of countless afternoons spent reading, napping, simply being. I carried them up into the cockpit, then down the dock to my car, making 3 trips. My legs registered the effort, not pain, exactly, but awareness. When had walking become something I noticed? When had my body started keeping score? Back in the cabin, I gathered the smaller items. Navigation charts, creased and coffee-stained, marked with pencil notes about currents and anchorages, and beautiful places I'd found. A logbook filled with my handwriting, documenting every voyage, every hour under sail, every decision about when to reef and when to run, and when to simply drop the hook and wait for better weather. A life jacket that still smelled like the sunscreen my niece had been wearing when I took her out in July. A small box of tools. A waterlogged paperback novel. A coffee mug I'd forgotten in the forward berth. Each item was a thread connecting me to the summer that had been. And as I removed them, as I emptied the cabin of everything that moisture and cold could damage, I felt something strange. Not sadness exactly, but a kind of tender melancholy. The feeling you get when you close a book you've loved and set it back on the shelf, knowing that the story is complete, that it exists now only in memory. The cabin felt different when it was empty, larger somehow, but also lonelier. Just wood and space and possibility, waiting to be filled again come spring. I emerged into the cockpit with my final armload and found Barnaby back, floating on his back now, his belly exposed to the gray sky, utterly relaxed except for his eyes, which tracked my every movement. "Comfortable?" I asked. He rolled onto his stomach with a splash, snorted again, and dove. Clearly, my progress did not impress him. The next task was washing, and I brought a bucket specifically for this purpose, a battered plastic pail that had seen years of service. I tied a rope to its handle and lowered it over the side, letting it fill with seawater. The rope went slack as the bucket sank, then tight again as I hauled it up. Heavy now, sloshing slightly, the water cold and startlingly clear. I'd also brought a soft brush, the kind with natural bristles that wouldn't scratch the teak, and I began the slow work of washing down the deck, dipping the brush into the bucket, letting the seawater drip back into itself with a soft patter, then brushing across the teak grain with long, even strokes. Shush, 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 shush. The sound was soothing, rhythmic, and the work required just enough attention to keep my mind focused, but not so much that I couldn't let my thoughts drift. The seawater darkened the teak immediately, turning it from gray to a deep charcoal, revealing grain patterns and swirls I'd forgotten were there. Small rivulets ran along the deck, following channels worn by years of rain and spray, finding their way to the scuppers and trickling over the side with a sound like a tiny stream. The water was cold on my hands, cold enough to ache slightly after a few minutes, but I didn't mind. There was something purifying about it, something ancient and right about washing with water from the very element that had held this boat all summer. It felt ceremonial somehow, not religious but reverent. I worked slowly, methodically, moving from bow to stern, covering every inch of deck. The mist was thickening slightly, beading on my jacket, dampening my hair. I could taste salt on my lips, feel it in the air I breathed. Everything smelled of the sea, that complex aroma of salt and minerals and living things and time. Barnaby surfaced again, this time wearing what appeared to be a piece of kelp draped over his head like some sort of judgment wig. He looked absolutely ridiculous and somehow even more disapproving. I actually laughed for the first time in what felt like weeks. "That's a good look for you," I said. "Very authoritative." He shook his head, the kelp flying off, and fixed me with a stare that clearly said I was not taking this seriously enough. Then he dove again, and I heard a distant splash somewhere near the neighboring dock. Apparently he had other boats to inspect, other humans to find lacking. When the deck was washed, I took a moment to rest, sitting on the cockpit combing, my feet on the seat, my back against the cabin house. My shoulders ached from the brushing, a good ache, the kind that comes from physical work done with care. The harbor stretched out before me, gray and peaceful, a few gulls calling in the distance, the mist turning everything soft and dreamlike. This had been a good summer. Not perfect, no summer ever is but good. I'd sailed more than I had in years, taking Constance out almost every weekend, exploring the islands and coves that dotted this coast, anchoring in places where the only sound was wind and water and birds. I'd remembered what it felt like to be competent, to be challenged, to be fully present in the moment, because sailing demands presence. You cannot sail while distracted. The wind won't allow it. But I was tired, so deeply tired, not just from sailing, from everything, from the job that demanded more every year while giving back less, from the constant low-level anxiety of modern life, the feeling that I should be doing more, being more, achieving more, from the voices internal and external that said rest was weakness, that stopping was failure, that you had to keep pushing, keep producing, keep moving, or else you'd be left behind. I'd been pushing for so long, and Constance had been my escape, my refuge, my reminder that there were things in life that couldn't be rushed or optimized or made more efficient. The wind blows when it blows. The tide turns when it turns. You work with what you're given and you're grateful for it. But even refuge requires maintenance. Even freedom requires responsibility. I stood up, my knees cracking slightly when had that started, and retrieved the teak oil from my bag. This was the part I'd been looking forward to in a strange way. The part that was pure care, pure preservation, pure love. The bottle of oil was heavy, the liquid inside the color of honey, and when I opened it, the smell hit me immediately rich and leathery and slightly earthy, the scent of living wood being fed. I poured a generous amount onto a soft cotton cloth, feeling the oil warm slightly as it soaked into the fabric. Then I began to rub. The first stroke across the teak revealed everything, how dry the wood had become, how thirsty it was, how much it needed this. The oil disappeared almost immediately, soaked up like water and sand, and the wood darkened and glowed, transformed from weathered gray to deep golden brown. The grain patterns emerged like magic, swirls and lines and knots that told the story of the tree this plank had once been, somewhere in some forest, decades ago. Rub, 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 rub. I settled into a rhythm, working in small sections, applying pressure, feeling the friction warm the cloth and the wood both. My arm moved in circles, overlapping slightly with each pass, ensuring even coverage. The physical sensation was deeply satisfying, the resistance of the wood, the slight warming, the visible transformation happening beneath my hand. Rub, 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 rub. There was something meditative about it, something that quieted the constant chatter in my mind. Each stroke was its own moment, its own small act of care. I wasn't thinking about tomorrow or next week or next year. I was here now with my hands on wood that needed me, doing something ancient and simple and good. The teak oil doesn't just make the wood beautiful, though it does that. It replaces the natural oils that sun and salt and weather strip away over time. It protects the wood from moisture and ultraviolet damage. It prevents cracking and splitting. It extends the life of the deck, sometimes by decades. This isn't cosmetic work. This is stewardship. This is honoring the responsibility that comes with owning a wooden boat or anything made of wood, anything natural and alive and subject to the patient erosion of time and weather. Rub, 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 rub. My shoulders began to ache in earnest. Now a deep burn that spread down into my upper back. I paused to roll them, to stretch my neck, and as I did, a thought arrived, quiet and insistent. When was the last time I did this for myself? When was the last time I gave myself the kind of care I was giving this boat? When had I last done something purely restorative, something that wasn't about productivity or achievement or checking boxes? When had I last replaced my own depleted reserves, protected myself from damage, honored the responsibility of stewardship for my own body and mind? I couldn't remember. The realization should have been shocking, but it wasn't. It settled over me with the same soft inevitability as the mist, something I'd known but hadn't admitted, hadn't looked at directly until this moment. I returned to the oiling with a different quality of attention. Each stroke became a small prayer, a small promise. The wood deserved this care. I deserved this care. Both truths could exist together. Rub, 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 rub. The afternoon light was changing, growing warmer and more golden as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, though I couldn't see it through the mist. The quality of the air changed too, the temperature dropping slightly, the mist becoming more substantial, more present. Somewhere a bell buoy rang, distant and mournful, and the sound carried across the water like a voice from another world. I worked my way across the entire deck, section by section, until every inch of teak glowed with fresh oil. My back ached. My shoulders burned. My hands were slick with oil despite the cloth, and I felt, for the first time in months, something like peace. When the oiling was done, I stood and surveyed my work. The deck looked completely transformed, rich and golden, the grain patterns distinct and beautiful, the whole boat seeming to glow with health and vitality. In a few hours, the oil would be absorbed completely, and the color would fade slightly, settling into a more subtle richness. But for now, in this light, Constance looked reborn. The next task was the rigging, and this required a different kind of attention. I needed to drop the sails and secure all the lines and hardware that would otherwise create a constant percussion symphony throughout the winter, driving the few year-round liveaboards in the marina slowly insane with the endless clinking of metal on metal. I started with the mainsail, working the halyard to lower it carefully, feeling the weight of the canvas as it descended. The sail had served well all season, no tears, no significant wear, but it needed to come off and be stored properly in a dry place where moisture couldn't encourage mildew or rot. The sail settled onto the boom, and I began the slow process of folding it. This was always harder than it looked. The canvas was heavy and unwieldy, especially when you were working alone, and there was a specific technique to folding it properly, accordion style, with each fold as precise as possible, smoothing out wrinkles and air pockets as you went. Snap crack. The canvas made sharp sounds as I worked, folding and smoothing, folding and smoothing. The fabric smelled of salt and sun and wind, that distinctive scent of sails that have been well used. My arms trembled slightly with the effort of holding the folds in place, while I worked on the next section. This was definitely a two-person job, but I was alone, and so I adapted, using my knees and body weight to hold things in place while my hands did the detail work. When the mainsail was finally folded and tied into a neat bundle, I repeated the process with the jib, wrestling it down from the forestay and onto the foredeck. This one was smaller, easier to manage, but my arms were tired now, and what should have taken 10 minutes took 20. Both sails secured, I turned my attention to the rigging itself, the web of lines and hardware that allowed the boat to sail. The halyards needed to be removed from the mast and secured so they wouldn't slap against the metal all winter. I worked my way around the boat, unclipping lines, coiling them carefully, tying them off to cleats and stanchions. Clink, tink, clank. Each piece of hardware made its own sound as I worked: the bronze cleats, the stainless steel blocks, the aluminum jaws on the boom. It was like conducting a strange metallic symphony, and I found myself paying attention to the different tones, the different timbres. A bronze cleat struck accidentally with a shackle made a deep, warm ring. Stainless steel was higher, brighter. Aluminum had a flat, almost dead quality to it. I was coiling the main halyard when Barnaby returned, hauling himself out onto the dock next to the boat. He lay there on his belly, flippers tucked against his sides, watching me with what I could only describe as intense scrutiny. "Checking my work?" I asked. He made a sound, not quite a bark, not quite a cough, and shifted his weight slightly, as though trying to get a better angle on whatever knot I was tying. I finished the coil and secured it with a half hitch, which I thought was perfectly adequate. Barnaby snorted. "What?" I said. "It's fine." He snorted again, more emphatically, and jerked his whiskered chin toward the line. I looked at it more carefully. The coil was slightly loose, not as tight as it could be, and the half hitch was, well, it was fine, but it could have been neater. "You're very judgmental for someone who doesn't have opposable thumbs," I said, but I redid the coil anyway, making it tighter, neater, and finishing with a proper cleat hitch instead of the lazy half hitch. Barnaby watched the entire process, and when I was done, he made a sound that might have been approval, or might have been continued skepticism. With seals, it was hard to tell. "Better?" I asked. He yawned, showing me all his teeth, then slithered back into the water with a tremendous splash that soaked my already damp jeans. I heard him surface a moment later, exhaling sharply, and when I looked over the rail, he was floating on his back again, looking up at me with an expression of supreme satisfaction. "Thank you for that," I said dryly. He rolled, dove, and was gone. The marina was growing quieter as the afternoon waned. The few other boat owners who'd been working nearby had packed up and left. The gulls had settled somewhere for the evening. Even the water seemed to have calmed, the slap-hiss rhythm slowing to something more like a whisper. I retrieved the winter cover from where I'd stowed it in the lazaretta heavy canvas tarp, custom-made to fit Constance, treated with waterproofing compounds that made it stiff and slightly waxy to the touch. It smelled of storage and chemicals and something organic that I couldn't quite place. It was heavy, probably 30 pounds, and unwieldy, and getting it out of the storage locker and up onto the deck was a challenge that left me breathing hard. I unfolded it carefully, spreading it out on the dock first to make sure it wasn't tangled or damaged. The canvas was dark blue, faded slightly from previous seasons, and it was covered with snaps and grommets and reinforced patches at stress points. This piece of canvas would be Constance's shelter for the next 5 months, her protection against snow and ice and winter storms. Getting it onto the boat required planning and patience. I started at the bow, draping the forward edge over the pulpit, then worked my way aft, pulling the canvas over the cabin house, the cockpit, the stern. It was like putting a blanket on a sleeping child. That same quality of care, that same desire to get it just right, to make sure every part was covered and protected. Hump! The canvas settled over the deck, and suddenly all the sounds changed. The clink of rigging was muted. The ambient noise of the marina became softer, more distant. I climbed under the cover to adjust it from the inside, and the light turned blue and dim, filtered through the heavy fabric, creating a tent-like space that felt strangely intimate and safe. I worked my way around the perimeter, fastening snaps, threading lines through grommets, tying everything down with practiced movements. Snap, snap. Each one was a small commitment, a small act of completion. Thud, thud went the fabric as I pulled it tight. The whole boat began to feel buttoned up, secured, ready. When I finally crawled out from under the cover, emerging into the gray afternoon, like someone emerging from a cocoon, I was surprised to find how much the light had changed. It was later than I'd thought. The mist had thickened into something approaching true fog, and the harbor had taken on that strange quality of sound and silence that fog brings, where nearby noises seem loud and clear, while distant ones disappear entirely. I stood on the dock and looked at Constance in her winter covering. She looked so different now. Not like a boat at all, really, but like some strange blue shape, anonymous and generic. But I knew what was underneath. I knew the teak I'd oiled, the rigging I'd secured, the cabin I'd emptied. I knew she was safe and protected and ready for whatever winter would bring. The final step would happen in 2 days, when the marina crew came with the huge travel lift to haul Constance out of the water and place her in her winter cradle in the yard. But my work was essentially done. I'd prepared her as well as I could. The rest was just logistics. I gathered my tools and supplies, making one last check to make sure I hadn't left anything aboard, hadn't forgotten any critical step. The light was fading fast now, the fog swallowing the far end of the harbor, and I wanted to be off the docks before full darkness arrived. But before I could leave, I heard a soft splash, then silence, then a series of small exhalations. I looked over the edge of the dock, and there was Barnaby, floating vertically in the water, his head above the surface, staring up at the covered boat with what looked like satisfaction, approval. It was hard to say. "What do you think?" I asked him. "Did I do all right?" He made a sound soft, almost conversational, and I chose to interpret it as approval. Then he made another sound, louder, more emphatic, and I realized he wasn't looking at the boat anymore. He was looking at me. Those dark eyes held mine for a long moment, and I had the strangest feeling that he was trying to tell me something. That, in his seal way, he understood exactly what I'd been learning today. That rest isn't weakness. That pulling back isn't giving up. That knowing when to haul out is just as important as knowing when to sail. "I hear you," I said softly. He dove one last time, his tail flipping up in what I definitely decide, was a wave, and then he was gone, leaving only expanding circles on the dark water. I walked back down the dock slowly, my tool bag heavier now, my shoulders aching, my back reminding me of every movement I'd made over the past 4 hours. The gravel crunched beneath my feet. The fog pressed close, intimate, and slightly eerie. Somewhere a halyard was tapping. Someone hadn't secured their rigging properly, but the sound was muted and distant. At the marina gate, I paused and looked back. I could barely see Constance through the fog, just a blue shape among other shapes, but I knew exactly where she was. Slip D12. Her home for 9 years now. And in spring she'd go back to the water, back to her element, ready for another season. The yard crew called me on Thursday morning. "We're ready for Constance," the voice said. "Can you meet us at the marina in an hour?" I arrived to find the massive travel lift already in position, a strange wheeled machine that looked like it belonged in a shipyard building aircraft carriers, not lifting small sailboats. But it was gentle for all its size, operated by a crew who'd done this hundreds of times and treated every boat like it mattered. They worked with practiced efficiency, lowering the wide straps into the water on either side of Constance's, hull positioning them precisely under the waterline, then slowly, so slowly engaging the hydraulics. That would lift her free of the element she defloated in for the past 7 months. I watched from the dock as my boat rose into the air water streaming from her hull, revealing the green paint I'd applied 2 springs ago, the slight discoloration at the waterline where algae had grown, despite my best efforts, the few barnacles that had attached themselves near the rudder. She looked vulnerable out of the water, somehow, smaller, more fragile. But the crew knew what they were doing, and they maneuvered the travel lift with impressive precision, carrying Constance across the yard to where her winter cradle waited, a sturdy wooden frame custom-built to support her haul through months of sitting on dry and They lowered her carefully into the cradle, making tiny adjustments until she sat perfectly level, her weight distributed evenly across the support points. Then they secured her with additional braces and chocks, making sure she couldn't shift or tip no matter what the winter winds might bring. When they were done, the crew chief walked around the boat one more time, checking everything, then nodded to me. "She's all set. Safe as houses. We'll keep an eye on her through the winter. Check that the covers stay secure after any big storms." "Thank you," I said. "See you in the spring," he replied, already moving on to the next boat on his list. And then I was alone with Constance in her cradle, in the middle of the storage yard, surrounded by dozens of other boats in their own cradles, all of them waiting for spring, all of them dreaming. If boats dream of the water. I walked around her slowly, one hand trailing along her hull, feeling the solid strength of the wood beneath the paint. The fiberglass boats in the yard were lighter, easier to maintain, more practical in almost every way. But they didn't have this sense of being alive, of being organic, of being connected to forests and trees and growth and time. Wood breathes. Even painted and sealed and varnished, it expands and contracts with temperature and humidity. It has memory. It has character. It requires relationship. I'd been in a relationship with this boat for 9 years now. I de-sanded her and painted her and varnished her and sailed her and cursed her when things went wrong, and loved her when everything came together and the wind was perfect and the water was calm, and we moved across the harbor like we, deep and born to it. And now I was putting her to bed for the winter, tucking her in, making sure she'd be safe and warm and dry so that come spring, when the ice melted and the water warmed, and my soul started aching for the open water again, she'd be ready. The thought came quietly, gently, like a tide coming in. I needed to do the same for myself. I was so tired. I'd been tired for so long that I'd forgotten what it felt like to not be tired. I'd been pushing and striving and producing and achieving because that's what you're supposed to do. That's what responsible adults do. That's what the world demands. But the world would always demand more. There would always be another task, another deadline, another goal, another expectation. Boats didn't work that way. You couldn't sail a wooden boat into the ground and expect it to just keep going. You had to maintain it. You had to care for it. You had to know when to pull it out of the water and give it time to rest, to repair, to restore itself. The wood would contract slightly in the cold, releasing moisture, letting itself dry. Come spring, it would expand again when it returned to the water, swelling to create tight seams, becoming watertight once more. This cycle of contraction and expansion, dry and wet, rest and work, this was natural. This was healthy. This was how wooden boats survived for decades, even centuries. I stood there with my hand on Constance's hull, feeling the late autumn sun on my back. It had burned off the fog, finally leaving a clear, pale sky, and I made a decision. I was going to rest, really rest, not the fake rest of scrolling through my phone or watching television or keeping busy with projects that didn't matter, but real rest, the kind that let me contract and dry out and release all the pressure I'd been holding, the kind that would let me expand again come spring, ready for whatever came next. I didn't know exactly what that would look like yet. Maybe therapy, maybe sabbatical, maybe just saying no to things I didn't want to do and yes to things that fed me. Maybe sleeping more, reading more, walking by the water more, sitting in silence more, letting myself be bored, letting myself be unproductive, letting myself just be. The thought was terrifying and liberating in equal measure. Behind me, I heard a familiar sound, a wet snort, followed by a sharp exhalation. I turned to find Barnaby at the edge of the yard, where the land met the water. He'd somehow hauled himself all the way up the boat ramp and was lying there on the pavement, looking absolutely ridiculous and completely unself-conscious, staring at me with those dark, knowing eyes. "You followed me," I said. He made a sound that might have been agreement. "You're not supposed to be up here. This is land. You're a marine mammal." Another sound, dismissive, unimpressed with my logic. I walked over and crouched down a few feet from him. "You don't get too close to wild animals, no matter how familiar they seem." And we regarded each other in silence for a moment. "Thank you," I said finally, "for keeping me honest, for making me check my work, for, I don't know, for being here." He rolled slightly, adjusting his weight, and made a sound I'd never heard him make before, soft, almost melodic, surprisingly gentle. Then he began the laborious process of turning himself around and making his way back down the ramp to the water, his flippers slapping against the pavement, his body undulating with effort. I watched until he reached the water and slipped in with obvious relief, transforming instantly from awkward land creature to graceful swimmer. He surfaced once, about 20 feet out, and looked back at me. Our eyes met across the distance, and then he dove, and I didn't see him surface again. The walk back to my car felt different than any walk I could remember. My body ached. I would feel this work tomorrow, no question, but it was a good ache, an earned ache. My mind felt clearer than it had in months, and my heart, which had been carrying so much weight for so long, felt somehow lighter, as though it, too, had been winterized, prepared for rest, given permission to stop trying so hard. I loaded my tools into the trunk and stood for a moment looking back at the storage yard. Rows and rows of boats and cradles, all of them resting, all of them waiting. Come April or May, this place would be a hive of activity as owners returned to scrub and paint and varnish and repair, preparing their boats for another season on the water. But for now, it was quiet, peaceful, restful. The boats weren't giving up, they weren't quitting. They were doing what was necessary to survive, to remain viable, to be ready when the time came. They were practicing stewardship. They were honoring the relationship between effort and rest, between using and preserving, between sailing and waiting. I got in my car and started the engine, but I didn't drive away immediately. Instead, I sat there, hands on the wheel, looking out at the water beyond the yard, at the harbor stretching toward the horizon, at the vast ocean beyond that. Constance would rest well this winter. Her hull would breathe, her wood would stabilize, the canvas cover would protect her from snow and ice and the worst of the winter weather. And when spring came, and it would come, it always came, she would be stronger for the rest, ready for another season of wind and waves and adventure. I could do the same. I would do the same. The realization settled into my bones with a kind of quiet certainty. I didn't have all the answers. I didn't know exactly how to winter myself properly, how to create the structures of rest and restoration I needed. But I knew it was necessary. I knew it was wise. I knew it was the most responsible thing I could do, not just for myself, but for everyone who depended on me, everyone I loved, everyone who needed me to be whole and healthy and present. You can't sail through every storm. You can't stay in the water year-round, at least not in this climate, not in a wooden boat. You have to know when to haul out. You have to know when to seek shelter. You have to know when to rest. And knowing when to rest, really knowing it, accepting it, honoring it, that wasn't weakness. That was wisdom. I put the car in gear and drove slowly out of the marina parking lot, leaving Constance behind in her cradle, safe and dry and ready for winter. The late afternoon sun was slanting across the water now, turning everything gold and amber and beautiful. The fog had completely cleared, and I could see for miles across the harbor, out past the islands, all the way to the clean line where water met sky. Spring would come, the ice would melt, the days would lengthen, the water would warm, and when it did, when the time was right, Constance would go back where she belonged, and we would sail again. But for now, for this long, quiet winter, we would both rest. We would both restore. We would both practice the ancient wisdom of knowing when to pull back, when to seek shelter, when to stop striving and simply be. The marina gate closed behind me with a soft click. I drove toward home, toward my own winter, toward the rest I so desperately needed, and had finally given myself permission to take. And somewhere behind me in the darkening harbor, I liked to think that Barnaby was floating on his back looking up at the first stars appearing in the clear sky, satisfied that his work was done, that the boats were safe, that the humans, at least this human, had finally learned the lesson he'd been trying to teach all along. Rest isn't the opposite of work. It's the foundation of it. It's what makes work possible, sustainable, meaningful. It's what allows us to sail again when spring comes, stronger and steadier for having taken the time to haul out, to breathe, to heal. The road stretched before me, leading home. My shoulders ached. My hands smelled of teak oil and salt water. My heart felt full and empty at the same time, in the way hearts do when something important has shifted, when you've learned something true about yourself and the world. I would sleep well tonight, and tomorrow I would begin the work of wintering myself, of creating the structures and habits and boundaries that would allow me to rest as deeply and completely as Constance rested in her cradle, protected and safe and preparing for spring. The thought made me smile. Me and my boat, both tucked in for the winter, both dreaming of the water, both trusting that rest was not retreat, but the most responsible act of stewardship we could offer ourselves. If this story resonated with you, if you too are learning the wisdom of rest, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May you know when it's time to haul out, and may your rest be deep and restorative. Driving the snowplow, deep sleep story. The phone rang at 11:30, cutting through the quiet hum of the late-night news. Hank didn't startle. He'd been half expecting it, watching the weather radar on his laptop for the past hour, seeing that dense band of white and blue creeping in from the northwest. Heavy snow, the kind that falls thick and fast and doesn't stop until morning. He reached for the phone without taking his eyes off the screen. "Yeah, I see it," he said, before the dispatcher could even speak. "Figured you would," came Linda's voice, warm and knowing. She'd been working the overnight dispatch for almost as long as Hank had been driving. "We're calling everyone in. They're saying 8 to 12 inches by dawn. I'll be there in 20, Hank said. "Drive safe." He smiled at that. "Always do." The apartment was quiet when he stood, just the tick of the radiator, and the muffled sound of wind starting to pick up outside. Hank lived simply. A worn leather armchair facing the television, a small kitchen table with one chair, bookshelves lined with paperback thrillers and repair manuals. Everything in its place, everything orderly. He'd lived alone for 15 years now, since the divorce, and he'd made peace with the solitude. More than peace, he'd come to prefer it. He moved through the apartment with practiced efficiency, no wasted motion. First, the base layer, thermal underwear, top and bottom, soft and gray. Then the Carhartt work pants, heavy canvas worn smooth at the knees. A flannel shirt, forest green, thick enough to trap warmth. Wool socks, the good ones from the outdoor store, pulled up high. His work boots, Timberlands with thinsulate lining, laces double knotted. The insulated jacket came last, orange and brown, reflective strips across the chest and back. In the bathroom he splashed cold water on his face, ran wet hands through his hair. Gray at the temples now, more salt than pepper. 53 years old, 20 of them spent behind the wheel of a plow truck. He looked at himself in the mirror for just a moment, then flicked off the light. The truck he drove to the depot, his personal vehicle, a 10-year-old Ford pickup, was already dusted with white. Fat flakes drifting down lazy and slow, the kind that meant business. No wind yet, just vertical descent, building steadily. He brushed off the windshield with his forearm, climbed in, started the engine. The cold bit at his exposed skin for the few seconds before the heater kicked on. The streets were quiet. Monday night, nearly midnight, and most sensible people were already in bed. The traffic lights blinked yellow at the empty intersections, reflecting off the thin layer of snow beginning to accumulate on the pavement. Hank drove slowly, deliberately, watching the way his tires tracked through the white. Not slippery yet, but getting there. He passed the corner diner where he usually grabbed breakfast, after his shifts. Dark now, chairs upturned on tables, the neon sign in the window glowing red. Closed. Past the post office, the library, the bank with its stone columns. All the familiar landmarks of a small town, population 8,000, the kind of place where people knew your name and your business, and you'd given up minding about either a long time ago. The last bar on Main Street was just closing, a cluster of people bundling into coats and hurrying to their cars. Hank recognized a few faces in his headlights. Tom from the hardware store, the Brennan sisters who ran the flower shop. They'd all be waking up to clear driveways and sidewalks, safe in their homes because he and the other drivers would spend the night making sure the roads were passable. The thought settled into his chest, warm and solid. Purpose. That's what this job gave him. Tangible, visible purpose. The municipal garage sat at the edge of town, a sprawling metal building with 6 large bay doors. 3 were open, light spilling out onto the snow. Hank pulled into the lot and parked beside the other personal vehicles already there. He could see movement inside, hear the echo of voices and the rumble of diesel engines warming up. He walked into the warmth and noise, nodding to the other drivers. Mike, young and eager, checking his phone. Daryl, quiet and methodical, already in his truck. Susan, the only woman on the crew, drinking coffee from an enormous travel mug. They didn't say much to each other, didn't need to. They all knew the drill. Hank walked to bay number 4, and there she was. Big Red, a 2008 International Work Star, painted municipal orange red, with a 10-foot straight blade mounted on the front and a salt spreader in the back. She was battered and scarred, rust showing through at the wheel wells, the paint scratched and faded. The driver's side door had a dent from where Hank had misjudged a snowbank 3 winters ago. The passenger mirror was held on with zip ties after a low-hanging branch had caught it last March. She was beautiful. "Hey, girl," Hank said softly, patting the hood as he walked around her. Pre-trip inspection, same as always. He checked the fluid levels under the hood, oil good, coolant good, windshield washer topped off. Walked around, checking the tires, the lights, the blade connection. He climbed onto the back to make sure the salt spreader was full, the auger moving freely. Everything in order. He saved the best for last. Climbing up into the cab was like entering a familiar room, every detail memorized. The seat worn to the shape of his body, foam visible through a split in the vinyl. The steering wheel wrapped in electrical tape where the original covering had cracked away. The radio mounted under the dash, the CB receiver clipped to the sun visor. Coffee stains on the center console. A small plastic snow globe someone had given him years ago, secured with Velcro, the tiny town inside perpetually caught in a blizzard. He settled into the seat, adjusted the mirrors, though they were already right, adjusted them anyway, and reached for the ignition. The key turned. The engine cranked once, twice, then caught with a deep, throaty rumble that he felt in his chest more than heard. Big Red shook herself awake, the whole cab vibrating with that particular diesel rhythm, uneven and powerful. Hank let her idle, warming up while he programmed his route into the GPS unit mounted on the dashboard. Not that he needed it. He knew every street, every turn, every trouble spot. But protocol was protocol. He switched on the radio scanner to monitor the other drivers, checked the CB, tested the blade hydraulics up, down, angle left, angle right. Everything responded smoothly. The heater began pushing warm air through the vents, and Hank cracked his knuckles, rolled his shoulders. Outside the bay door, the snow was falling heavier now, thick flakes swirling in the lights. Linda's voice crackled over the radio. All units where at go. Standard winter storm routes, priority on main arteries first. Expected accumulation now at 10 to 14 inches. Stay safe out there. Hank picked up his radio mic. Unit 4, Big Red, heading out. He shifted into gear and the truck lurched forward with a diesel growl. The blade scraped against the concrete floor of the bay, then lifted clear as he touched the hydraulic control. Out into the night, into the storm, into the work he loved. The first pass down Main Street was always satisfying. The blade dropped with a heavy chunk, and Hank eased forward, feeling Big Red's weight and power as she pushed into the accumulated snow. It wasn't deep yet, maybe 2 inches, but it was coming down fast enough that he could already see the difference between where he'd driven and where he hadn't. The blade carved through the white, sending up a spray that caught in the headlights like a fountain of diamonds. The scrape and rumble of metal on pavement became the baseline rhythm, steady and constant. Behind him in the mirrors, he could see the clear, dark stripe of asphalt he was leaving, glistening wet where the blade had scraped clean. This was the part he loved most, the beginning. The virgin snow and the empty streets, and the whole night ahead. No traffic, no complications. Just him and Big Red and the work. He turned onto Maple Street, angling the blade to throw the snow toward the curb. The truck rocked slightly as the tires found purchase. Through the windshield, the world had narrowed to just the cone of his headlights and the swirling white beyond. Already the houses looked different under their mantles of snow. Softer, quieter, more like illustrations in a children's book than actual buildings where actual people slept. The radio in the cab crackled to life. Not the work radio, but the AM/FM unit tuned to WSNW, the only station that broadcast overnight in this part of the state. And that was Winter Wonderland by the Dave Brubeck Quartet. Came a gravelly voice, smooth as aged whiskey. You're listening to Charlie Midnight, keeping you company through these small hours here on WSNW. It's 12:17 a.m. And folks, it is really coming down out there. If you're just joining us, we're under a winter storm warning until 6 a.m. with expected accumulations of 8 to 12 inches. So stay inside where it's warm and let me keep you company with some holiday classics. Hank smiled. Charlie Midnight. Real name Charlie Morrison. Used to teach high school English until he retired and took this gig for something to do. Hank had never met him, but he felt like he knew him, the way you can know someone through their voice alone. Charlie had been his companion through hundreds of overnight shifts, his rambling commentary and terrible dad jokes of comfort in the isolation. Now, Charlie continued, I know what you're thinking. Charlie, are you going to play Winter Wonderland again? And the answer is yes. Yes, I am. But not right now. Right now, let's hear Bing Crosby, Dreaming of a White Christmas ... double quotes. The familiar melody filled the cab, and Hank hummed along tunelessly as he guided Big Red through the residential streets. Left on Oak, right on Birch, straight through on Pine. The snow was accumulating faster now, and he could feel the truck working harder to push it aside. Good. This was what she was built for. He passed house after house, dark except for the glow of Christmas lights. Blues and golds and reds and greens strung along gutters, wound around porch railings, outlining windows. In some windows he could see Christmas trees, their lights twinkling in the darkness. In others, the blue flicker of a television suggested someone else was awake, watching the storm, maybe watching for him. At the corner of Birch and 3rd, a woman stood at her window, silhouetted against the warm interior light. She raised a hand as Hank passed, and he lifted 2 fingers from the steering wheel in acknowledgement. He didn't know her name, but she was always there on storm nights, watching. He imagined she had someone on the roads she was worried about. A son or daughter driving home for the holidays, maybe. Or maybe she just couldn't sleep and found comfort in watching the plows go by, evidence that someone was out there taking care of things. The thought made him sit a little straighter. Guardian. That's what one of the old-timers had called this job when Hank first started. "We're guardians," Ned had said, his weathered face serious. "People sleep sound, because they know we out here making sure they can get where they need to go come morning. Don't ever forget that." Hank hadn't. He turned onto Elm Street, a narrow residential road lined with old maples, their bare branches now heavy with snow. And there, right at the edge of the curb, maybe 6 inches onto the street itself, stood a snowman. A good one, too. 3 solid spheres stacked high, nearly 4 feet tall. Stick arms, a carrot nose, button eyes that might have been rocks or actual buttons. A red scarf wrapped around its neck, and a battered top hat perched on its head at a jaunty angle. Some kid had put real effort into this one. Some kid had also built it way too close to the road. Hank slowed Big Red to a crawl, assessing the situation. He could see the snowman's base, the bottom sphere, extending maybe 4 inches into what would normally be the travel lane. If he just kept going with the blade down, Frosty would be decapitated in about 3 seconds. "All right, buddy," Hank said aloud. "Let's see if we can't avoid taking your head off." He angled the blade slightly left, steering right to compensate, bringing Big Red as close to the center line as he dared. The truck lumbered past, and Hank watched in his side mirror as the blade's edge missed the snowman by maybe 8 inches. "Watch your toes there, friend," he muttered. "That's as close as you're getting." In his mind, he could see the kid who'd built it, mittened hands packing snow, face red with cold and effort, coming out in the morning to find it still standing, miraculous and intact, despite the plow going through. He hoped the parents would think to move it farther from the road before the next pass. Charlie Midnight's voice returned. That was Bing, of course, the voice of Christmas himself. "Now I've got a riddle for you night owls out there. What do snowmen eat for breakfast?" Hank waited, smiling despite himself. "Frosted Flakes." Charlie delivered the punchline with obvious delight at his own joke. "I'll be here all night, folks." Well, until 6 a.m. anyway. Coming up after this short break, we've got a folk rendition of Good King Wenceslas that I guarantee you've never heard before. The rhythm of the work settled over Hank like a comfortable blanket. Forward, laid down, push, lift, reverse, angle, forward again. The movements became automatic, his hands and feet operating the controls without conscious thought. Big Red's engine maintained its steady rumble, and the blade scraped and sang against the pavement, and the snow kept falling in the headlights. Time did strange things out here in the darkness. Minutes could stretch into what felt like hours or compress into nothing. Hank had no idea if he'd been driving for 30 minutes or 90, when he finished the residential section and turned back toward the main routes. It didn't matter. There was only the work, and the work was enough. He ran through Main Street again, the snow already beginning to reaccumulate, but not badly. Just a dusting over the wet pavement. He'd need to come back through every hour or so, keep it clear. The truck's dashboard clock read 1:48 a.m. The storm showed no signs of letting up. If anything, the snow was falling even harder now, visibility dropping to maybe 30 feet, even with the high beams on. The world became very small. Just a cab, warm and loud and smelling of diesel and old coffee, and the faint metallic tang of the heater running full blast. Beyond the windshield, the swirling white. Above, the yellow glow of the streetlights creating halos in the storm. Everything else was darkness and snow and the steady work of the blade. Hank's mind drifted the way it always did on long shifts. He thought about the first time he'd sat in a truck like this 20 years ago now. Fresh off the divorce, looking for work, any work, something to fill the days and pay the bills. He'd had no experience, no particular skills, just a clean driving record and a willingness to work nights and weekends. Ned had been his trainer, an old man even then, probably 70, but still driving shifts because he said retirement was boring. Ned had taught him everything. How to read the snow, the difference between powder and pack and ice. How to feel what the blade was doing through the vibrations in the steering wheel. How to anticipate drifts and black ice and the dozen other hazards that came with the job. How to take care of the truck, talk to her, treat her right. She'll take care of you if you take care of her, Ned had said, patting the dashboard of whatever truck they'd been in. These girls, they're tough, but they got feelings. You treat 'em rough, they'll let you down when you need 'em most. You treat 'em right, they'll run forever. Hank had thought it was nonsense at first. Then he'd spent a winter behind the wheel and understood completely. Doing good, Red, he said now, patting the dashboard the way Ned used to do. Real good. The truck rumbled on, pushing through a deeper drift at the intersection of Main and Route 9. Hank felt her hesitate just slightly, then power through, the blade never lifting. Reliable, steady, just like always. He passed the 24-hour gas station on Route 9, its fluorescent lights harsh and artificial in the darkness. The place looked like an island of civilization in a sea of white. A young guy was visible through the windows, restocking shelves, moving with the slow deliberation of someone trying to stay awake through a quiet shift. Hank made a decision and pulled in, parking Big Red off to the side. He needed a break, needed to stretch his legs, shake off the hypnotic pull of the work. The cold hit him like a wall when he opened the door, shocking after the warmth of the cab. Snow immediately began accumulating on his shoulders and hat as he walked to the building. The door chimed when he entered, and the young guy looked up from the shelf of motor oil he was organizing. Early 20s, probably a college student home for break, working a shift nobody else wanted. "Hey, you're one of the Plow drivers," the kid said, straightening up. "Man, I'm glad you guys are out there. It's really coming down." "It is," Hank agreed, pulling off his gloves. "Gonna be a long night. You want coffee? I just made a fresh pot maybe 20 minutes ago. Actually tastes decent for once." Hank shook his head. "Got my own in the truck, but thanks." He pulled his thermos from inside his jacket, unscrewed the top, still half full from what he'd brought from home. He poured a careful cup, steam rising in the cold air of the store. The kid was looking out the window at Big Red, her hazard lights blinking, snow already accumulating on her hood and roof. "How long you been doing this?" 20 years, give or take. "You like it?" Hank considered the question, sipping his coffee. It was still hot, strong enough to cut through the fatigue starting to gather at the edges of his consciousness. "Yeah," he said finally. "Yeah, I do. Doesn't it get lonely? Out there all night by yourself?" "Sometimes," Hank admitted. "But that's part of what I like about it. Quiet, peaceful. You see the world when most folks are asleep. There's something to that." The kid nodded like he understood, though Hank doubted he really did. You had to live it to understand it. The solitude that wasn't loneliness. The satisfaction of work that showed results immediately. Snow here, cleared there. The feeling of being part of something important, even if nobody would ever know your name. "Well," the kid said, "thanks for what you do. Seriously. My sister's driving in tomorrow from Pittsburgh. She wouldn't be able to make it if you guys weren't out here clearing things." Something warm settled in Hank's chest. "She'd make it," he said. "Roads'll be clear by morning." Back in the truck, Hank sat for a moment with the engine idling, watching the snow accumulate on the windshield, obscuring his view. He activated the wipers, thump, 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 and the world cleared again. He put Big Red in gear and pulled back onto Route 9, heading out toward the rural routes, the back roads that wound through farmland and forest. This was where the work got serious. No street lights out here. No houses every 100 feet. Just long stretches of two-lane road bordered by fields and fence lines, and the occasional cluster of mailboxes marking a farm drive. The snow fell heavier away from town, or maybe it just seemed that way, without the buildings to break the wind. The wind had picked up. Hank could feel it in the way Big Red rocked slightly on the road, see it in the way the snow no longer fell straight down but slanted, driving almost horizontal at times. Drifting would be a problem. It always was on these open roads. He downshifted, feeling the engine's note change, feeling Big Red dig in and push harder. The blades sent up rooster tails of snow, white fountains caught in the headlights. Beautiful in its own way, stark and clean and honest. Charlie Midnight came back on the radio. 2:33 a.m., and we're listening to some holiday classics here on WSNW. That was Good King Wenceslas by the Barrow Street Folk Ensemble. And if you recognize that one, you're either a folk music scholar or you've been listening to me for way too long. Either way, I appreciate you. Now, back to a song we all know, Winter Wonderland, this time performed by ... Hank turned the volume down slightly. He'd heard this song 4 times already tonight. Charlie wasn't kidding about the limited rotation, but it didn't really matter. The radio was just company, a human voice in the darkness, proof that he wasn't the only person awake in the world. He thought about the other drivers out there right now. Mike would be running the east side routes. Darrell had the south end of town. Susan would be covering the industrial park and the warehouse district. All of them out there in their own trucks, following their own routes, doing the same work, connected by radio and purpose, even if they never saw each other all night. A deer appeared at the edge of the headlights, standing at the tree line. Hank's foot moved to the brake automatically, and Big Red slowed. The deer, a doe, judging by her size and the lack of antlers, watched the truck approach. Her eyes reflected the headlights, 2 points of green fire in the darkness. Hank brought the truck to a complete stop, maybe 20 feet away. They regarded each other. The doe's sides heaved with breathing. Snow gathered on her brown coat. She seemed unafraid, just curious, trying to determine if this large, rumbling machine was a threat. "Go on, sweetheart," Hank said quietly, though he knew she couldn't hear him through the glass and the engine noise. "Get somewhere safe." As if she'd understood, the doe turned with liquid grace and bounded across the road, her white tail flagging. She disappeared into the trees on the far side, leaving behind tracks that were already filling with fresh snow. Hank watched the spot where she'd vanished for another moment, then eased Big Red forward. The natural world carried on through storms like these, he knew. Deer and rabbits and foxes and owls, all finding their ways through the cold and snow. They didn't have plows or heated trucks or thermoses of coffee. They just endured, relying on fur and fat and instinct. There was something admirable in that, something that made his own work seem almost easy by comparison. The road wound through a section of forest, tall pines pressing close on both sides, their branches heavy with snow. The tunnel of trees made the darkness complete, and Hank's world shrank to just the section of road illuminated by his headlights. The blade scraped against pavement, then something else, a layer of ice forming under the snow. He felt it through the steering wheel, that different quality of vibration. Black ice, the real danger, invisible and lethal, hiding under the white. Hank's hands tightened slightly on the wheel, his attention sharpening. This is where experience mattered. This is where you had to really know your truck, know what she could handle and what she couldn't. He kept his speed steady, didn't brake suddenly, didn't make any jerky movements. Just steady pressure, steady forward motion, letting Big Red's weight and the blade's angle do the work. They emerged from the forest into open farmland, and Hank let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Fields stretched out on either side, white and unmarked except for the fence posts, marching away into the darkness. Somewhere out there farmhouses stood dark and quiet, farmers sleeping the deep sleep of people who worked hard all day and would wake early to work hard again. Hank understood that kind of labor, the physical, tangible kind where you could see what you'd accomplished at the end of the day. A field plowed, a barn built, a road cleared. Work that mattered not because it was glamorous or well-paid or recognized, but because it needed doing. His father had been a carpenter, building houses with his hands until his knees and back gave out. His grandfather had worked in a mill, blue-collar all the way back, men who came home tired and went to bed early and didn't complain. Hank had thought he'd escape that when he went to college, got his business degree, took that office job at the insurance company. Then the economy crashed and the company downsized, and suddenly his degree was worth less than the paper it was printed on. And around the same time, his marriage ended. Amicable enough but final, both of them acknowledging they'd become strangers living in the same house. And he'd found himself at 43 years old, starting over, taking any job he could get. Best thing that ever happened to him, as it turned out. The office job had been slowly killing something in him, he realized later. Some essential part of himself that needed to be outside, needed to be moving, needed to see results. He'd been dying behind that desk, and he hadn't even known it. The plow truck had saved him, given him back to himself. "Thank you for that," he said aloud, though he wasn't sure who he was thanking. The universe, maybe, or just luck. Big Red rumbled on through the storm, faithful as always. 3:47 a.m. according to the dashboard clock. The darkest part of the night, the hours when the world felt most abandoned, most isolated. Hank had been driving for over 4 hours, and the fatigue was starting to settle into his shoulders, his lower back. Not bad yet, nothing he couldn't handle, but present, accumulating like the snow on the untreated roads. He'd completed his rural loop and was heading back toward town, approaching from the north this time. The old stone bridge at Miller's Creek lay ahead, marking the transition from country to town. Hank had crossed that bridge thousands of times, knew every stone of its construction. Built in 1932 by the Civilian Conservation Corps, maintained carefully ever since. But as he came around the curve and his headlights swept across the bridge approach, he saw the problem. A drift, not just a little accumulation, a real drift, maybe 4 feet high and dense as concrete, packed by the wind that funneled through the creek valley. It completely blocked the entrance to the bridge, a solid wall of white. Hank stopped the truck 50 feet back and stared at the obstacle. This was the test. This is what separated the experienced drivers from the ones who would back up and radio for help. The drift was serious, but not impossible. Not if you knew what you were doing. He ran through the calculation in his mind, speed and angle and momentum. Too slow and he'd bog down, get stuck, needed tow. Too fast and he risked damage to the blade or the truck, or worse, losing control. It had to be just right. Goldilocks physics at 3:47 in the morning. Hank reversed the truck, giving himself room to build up speed. He angled the blade slightly, positioned it to cut into the drift rather than just smashing into it head-on. His hands were steady on the wheel. 20 years of experience, 20 years of learning Big Red's capabilities, all coming down to this moment. "All right, girl," he said. "Let's show this drift who's boss." He pressed the accelerator, feeling Big Red surge forward. The engine note rose from a rumble to a roar. Snow flew up from the tires. The speedometer climbed 15 miles per hour, 20, 25. The drift approached in the headlights, growing larger, more solid, more intimidating. At the last second, Hank had a moment of doubt. What if he'd miscalculated? What if the blade hit the drift? The impact shuddered through the entire truck, and for a heartbeat, Big Red hesitated. Hank kept his foot steady on the accelerator, kept the blade angled true. The engine roared. The tires fought for purchase. The whole truck shook like a terrier with a rat. And then they were through. The drift exploded into a million fragments, snow spraying everywhere, and Big Red burst out the other side like a whale breaching. Hank found himself laughing, actually laughing out loud, adrenaline and satisfaction and relief all mixing together in his chest. "That's my girl," he shouted, slapping the dashboard. "That's how it's done." Behind him, the drift was reduced to scattered piles on either side of a clear path to the bridge. Clean, perfect, professional. Hank guided Big Red across the old stone bridge, the truck's weight solid and reassuring on the ancient structure. The satisfaction settled deep, warm as the coffee in his thermos, solid as the bridge beneath his wheels. 4:16 a.m., less than 2 hours until dawn. Hank could feel it in the air, that subtle shift that happened before sunrise, some change in the quality of the darkness that was more felt than seen. The snow was still falling, but lighter now, the storm beginning to exhaust itself. He ran through the main streets of town again, clearing the fresh accumulation. Nothing major, just a couple of inches. The residential streets could wait until the next pass. Right now, he needed to make sure the priority routes were clear. Hospital access, fire station approaches, the road that led to the elementary school. Children would need to get to school safely. Or maybe school would be canceled. They had enough snow for that. But the buses would still need to be able to navigate the roads to pick up any kids whose parents hadn't heard the announcement. Either way, Hank would make sure the roads were clear. He thought about those kids sleeping in their beds right now, warm under blankets, dreaming of snow days and sledding and snowmen. They'd wake up to a world transformed, white and pristine and perfect. And they'd never know that someone had been out all night making sure they'd be safe. They didn't need to know. That was okay. That was part of the job. The town square lay ahead, the Christmas tree standing in the center, lights still glowing despite the hour. Someone had wrapped the whole tree in white lights this year, thousands of them, so the evergreen seemed to glow from within. A star sat atop it, gold and radiant. Around the square, the historic buildings stood watch. The courthouse with its clock tower, the old bank with its granite columns, the general store that had been operating in the same location since 1873. Hank took his time clearing the square, making sure every inch was scraped clean. This was the heart of town. This was where the Christmas Eve ceremony had taken place last night. Was it only last night? Already it felt like days ago, where children had sung carols, and the mayor had thrown the switch to light the tree, and everyone had gathered in their winter coats, breath steaming, faces glowing in the lights. The nativity scene sat on the courthouse lawn, wooden figures carved by some long-dead craftsman, painted and repainted over the decades. Mary and Joseph and the baby Jesus, shepherds and wise men, and an angel. All of them now dusted with snow, peaceful in the early morning darkness. Hank cleared the access roads around the square and moved on. Final routes now, the home stretch. Hospital access clear. Fire station clear, elementary school road clear. He checked off each priority in his mind, methodical and thorough. The radio crackled. Linda's voice sounding tired but satisfied. All units checking in. How are we looking out there? One by one, the drivers responded. Mike, east side clear. Daryl, south sector complete. Susan, industrial park done, heading back to depot. Hank picked up his mic. Unit 4, all priority routes clear. Residential streets 80% complete. One more pass and we're done. Copy that, Hank. Good work, everyone. Storm's moving out. Should be clear by 6. Hank made his final residential pass, winding through the quiet streets one last time. The houses were still dark, families still sleeping, unaware of the work being done for them. He passed the snowman on Elm Street, still standing, still intact. He'd managed to preserve it through 3 passes now. That kid would be happy. And then, as he turned onto Maple Street for the last time, he saw it. The sky to the east, no longer pitch black. A gradual lightening, deep indigo giving way to something softer. Not quite gray. Not quite purple. Something in between. The first hint of dawn. Hank stopped the truck in the middle of the empty street and watched. You didn't often get to see the dawn when you worked the graveyard shift. Usually you were back at the depot by the time the sun came up, filling out paperwork, heading home. But sometimes, if the timing was right, you caught this moment. The world suspended between darkness and light. The colors spread across the eastern sky, imperceptible at first, then undeniable. Indigo fading to violet, violet bleeding into rose. The clouds, low and heavy, caught the color and reflected it, turning the whole sky into a canvas. Pink and gold began to touch the tops of the trees, the roofs of the houses, the distant hills. The snow-covered world transformed under the changing light. What had been shades of gray and black became white and pink and gold. Every surface that had been marked by shadow began to glow. The icicles hanging from gutters turned to crystal. The snow on the branches became touched with fire. Hank sat in the cab of Big Red, engine rumbling, and watched the dawn break. Beautiful. Impossibly, undeniably beautiful. This was the earned beauty, the reward for the night's labor. This was the sunrise that most people slept through, the transformation that happened while the world dreamed. He thought about trying to describe it to someone, how inadequate any words would be. You had to see it yourself, experience it yourself, earn it through the long hours of darkness. Otherwise, it was just another sunrise. But if you'd been awake all night, if you'd worked through the storm, if you pushed snow and cleared roads and kept the world safe while it slept, then this moment became transcendent. A pickup truck appeared in his mirrors, approaching from behind. Early riser, probably a farmer heading out to check on livestock. The truck slowed as it came alongside Big Red, and through the driver's side window, Hank caught a glimpse of a weathered face under a seed company cap. The farmer raised his hand from the steering wheel, a simple gesture, 2 fingers lifted in acknowledgement. The universal rural greeting that said, "Thank you," said, "I see you," said, "I know what you did out here tonight." Hank lifted his hand in return, the same 2-finger salute. No words needed. Just that moment of connection, driver to driver, worker to worker. The farmer accelerated gently past, his truck leaving fresh tracks in the thin layer of new snow, already dusting the cleared pavement. More vehicles began to appear. A sedan, probably a nurse heading to the hospital, day shift. A SUV with a family inside, kids' faces pressed to the windows, marveling at the snow. An elderly man in an old Buick, driving carefully, grateful for the clear roads. One by one they passed Hank, and most of them waved. Some honked their horns lightly, friendly, all of them able to travel safely because of the work he and the other drivers had done. The satisfaction was profound. Not pride, exactly. Not ego. Just the deep, bone-level satisfaction of work well done, of purpose fulfilled, of being part of something larger than yourself. This was why he did it. This moment right here. The visible proof that what he did mattered. 5:52 a.m. Time to head back to the depot. Hank put Big Red in gear and turned toward the municipal garage. The town was waking up around him now. Lights coming on in windows. Smoke rising from chimneys as furnaces kicked on. People emerging onto porches to look at the snow, coffee mugs in hand, breath steaming. A boy in a puffy jacket burst out of a house on Oak Street and ran to a snowman in the front yard, jumping and pumping his fist, still standing. The snowman had survived. The boy looked around as if trying to find someone to share his joy with, and his eyes landed on Big Red rumbling past. He waved frantically, and Hank honked the horn twice in response. The boy's grin was visible even from inside the truck. The municipal garage appeared ahead, bay doors open, other trucks already returning. Hank guided Big Red into her bay and shut down the engine. The sudden silence was startling after hours of the diesel rumble. His ears rang slightly in the quiet. He sat for a moment in the cab, his hands still resting on the wheel. Outside, the world he'd helped make safe continued to wake, continued to move, continued to be. The snow had stopped falling completely now, and the sky was fully light, pale blue streaked with the remnants of pink and gold. "Good work, Red," Hank said quietly, patting the dashboard one final time. "See you tonight if the weather holds." The post-shift routine, blade up and secured, spreader emptied and cleaned, fluid levels checked one final time, paperwork logged, hours driven, routes completed, any issues noted. Nothing to report, smooth shift, good shift, the kind you hoped for every time but didn't always get. The other drivers were gathered around the coffee station, comparing notes, talking about drifts and close calls and difficult intersections. Hank poured himself a cup, more for the warmth than the caffeine. He was beyond caffeinated at this point, running on fumes and satisfaction. "Hell of a drift at Miller's Creek," he said to Darrell, who nodded knowingly. "Hit the same one on the South Bridge," Darrell said. "Thought I was going to need a push for a minute there. But you got through." "Yeah, always do." They stood in comfortable silence, drinking terrible garage coffee, too tired to say much more. There was no need. They'd all done the same work, faced the same challenges, earned the same satisfaction. The camaraderie of shared labor. 6:23 a.m. Hank tossed his empty cup in the trash and headed for his personal truck. The parking lot was covered in snow, but the main routes were clear, and that's what mattered. He'd be home in 10 minutes. 15 if he drove slow, which he would. No rush now. The work was done. The drive home took him through the town one more time, but now he was just another vehicle on the road. Not the guardian, not the night watchman. Just Hank, heading home to sleep while the world he'd helped preserve went about its day. He'd passed the diner, now open, people inside eating breakfast. The corner store, its parking lot being shoveled by a teenager with a snow shovel. The library not open yet, but someone visible through the windows, turning on lights, preparing for the day. Everything normal. Everything functional. Everything safe. His apartment felt warmer than usual when he let himself in, or maybe he was just colder than usual. The contrast startling. He pulled off his boots, left them by the door to dry, peeled off his jacket, his flannel, the thermal layers. The routine in reverse. In the bathroom, he washed his face, brushed his teeth, stared at himself in the mirror. Red eyes, gray stubble, lines around his mouth and eyes. 53 years old, and it showed. What satisfied? That showed, too, in the set of his shoulders, the calm in his expression. The bedroom was quiet and dark, curtains drawn against the growing daylight. Hank set his alarm even though he probably wouldn't need it. His body would wake him in 6 or 7 hours no matter what. Circadian rhythm permanently adjusted to the night shift. He lay down on top of the covers, too tired to bother getting under them. The bed was soft and still, so different from the rumbling, vibrating cab of Big Red. The silence was almost disconcerting after 8 hours of engine noise. Outside, the world continued. Children building snowmen, parents shoveling driveways, travelers making their way to holiday gatherings, safe on the clear roads. All of them unaware of the man lying in the quiet apartment, exhausted and content, drifting toward sleep. Hank's last conscious thought was of the dawn, the way the light had painted the snow pink and gold. Beautiful, worth every hour of darkness that preceded it. His eyes closed. Outside, the town moved on. Inside, Hank slept the deep, dreamless sleep of someone who had worked hard and worked well, of someone who had done what needed doing, of someone who would do it all again, tonight, if the snow fell and the call came. The sleep of the guardian, the sleep of the satisfied, the sleep of a man who knew his purpose and lived it, night after night, storm after storm, season after season. The sleep of peace. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. Until next time, may your rest be deep and your dreams be peaceful. The Winter Bee Guardian. A sleep story for deep rest. The orchard is silent in the way that only deep winter knows how to be silent. It is not the silence of absence, but the silence of held breath, of life folded inward, of everything that matters happening quietly beneath the surface. The snow came during the night, and now in the pale light of early morning, it lies across the rows of bare apple trees like a blanket tucked carefully around sleeping children. Each branch holds its portion of white. Each trunk stands dark against the endless field of clean, untouched snow. The guardian arrives as the sky shifts from gray to the palest blue. The cold is the kind that reaches through layers, through wool and flannel and skin, all the way down to the bones. But it is a clean, cold, and honest cold, the kind that makes breath visible and turns noses red and reminds a person that they are alive, that their body is working, that warmth is something earned and kept and precious. The guardian's boots break through the top crust of snow with each step. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound is sharp in the stillness, almost too loud, and after a few steps the guardian pauses, listening to the way the sound fades into nothing, swallowed by the white expanse. There is no wind, not even a whisper of it. The bare branches do not move. The sky holds perfectly still. The guardian's breath comes out in soft clouds, dissipating slowly into the cold air. Gloved hands adjust the strap of a canvas bag slung over one shoulder. Inside the bag, a bent wire once part of a bicycle spoke, a hive tool worn smooth from years of use, a small notebook with pencil attached, a jar of sugar syrup just in case. The tools are cold, even through the canvas. Everything is cold, but that is as it should be. Winter does not apologize for being winter. The guardian's coat is heavy wool, dark gray, and dusted now with snowflakes that have not yet melted. Underneath, layers, a flannel shirt, soft from washing, a thermal base layer that clings close to skin, thick socks inside lined boots, a knit hat pulled low over ears, a scarf wrapped twice around the neck. This is the uniform of someone who knows that rushing leads to cold, and cold leads to mistakes, and mistakes in winter can mean the difference between life and the quiet, still absence of it. Ahead, past the rows of sleeping apple trees, the hives wait. There are 8 of them, arranged in a gentle curve along the far edge of the orchard. They are simple structures, these hives, boxes stacked on boxes, made from cedar that has weathered to a soft gray-brown, the color of driftwood, the color of old barn siding, the color of things that have stood outside for years and learned how to endure. Each hive sits on a wooden stand, lifted off the ground, safe from the snow that now drifts around their bases. The guardian approaches the first hive slowly. There is no rush. There will never be a rush. The bees inside are not going anywhere. They cannot go anywhere. It is too cold for flight, too cold for foraging, too cold for anything except the work of staying alive. And that work, the guardian knows, is the hardest work of all. The guardian stops in front of the first hive and sets the canvas bag down in the snow. Kneeling slowly, gloved hands brush snow from the wooden landing board, the small platform at the entrance, where, in warmer months, bees would crowd and dance and communicate in the language of movement and scent. Now it is empty. Now it is a shelf of bare wood, slightly darker where the snow has melted from the faint warmth radiating from within. The cedar is rough under the guardian's gloves. Years of sun and rain and snow have raised the grain, made valleys and ridges in the wood. The guardian's fingers trace these patterns without thinking, the way a person might trace the lines in their own palm. This hive has stood here for 7 winters. 7 times it has held life through the cold. 7 times spring has come again. The guardian leans forward, slowly, carefully, and presses one ear close to the side of the hive. Silence. Then, beneath the silence, something else. A hum. It is so low that it is almost not a sound at all, but a feeling, a vibration, the kind of frequency that lives in the chest more than the ears. It is steady and deep and constant, like the sound of distant machinery, like the rumble of a train passing far away, like the earth itself breathing. The bees are humming themselves alive. The guardian closes eyes and listens, really listens, to that low, steady hum. It does not waver. It does not stop. Inside the hive in the darkness, thousands of bees are clustered together in a tight ball around their queen. They vibrate their flight muscles without flying, generating heat, passing it inward toward the center where the queen waits, where the future waits, where everything that matters is kept warm and safe. The bees on the outside of the cluster will rotate inward, and those on the inside will move outward. An endless rotation, an agreement made without words. We will all take turns facing the cold so that none of us has to face it alone. The hem vibrates through the cedar, through the glove, through skin and muscle and bone. The guardian breathes in time with it. In, out, slow and steady. There is no hurry here. There is only the work of remaining. After a long moment, the guardian sits back on heels and opens eyes. The sky has brightened slightly. The snow reflects the light, making everything glow with a soft, diffused luminescence. The orchard is a study in pale blues and grays and whites, with the dark trunks of apple trees standing like careful brushstrokes against canvas. The guardian reaches for the canvas bag, then pauses. There is a sound, a small sound, barely there. A rustling. It is coming from beneath the hive. The guardian leans to one side, bending low to peer into the narrow space between the bottom of the hive and the wooden stand. The space is only a few inches tall, shadowed, packed with dry grass and leaves that have blown in over the autumn. And there, curled in a perfect ball, in the center of a nest he has clearly spent considerable time constructing, is a hedgehog. He is small, impossibly small, no bigger than a grapefruit. His spines are the color of dried grass tipped with cream, and they stick out in all directions in that way that makes hedgehogs look perpetually startled by their own existence. His tiny paws are tucked up under his chin. His small black nose is buried in his belly. His eyes are closed. He is breathing slowly, so slowly, his entire small body rising and falling with each breath like a ship on a calm sea. The guardian stares. The hedgehog does not stir. Above him, the bees hum. Below him, the earth is frozen. But here, in this small space he has claimed, surrounded by dry grass and sheltered by the hive and warmed by the faint heat radiating from thousands of bees, working to stay alive, he has found the perfect place to sleep through winter. The guardian cannot help it. A smile breaks across cold, chapped lips. "Well," the guardian whispers to the sleeping hedgehog, "aren't you clever?" The hedgehog's nose twitches once, as if even in the depths of hibernation he has heard the compliment and accepted it as his due. Then he settles again into perfect stillness. The guardian considers the situation. The hive needs to be checked. The entrance needs to be cleared. The weight needs to be assessed. But all of that can be done carefully without disturbing the small tenant who has decided that the underside of a beehive is, in fact, a 5-star hotel. The guardian sits back, knees in the snow, and reaches into the canvas bag for the small notebook. Flipping it open to the page marked Hive 1, the guardian writes in careful print, strong hum. Hedgehog in residence beneath, do not disturb. Name, Pickle. The name comes without thought, the way all good names do. He is small and self-contained and perfectly preserved in his little hibernation ball. Pickle seems exactly right. The guardian closes the notebook and sets it aside, then stands slowly, knees creaking slightly from the cold and the kneeling. The canvas bag is lifted carefully, quietly. The work will continue. But Pickle will not be disturbed. Some things are more important than protocol. The guardian moves to the side of the hive and places both hands on the cedar walls. The wood is cold, but not frozen. There is something alive in it, something that speaks of the life it holds within. The guardian's fingers spread wide, feeling for the texture, the grain, the small imperfections where knots have darkened the wood. Then carefully, the guardian tilts the hive back, just a little, just enough to feel the weight. The hive resists. It is heavy. Good. Heavy means stores. Heavy means honey sealed in wax, frame after frame of golden reserves that the bees made all through the warm months, dancing from flower to flower, carrying pollen and nectar, working in the way the world calls work. But that work was for this, for now, for the time when there are no flowers and no flight and nothing to do but stay warm and wait, and trust that the work of summer will carry them through. The guardian holds the hive there, tilted back just a few inches, feeling the weight of it settle into arms and shoulders. The hum intensifies with the movement. It travels up through the cedar, through gloves, into the bones of the guardian's hands. It is a sound and a feeling at once, something that exists in that strange space between hearing and touch. 250 cycles per second. That is the frequency of a healthy winter cluster. Not a high buzz, not a frantic hum, but something low and steady and powerful. Round noise, some call it. The sound of the earth, the sound of survival. The guardian closes eyes and breathes. The hum fills everything. It is the sound of 10,000 small bodies refusing to quit. It is the sound of cooperation. It is the sound of every single bee understanding that alone they would freeze in minutes, but together they can hold warmth through the longest night. Good, the guardian whispers. You're doing so good. Slowly, carefully, the hive is lowered back onto its stand. The wood settles with a soft sound. The hum continues, unchanged, untroubled. Beneath the hive, Pickle sleeps on undisturbed, dreaming whatever dreams hedgehogs dream when they fold themselves away from the world. The guardian kneels again, this time near the entrance. The landing board is clear of snow now, but the entrance itself, a narrow slot cut into the wood, is partially blocked. The guardian can see them there just inside the entrance, the bodies of bees who have died since the last check. This is expected. This is natural. In a hive of 40,000 bees, some will not make it through winter. They die of age, mostly. They die having lived full lives, having done their work, having given everything to the hive. And when they die, the other bees push them toward the entrance, toward the cold, clearing space in the cluster, making room for the living to pack more tightly together. The guardian reaches into the canvas bag and pulls out the bent wire. It is an old bicycle spoke, bent at one end into a hook. The guardian has used this tool for so many years that the metal has worn smooth, polished by use and touch. It fits in the hand like an extension of the body. Carefully, the guardian inserts the wire into the entrance, feeling for the small bodies. The wire hooks around one, then another. Gently, gently, the guardian pulls them out onto the landing board. They are small and still and perfect, their wings folded, their bodies intact. They look as though they are only sleeping. The guardian sets them carefully in the snow beside the hive. Later, when the sun rises higher and the snow begins to soften, the guardian will collect them and take them to the far edge of the orchard, where they will be returned to the earth. But for now, they rest where they fell, honored for the work they did. The wire slides in again, clearing more of the entrance. The work is slow and methodical. There is no rushing this. Each small body is treated with care, with respect. They kept the queen warm. They made space for those still living. They did their part. As the entrance clears, the hum from within grows louder. Not much, but enough to notice. It pours out now through the opening, that low, steady vibration, filling the cold morning air with proof of life. The guardian sets the wire aside and leans close to the entrance, listening to the hum the way another person might listen to music. It is not beautiful in the way that a song is beautiful. It is beautiful in the way that a heartbeat is beautiful. Necessary, constant, the sound of continuing. You don't have to do anything else, the guardian whispers to the hive. You don't have to build or forage or make anything new. You just have to stay warm, that's all. Just stay together and stay warm. The hymn does not change. The bees do not know they are being spoken to, but the guardian speaks anyway, because sometimes the words are not for the listener. Sometimes the words are for the speaker, a reminder, a meditation, a way of understanding what it is to do the quiet work of enduring. The guardian stands and moves to the next hive. The snow crunches underfoot. The canvas bag shifts on the guardian's shoulder. The sky above is brightening now, the pale blue deepening toward something almost like real blue, though still muted, still soft, still winter. The second hive is identical to the first, cedar weathered to gray-brown, wooden stand, snow piled around the base. The landing board is brushed clear. The guardian kneels and listens. Low and steady and strong. The guardian smiles, relieved. Every hive that hums is a hive that has a chance. Every hum is a promise that spring might come again, that the queen is alive, that the cluster is holding. The guardian checks the weight, tilting the hive back slightly. Heavy. Good. The hum intensifies with the movement. That strange, powerful vibration that speaks of thousands of small bodies working in perfect coordination. The entrance is cleared. The wire slides in, hooks around the dead, pulls them gently into the light. 3 bees. 4, 5. Each one is placed carefully in the snow. Each one is honored. When the entrance is clear, the guardian pauses, one hand flat against the side of the hive. The hum travels through the cedar, through the glove, into the palm, up the arm, into the chest. It settles there, a second heartbeat, steady and low and constant. The guardian breathes in time with it. In, out, in, out. There is no hurry. There is only this moment, this hive, this hum, this proof that life can be quiet and still be life. The 3rd hive, the 4th, the 5th. Each one is checked with the same care. Each entrance is cleared. Each weight is assessed. Each hum is listened to, felt, understood. By the time the guardian reaches the 6th hive, the sun has climbed higher, though it remains hidden behind a thin veil of clouds that makes the light soft and diffused. The snow has not melted. The air has not warmed. Winter holds. The guardian kneels before the 6th hive and brushes snow from the landing board. The wood is darker here, slightly damp from condensation. The guardian frowns slightly, concerned, and reaches for the hive tool from the canvas bag. The hive tool is a flat length of metal, bent at one end, designed for prying apart hive boxes that the bees have glued together with propolis, the sticky resin they make from tree sap. But it can also be used gently to lift the outer cover, just a fraction, just enough to check for moisture. The guardian slides the tool under the edge of the telescoping outer cover and lifts just an inch, just enough to see inside. There, on the underside of the cover, frost crystals have formed in delicate patterns, feathers of ice that catch the pale light. The guardian examines them, considering. Some frost is normal. The bees breathe. The cluster generates moisture. That moisture rises and meets the cold cover and turns to frost. But too much moisture, too much condensation, and the bees will be trapped in a damp environment. And damp is more dangerous than cold. The guardian reaches up and adjusts the small wooden shim that provides ventilation at the top of the hive. Not much. Just a fraction more opening, just enough to let moisture escape without letting too much warmth out. The cover is lowered carefully. The frost will melt when the day warms, and the excess moisture will evaporate through the new ventilation. The hive will breathe easier. The guardian sits back on heels and listens. Still strong. Still steady. There you go, the guardian murmurs. Just breathe. That's all you need to do. Just keep breathing. The 7th hive. The 8th. By the time the guardian reaches the final hive, the one at the far end of the curve, the morning has fully settled into itself. The light is as bright as it will get on a winter day like this. The clouds have thinned just slightly, allowing the sun to cast pale shadows across the snow. The apple trees stand like sentinels, their bare branches etched against the white ground. The guardian sets down the canvas bag beside the 8th hive and pauses, taking a moment to simply stand and look back across the orchard. From here, all 8 hives are visible, arranged in their gentle curve, each one a small cedar fortress holding life inside. The snow around them is marked now with the guardian's footprints, a trail from hive to hive, evidence of the morning's work. But the hives themselves are still, silent from this distance, just boxes in the snow. Nothing to suggest a miracle happening inside each one, the thousands of small bodies clustered together, humming themselves alive, protecting their queen, waiting for spring. The guardian turns back to the 8th hive and kneels, snow brushed from the landing board, ear pressed to the side. The guardian closes eyes and lets the sound fill everything. It is the same hum as all the others, and yet it is unique, this hive's own voice, its own frequency, its own way of saying, "We are here, we are live, we are doing the work of survival." The guardian reaches out with both hands and places them flat against the sides of the hive, feeling the vibration. It travels up the arms into the shoulders, settles in the chest like a second heart. The guardian breathes with it, and time with it becomes part of it for just a moment. This is why the guardian comes here on these cold mornings when the world is silent and still, not to interfere, not to manage, not to fix things that are not broken, but simply to bear witness, to check that the hives have what they need, to listen to the hum and know that life continues, even when it is quiet, even when it is still, even when it looks like nothing is happening. The entrance is cleared, the dead are honored, the wait is good, the hum is strong. The guardian stands slowly, knees creaking, and returns the tools to the canvas bag. The morning's work is done. Each hive has been checked. Each hive is holding. Each hive has a chance. The guardian walks back toward the first hive, where Pickle still sleeps in his 5-star hotel. Kneeling one last time, the guardian peers into the space beneath the hive. Pickle has not moved. He is still curled in his perfect ball, nose tucked under, paws folded, breathing slowly. Above him, the bees hum. The warmth from their work drifts down, keeping the space beneath the hive just warm enough that Pickle does not have to work so hard to keep himself alive. "You've got the right idea," the guardian whispers. "Find a safe place. Stay warm. Let the work of others help you. There's no shame in that. That's what community is for." Pickle's nose twitches just once, and then he settles again into stillness. The guardian stands and lifts the canvas bag, settling it on one shoulder. The walk back across the orchard is slower than the walk out. There is no urgency now. The work is done. The hives are safe. Pickle is safe. The bees are humming. The snow crunches under each step. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound is rhythmic, meditative, a sound of a person walking through winter with no destination except away from where they have been. The apple trees pass on either side, their bare branches reaching toward the pale sky. The guardian's breath comes out in soft clouds, visible and then vanishing, evidence of warmth in a cold world. Halfway across the orchard, the guardian pauses and turns to look back. The hives are small from this distance, just 8 cedar boxes arranged in a curve, half buried in snow, silent and still. But the guardian knows what they hold. The guardian has heard the hum, felt the vibration, witnessed the miracle of survival that is happening inside each one. The world demands productivity. The world demands motion and growth and visible progress. The world says that to be alive is to be busy, to be building, to be producing something that can be measured and counted and displayed. But the bees know better. The bees know that sometimes the most important work is simply staying alive, staying warm, staying together, protecting the core, doing nothing that looks like work from the outside, but doing the deepest work imaginable on the inside. And Pickle knows it too. Curled in his nest beneath the hive, he is not foraging, he is not building, he is not doing anything that looks productive. He is simply resting, conserving energy, trusting that he has stored enough, prepared enough, found a safe enough place that he can simply stop and let winter pass over him like a wave. The guardian turns and continues walking, the canvas bag heavy with tools, the morning's work complete. Inside the small cabin at the edge of the orchard, the guardian removes layers slowly. The wool coat is hung on a hook by the door. The gloves are set on the radiator to dry. The scarf is unwound and draped over a chair. The hat is pulled off, releasing hair that has been pressed flat all morning. The guardian's fingers are cold, tingling as they warm. The toes and thick socks are numb, but the cold is surface cold, the kind that will fade with time and heat. The core is warm. The core is safe. The guardian fills a kettle with water and sets it on the stove, then stands at the window, looking out across the orchard. The hives are barely visible from here, just small shapes in the distance, but the guardian knows they are there, knows what they hold, knows the hum continues, even now, low and steady and constant. The kettle begins to heat, and a small sound emerges from it, a whisper at first, then a rumble, then a hum. The guardian listens to it, this human-made version of the sound the bees make, water turning to steam, energy transforming, warmth rising. When the kettle boils, the guardian pours water over tea leaves in a heavy ceramic mug, watching the water turn amber, breathing in the steam. The mug is wrapped in both hands, held close, the warmth spreading through palms and fingers. The guardian sits at the table by the window and sips the tea slowly, feeling it warm from the inside out. Outside, snow begins to fall again, soft flakes drifting down in the still air, covering the guardian's footprints, covering the tracks of the morning's work, returning the orchard to its appearance of untouched silence. But beneath that silence, the hum continues. In 8-seater hives, thousands of bees vibrate their wings without flying, generating warmth, protecting their queens, doing the quiet work of survival. They are not building comb. They are not making honey. They are not flying from flower to flower in visible, productive labor. They are simply staying alive. And that, the guardian knows, is enough. That is more than enough. That is everything. Beneath the first hive, Pickle sleeps on, warm and safe in his nest of grass and leaves, dreaming through winter while the bees hum overhead. He has done his work too. He has eaten enough. He has grown enough. He has found the perfect place to rest. Now his only job is to keep his small heart beating, his small body warm, until spring comes and calls him out again. The guardian sips tea and watches snowfall and thinks about the lesson of the bees and the hedgehog. You don't have to be busy to be alive. You don't have to be building or producing or proving your worth through visible labor. Sometimes the most important work you can do is protect your core. Stay warm, stay together. Trust that you have done enough, stored enough, prepared enough, that you can simply stop and rest and let the cold season pass. The world will tell you that rest is laziness. The world will tell you that stillness is death. The world will tell you that you must always be doing, always be growing, always be moving forward in ways that can be seen and measured and counted. But the bees know better. The bees know that survival itself is work, deep, hard, essential work. The work of staying alive when everything in the world is cold and dark and wants you to quit. The work of clustering together and humming and sharing warmth. The work of protecting what matters most. And Pickle knows it too. Pickle, who has claimed the space beneath the hive as his own, who has built his nest with care, who has curled himself into a perfect ball and decided that the most radical thing he can do is simply stop and sleep and trust that he will wake when it is time. The guardian finishes the tea and sets the empty mug on the table. Outside, the snow continues to fall, soft and silent, blanketing the orchard in another layer of white. The apple trees stand dark against it. The hives are nearly invisible now, just suggestions of shape in the snow. But the guardian knows they are there, knows the hum continues, knows that come spring, when the snow melts and the first flowers open and the air warms enough for flight, the hives will open and the bees will pour forth, and all that quiet work of winter will transform into the loud visible work of spring. But for now, for this moment, for this season, the work is quiet. The work is stillness. The work is the hum that no one else can hear. The guardian stands and walks to the door, looking out through the window at the white world beyond. The cold presses against the glass, but inside the cabin is warm. Inside the core is protected. "Good work today," the guardian says softly to the bees, to Pickle, to the orchard, to the winter itself. "Good work staying alive." And somewhere beneath 8 inches of snow, beneath a cedar hive, in a nest of grass and leaves, a small hedgehog sleeps on, his tiny heart beating steady and slow, his body curled tight, his spines protecting him from a world that demands too much. He has found his safe place. He has done his work. Now he simply rests. And in the hive above him, 10,000 bees hum their agreement, a low, constant vibration that says, "Yes, this is enough. This is the work. This is what it means to survive." The guardian pulls the curtain closed against the falling snow and turns toward the warmth of the cabin, toward the rest that has been earned, toward the quiet evening that waits. Outside, the orchard sleeps. Inside the hives, the bees hum. And beneath it all, small and safe and utterly at peace, Pickle dreams his hedgehog dreams, knowing that when spring comes he will wake. But not yet. Not today. Today the only work is warmth. Today the only task is rest. Today survival is enough. If this story resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May your rest be as deep and peaceful as Pickle's, and may you remember that sometimes the most important work you can do is simply staying warm and protecting your core. Sleep well. The Winter Birdbaker. A rhythmic sleep story of nourishment and rest. The morning arrived without fanfare, as winter mornings often do. There was no alarm, no sudden jolt into wakefulness, just a gradual surfacing from dreams into the pale, hushed reality of a snow-filled dawn. The character opened their eyes to a room transformed by that particular quality of light that only comes when the world outside has been blanketed in white overnight. It was softer than usual daylight, diffused and gentle, and it painted everything in shades of blue and silver. They lay still for a moment, listening. The house was quiet in that specific way that meant snow had fallen, the usual sounds from the road muted, the world wrapped in insulation. Even the creaks and setting dialogue of the old cottage seemed gentler, as if the building itself was moving more carefully, more respectfully, in deference to the hush outside. Slowly they sat up, reaching for the cardigan that lived draped over the wooden chair beside the bed. It was an old favorite, thick wool in a color that had once been a vibrant teal, but had faded over the years to something softer like sea glass. The wool was slightly pilled, the elbows worn thin, but it fit like an embrace. They pulled it on over their pajamas and stood feet finding the cool wooden floor. Then the small rag rug beside the bed that their toes knew by heart. The window beside the bed was etched with frost-delicate ferns and spirals created by the night's cold. They moved closer, breath forming a small cloud against the glass, and peered out into the garden. Snow had indeed fallen, several inches at least, and it was still coming down in lazy, fat flakes that seemed in no particular hurry to reach the ground. The bird feeders that hung from the old apple tree were capped with white. The garden bench had disappeared under a smooth drift. The fence posts wore little hats of snow, each one slightly different, shaped by wind and chance. It was beautiful in that way that stopped thoughts midstream. Not a dramatic mountain vista kind of beautiful, but the quiet beauty of a familiar place made new, made strange, and wonderful by the simple addition of frozen water falling from the sky. They stood there longer than was practical, just looking. There was no urgency to move, no schedule pressing against them. This was one of the gifts of the life they'd built. Time moved at a human pace here. Eventually, the cold from the window began to seep through the glass, and they stirred, padding toward the kitchen. The kitchen was the heart of the cottage, a small square room with white-painted cabinets, open shelves holding mismatched dishes, and a deep farmhouse sink beneath a window that looked out over the same snowy garden. They moved through the familiar choreography of making coffee, filling the kettle, measuring grounds into the French press, waiting for the water to boil. The kettle's whistle broke the silence gently, and they poured the water over the grounds, watching the bloom, that first expansion of coffee releasing its oils and aromatics. While the coffee steeped, they opened the back door just a crack, letting in a rush of cold air and a few stray snowflakes. The temperature was bracing, sharp against their warm face, and it felt good, clarifying. They breathed it in deeply, tasting winter, and then closed the door again, sealing the warmth back inside. Coffee poured, they wrapped both hands around the mug and returned to the window. The heat from the ceramic seeped into their palms. They sipped slowly, watching the snow fall, watching the garden transform moment by moment. And somewhere in that quiet watching, an idea began to form. Not a grand plan, not a sudden inspiration, just a gentle knowing that today was a day for making something. Today was a day for feeding the birds. It wasn't a thought that came with urgency or excitement. It was calmer than that, more certain. It felt like remembering something they'd always known, like their hands already knew the motions they would make, like the ingredients were already waiting to be combined. They'd made suet cakes before, many times, but each time felt like the first time a small ritual, a quiet gift offered to the wild things who braved the winter outside their window. They finished their coffee slowly, letting the idea settle, letting the day gather itself. There was no rush. The birds would wait. The snow would keep falling, and they had everything they needed right here in this small, warm kitchen. When the mug was empty, they set it in the sink and began. The gathering of ingredients was a meditation in itself. They moved through the kitchen with the ease of long familiarity, knowing without looking where each item lived. The glass jar of raw peanuts came down from the top shelf of the pantry, the nuts visible through the clear glass, still in their papery red skins. They'd bought these from a farm stand in late autumn, along with apples and squash, and they remembered the woman who'd sold them, her hands stained from handling walnuts, her smile easy and gap-toothed. The black oil sunflower seeds lived in a burlap sack in the mud room, a 10-pound bag purchased from the feed store in town. They hefted the bag onto the counter. It had that satisfying weight of something substantial, something real. When they opened it, the scent rose up, earthy and faintly sweet. They scooped seeds into a large ceramic bowl. Listening to the sound they made, a gentle rainfall of their own, a whisper and patter. From the pantry came smaller bags and containers. Millet in a brown paper bag, the tiny round seeds pale gold and smooth. Cracked corn that rattled when poured. A small plastic container of dried mealworms that they de-ordered online, not the most appetizing thing to look at. But the birds loved them, especially in winter when protein was scarce. Old-fashioned rolled oats from a cardboard canister. Cornmeal in a glass jar. And then the binders, the things that would hold it all together. A large jar of unrefined coconut oil, gone solid in the winter cold, creamy white and opaque. They'd have to melt it down. And chunky peanut butter, the natural kind with a layer of oil on top that needed stirring back in, the kind that tasted like actual peanuts rather than sweetened paste. They arranged everything on the counter, creating a small landscape of jars and bags and bowls. It looked abundant, generous. It looked like the kind of plenty that was meant to be shared. As they worked, they found their mind drifting to memory, not in any linear way, but in the associative manner that ingredients and scents and textures can trigger. The peanuts reminded them of their grandfather, a quiet man who'd taken them bird-watching when they were 7 or 8 years old. He'd had binoculars that were too heavy for a child to hold steady, and a field guide with worn pages, and a patience that seemed infinite. They remembered standing beside him in early morning woods, barely breathing, waiting for birds to reveal themselves. He'd whispered the names like incantations: black-capped chickadee, white-breasted nuthatch, downy woodpecker, and once, memorably, a pileated woodpecker that was as large as a crow, its red crest shocking against dark feathers. The coconut oil brought back a different memory of vacation to Florida years ago, before they'd moved to this cottage, when they were still living a different kind of life in a different kind of place. They'd walked on a beach where coconut palms grew, had bought fresh coconut water from a vendor, had felt the strange displacement of being far from home. That life felt very distant now, like it had belonged to someone else. Not sadly distant, just distant. The person they'd been then was not the person they were now, and that was okay. That was more than okay. That was exactly as it should be. The oats were simply themselves, requiring no memory. Oats were elemental, humble, honest. Oats were about sustenance and simplicity. They were what you ate when you needed steadying, when you needed to feel grounded and nourished without fuss or pretense. They ran their fingers through the sunflower seeds, feeling their smooth shells, their slight oiliness. Each seed was a tiny miracle of potential plant one, and you'd get a flower taller than a person, bright as the sun it was named for, its head heavy with hundreds more seeds. But these seeds would feed birds instead, would become energy and warmth, would fuel the impossible feat of a chickadee maintaining its body temperature through a night that might drop below zero. When you thought about it that way, really thought about it, the fact that these tiny birds survived winter at all was astonishing. The character paused in their gathering, hands resting on the counter, and felt a wave of something that wasn't quite emotion, but was close to it. Gratitude, maybe, or recognition, a sense of being part of something larger than themselves, part of the cycle of seasons, part of the web of giving and receiving that kept everything alive. They fed the birds, and in feeding the birds, they fed something in themselves, some part of their spirit that needed to be needed, that needed to be useful, that needed to participate in care. It hadn't always been this way. There had been years, not so long ago, when getting out of bed was the only thing they managed, when making coffee felt like climbing a mountain, when the idea of caring for anything, even themselves, felt impossible. Depression had a way of making everything feel pointless, and when everything felt pointless, why do anything at all? But somehow, somewhere in the slow climb back toward living, they discovered that doing things for others, even very small others, even birds, was easier than doing things for themselves. And once they started feeding the birds, once they started showing up for that small daily task, other things became possible too. They started feeding themselves more intentionally, started keeping the house a little tidier, started taking walks, started saying yes to small invitations. The birds hadn't saved them, exactly. That would be too simple, too neat. But the birds had given them a reason to keep showing up. And showing up, it turned out, was 90% of the work of living. They looked at the assembled ingredients and smiled. Yes, this was good. This felt right. And then, movement at the window caught their eye. The squirrel sat on the outer sill of the kitchen window, front paws pressed against the glass, black eyes bright and assessing. He was plump with winter preparation, his gray fur thick and slightly scruffy, his tail magnificent, that incredible plume that served as blanket and balance and communication device all at once. The character knew this squirrel, had been watching him since September, when he'd begun his frantic work of autumn-burying acorns in the garden, raiding the bird feeders with acrobatic determination, scolding from tree branches with a chattering intensity that seemed disproportionate to his size. They'd named him the architect because of the way he surveyed the yard, the way he seemed to have plans and opinions about everything, the way he approached each task with such serious focus. Right now, the architect was clearly surveying the ingredients laid out on the counter. His nose twitched rapidly, whiskers trembling. His tail flicked once, twice a semaphore of interest and judgment. The character laughed out loud, the sound surprising them in the quiet kitchen. "Yes, hello," they said to the squirrel. "I see you there." The architect tilted his head, one ear rotating toward the sound of their voice. "You're wondering what I'm making, aren't you? Wondering if it's going to meet your standards." The squirrel lifted one small paw and placed it against the glass, as if pointing, as if saying, "Pay attention," as if saying, "I'm watching you." There was something deeply comforting about this interaction. The squirrel showed up, day after day, shameless in his needs, persistent in his pursuit of food. He didn't apologize for being a squirrel, for wanting what he wanted, for taking what was offered and demanding more. There was a kind of honesty in that, a purity of purpose that the character envied. Humans made everything so complicated. They tangled up their needs with shame, their desires with worthiness, their hunger with deserving. The squirrel just was hungry, and so he showed up. Simple as that. The character tapped the glass gently, a small greeting. The architect tapped back with his paw one decisive tap, like a knock, like "I'm here," like "Don't forget about me." "I won't forget about you," the character promised. "There will be plenty. There's always plenty," and meaning it, because they'd learned, slowly and sometimes painfully, that there was enough. Enough food, enough time, enough care to go around. Scarcity was sometimes real, yes, but more often it was a story they told themselves of fear that tightened everything down. that made them hoard and protect and withdraw. Abundance was also a story, but it was a better one. It was a story that allowed for generosity, for sharing, for trust that needs would be met. The squirrel watched a moment longer, then abruptly launched himself from the sill, landing in the snow below with a small puff of white. He bounded toward the nearest tree, tail streaming behind him, and disappeared up the trunk. "You'll be back," the character murmured, smiling, and turned back to their work. The large pot was old, heavy-bottomed stainless steel, with a few dents and scorch marks that spoke to decades of use. They set it on the stove and scooped the solid coconut oil into it, great white spoonfuls that sat in the pot like snowballs, opaque and dense. They turned the burner to low, the lowest setting, because rushing this part would scorch the oil and ruin everything. Then they waited and watched. The transformation was slow, gradual, almost imperceptible at first. The edges of the oil closest to the pot's bottom began to soften, to turn translucent. A small pool of liquid formed beneath the solid mass. The kitchen began to fill with scent, not the strong tropical coconut smell you'd get from refined oil, but something subtler, slightly nutty, faintly sweet. They stirred gently with a wooden spoon, encouraging the process, helping the solid oil slide around in its own melting. More liquid appeared, clear as water. The solid portions grew smaller, little icebergs floating in a warm sea of their own making. And then, quite suddenly, it was all liquid clear and golden, moving easily when they tilted the pot. Into this they spooned the peanut butter, watching it land in thick dollops, watching it begin to soften at the edges. They stirred, working the peanut butter into the oil, blending until the mixture was smooth and consistent, no lumps remaining. The color shifted to a pale tan, creamy and rich. The scent intensified, now clearly peanuts, now clearly something the birds would recognize as food, as fat, as fuel. This was the base, the binder. This was what would hold everything together, what would keep the seeds and nuts accessible even when frozen solid, what would provide the concentrated energy that small birds needed to survive cold nights. They turned off the burner and began adding the dry ingredients. First, the sunflower seeds, a cascade of black ovals pouring into the pot, disappearing into the liquid, then bobbing back to the surface. They stirred, coating each seed, folding them in. The mixture thickened immediately, gained texture and substance. Then the peanuts, rattling as they poured, each one substantial, each one a significant offering of protein and fat. More stirring, more folding. The millet, like pale sand, filling in the spaces between larger seeds. The cracked corn adding bright yellow notes. The oats soaking up oil, swelling slightly, adding bulk and binding. The cornmeal, thickening everything further. The mealworms, crispy and light, distributed throughout. With each addition, the mixture transformed. It became denser, heavier, more resistant to the spoon. The character had to use both hands now, had to put real effort into the stirring, working the spoon through the thick mass, ensuring everything was coated, everything was combined. This was the meditation. This was where thinking stopped and presence took over. The rhythm of stirring, the circular motion, the steady turning of the spoon through resistance was hypnotic. Their breathing slowed to match it. Their thoughts, which had been scattered and various, condensed down to simple awareness. The weight of the spoon, the resistance of the mixture, the slight ache beginning in their forearm, the scent filling the kitchen, the warmth from the pot. the pale light from the window, the silence of falling snow. There was something profound in this, though it would be hard to explain to someone who hadn't experienced it. Profound in the way that simple, repeated actions could quiet the mind. Profound in the way that working with your hands, creating something useful, participating in the physical world rather than just the mental one, could bring a sense of peace that no amount of thinking could achieve. They thought about resistance, how the mixture was resisting the spoon now, requiring real effort to move. Life was like that sometimes. The things worth doing often required sustained effort, required showing up even when it was hard, required pushing through resistance. Not in a violent way, not forcing, but with steady, patient persistence. The spoon kept moving, and eventually the mixture yielded. That was the lesson. Keep stirring. Keep showing up. Eventually, things combine, things come together, things become what they need to be. The warmth from the stove was spreading through the kitchen, and the character realized they were sweating slightly under their cardigan. It felt good, that warmth, that small exertion, that sense of the body working, the arms moving, the lungs breathing. They were alive. They were here. They were making something. When the mixture was fully combined, uniform and thick, they turned off the stove and stepped back. Perfect. It was perfect. Now it just needed to be shaped, to be given form. They'd collected molds over the years, a small hoard of possibilities. There were wooden molds they'd found at a craft store, some shaped like bells with scalloped edges, others like wreaths with holly leaf impressions. There were muffin tins in various sizes, standard, mini, jumbo, small terracotta pots meant for starting seeds, but perfect for this purpose. Cookie cutters in simple shapes, hearts, stars, circles, which they'd press into parchment-lined baking sheets. They laid everything out on the counter, an array of vessels waiting to be filled. They'd also cut lengths of twine and looped pieces of wire, ready to press into the molds so the finished cakes could be hung. The mixture was still warm, still pliable, perfect for working with. They scooped it out with a large spoon, filling each mold about 3/4 full, then pressing it down firmly with their fingers. The oil made their skin slick, and the mixture was pleasantly warm against their palms. Press smooth, press again. Make sure there were no air pockets, no gaps that would cause the cake to crumble when frozen and hung. For the molds that would be hung, they pressed a loop of twine into the top, making sure it was embedded deeply enough to hold, but not so deep it would pull through. For the terracotta pots, they left the mixture slightly mounded on top and pressed a small stick. Into the center the birds could perch on the rim and peck at the food. The work was rhythmic, repetitive, soothing. Scoop, fill, press, smooth. Scoop, fill, press, smooth. Their hands moved with practiced efficiency, and their mind was free to wander. They thought about how we shape our lives through small choices, repeated daily. The way we speak to ourselves, that was a choice, made fresh each morning. The rituals we maintain, making coffee, making bird food, making the bed, those were choices too. The kindness we extend to ourselves and others, always a choice. Each suet cake they pressed into its mold was like those daily choices. Small, seemingly insignificant in isolation, but accumulated over time they became something substantial. They became a life. There had been a period, was it 3 years ago now? 4, when they couldn't have done this. When the idea of maintaining any ritual beyond basic survival was laughable. When getting out of bed was the only accomplishment, and some days even that felt too hard. When the voice in their head was not kind, not supportive, but relentlessly critical, pointing out every failure, every inadequacy, every reason they didn't deserve care or comfort or joy. They didn't remember exactly when that started to change. It wasn't dramatic, wasn't a single moment of revelation. It was gradual, incremental, like the coconut oil melting barely perceptible at first, then suddenly complete. Therapy helped. Medication helped. Time helped. But also, weirdly, surprisingly, choosing to feed the birds helped. Because feeding the birds was something they could do even on the worst days. It was simple. It was useful. It was outside themselves. And once they started doing it, once they committed to showing up for that one small task, other things became possible. If they could feed the birds, maybe they could also feed themselves not just food, but patience, compassion, gentleness. If they could show up for the birds each day, maybe they could show up for themselves too. The suet cakes accumulated on the counter, a growing collection of shapes and sizes. They were beautiful in their way, rustic and perfect, studded with visible seeds and nuts, held together by intention and coconut oil. Each one was a small promise. I will care for you. I will help you survive. You matter. And wasn't that what they needed to hear all along? You matter. You deserve care. You deserve to survive, and more than survive, to thrive. They pressed the last mold full and stepped back, surveying their work. Maybe 25 cakes in total. Enough to fill the feeders in the garden, enough to last a couple of weeks, enough to feed the chickadees and nuthatches and woodpeckers and, yes, the architect through the coldest part of winter. Movement at the window made them look up. The squirrel was back, watching from the sill again, tail wrapped around his body like a scarf. The character held up one of the finished cakes, showing it off. "What do you think?" they asked. "Will this meet your standards?" The architect's tail twitched twice, a flick, a pause, another flick. The character chose to interpret this as approval. "Good," they said. "I'm glad we agree." They washed their hands in the sink, working the coconut oil off their skin with warm water and soap, watching it swirl down the drain. Their hands felt soft afterward, moisturized by the oil. Another small gift. Now came the hardest part, waiting. The suet cakes needed to cool and firm up before they could be removed from their molds and hung outside. Trying to rush this would only result in crumbling and broken cakes that wouldn't hold together. So they did what they learned to do over years of practice. They made tea and they waited. The kettle went back on the stove. They selected a mug from the open shelf, a handmade pottery mug, and a glaze that shifted from deep blue to pale green, purchased from a local artist at a farmer's market. They chose a tea bag from the wooden box on the counter, chamomile and lavender, something gentle and calming. When the water boiled, they poured it over the bag and watched the water begin to change color, pale gold bleeding into clear. Mug in hand, they settled into the armchair by the window, pulling a quilt over their legs. The chair was old, rescued from a thrift store, and reupholstered in a sturdy canvas fabric, the color of moss. It sat at an angle to the window, perfect for watching the garden. They'd spent countless hours in this chair, reading, thinking, dozing, watching the seasons change outside the glass. The snow was still falling, steady and gentle. It had accumulated noticeably even in the last hour, another 2 inches at least, transforming the landscape moment by moment. The garden was unrecognizable now, all its summer definition erased. The raised beds were buried. The paths had disappeared. Everything was soft curves and gentle mounds, a study in white on white. They sipped their tea and watched individual snowflakes land on the outer sill, each one briefly visible, a tiny geometric miracle, before melting from the residual warmth of the house. How many snowflakes were falling right now? Millions, billions, each one unique, each one beautiful, each one existing for just a brief moment before rejoining the water cycle that had birthed it. There was something both humbling and comforting in that. Humbling because it put human concerns in perspective. All our worries and dramas were just snowflakes too, briefly visible, soon melted and forgotten. Comforting because it meant that even the hard moments passed, the way snowflakes melted, the way winter always gave way to spring. They thought about impermanence, about how everything was always changing, always in flux. The garden that was now buried in snow would be green again in a few months. The birds that were struggling to find food today would be raising babies in spring, would be singing from every branch. Their own life, which had felt frozen and impossible a few years ago, had thawed and bloomed in ways they couldn't have imagined when they were in the depths. Nothing stayed the same. That was the difficult truth and the hopeful truth, all wrapped up together. They'd resisted that idea for a long time, had wanted guarantees, permanence, certainty, had wanted to know that if they just worked hard enough, if they just did everything right, they could create a life that was stable and secure and wouldn't change unexpectedly. But life didn't work that way. Life was snowflakes, unique, temporary, melting even as you tried to hold them. And somehow, accepting that, really accepting it, not just intellectually but in the body, in the heart, had brought a kind of peace they'd never experienced when they were fighting against change. Because if everything was always changing anyway, then there was no point in clinging, no point in trying to control, no point in resistance. You could just be. You could just show up for whatever moment you were in and trust that the next moment would come, would bring what it brought, and you'd figure it out then. They sipped their tea and felt profoundly content. Not happy in a giddy or excited way, content, satisfied, at peace. This moment, right here sitting in a comfortable chair, warm under a quilt, watching snow fall, knowing that in an hour or so they'd bundle up and go hang food for birds. This moment was enough, more than enough. It was everything. When had they learned that? When had they stopped needing life to be exciting or impressive or worthy of some external standard, and started being able to just be? The tea was almost gone, just a lukewarm swallow left in the bottom of the mug. Outside, the afternoon light was already starting to fade. Winter days were so short, the sun setting before it ever seemed to truly rise. But that was okay. The darkness didn't frighten them anymore. They'd learned to light candles, to make their own warmth, to be comfortable in the quiet and the dark. They stood, stretching, feeling their spine crack pleasantly. Time to check the suet cakes. The cakes had firmed up beautifully, the coconut oil now solid again, binding everything together. They began the satisfying work of releasing them from their molds. Some popped out easily, the ones in the muffin tins especially, which had smooth sides and rounded bottoms. A gentle push from beneath, and they slid right out, perfect little cylinders studded with seeds. Others required more coaxing. The wooden bell molds with their decorative scallops needed careful work with a butter knife, sliding it around the edges, loosening, applying gentle upward pressure until the cake released with a satisfying pop. They arranged the freed cakes on the kitchen table, creating a small exhibition. Each one was slightly different ratios of seeds visible on the surface, different shades of tan and brown, different textures. Some were smooth, others bumpy with protruding peanuts. Some had perfect edges, others were more rustic, a bit crumbly at the corners. They were imperfect, and that made them perfect. The character felt the familiar urge to make things beautiful, even though the birds wouldn't care about aesthetics. A cardinal didn't look at a suet cake and think, "Oh, how lovely, there are cranberries pressed into the surface." A chickadee didn't appreciate the care taken to ensure the twine was knotted just so. But the character cared, and that mattered. They'd pulled a bag of dried cranberries from the pantry and pressed a few into the surface of some of the cakes, bright red against the brown, a small pop of color, a small signature. On others they tucked in small sprigs of pine from a branch they trimmed earlier in the week, the needles still green and fragrant. On one they arranged sunflower seeds in a spiral pattern on top, just because it pleased them to do so. This was self-expression. This was art in its most fundamental form, the human need to make things not just functional, but beautiful. They dismissed these impulses in themselves for years, had called them frivolous, indulgent, a waste of time. Who cares how it looks? Just get it done. Efficiency, productivity, purpose, those were the things that mattered. But they'd learned, slowly and sometimes reluctantly, that beauty was its own purpose, that the act of making something beautiful, even something that would be consumed and forgotten, fed something essential in the human spirit, that creativity wasn't frivolous but fundamental, that taking the extra few minutes to add cranberries to a suet cake, even though the birds wouldn't care, was an act of love, both for the birds and for themselves. It was saying, "This matters to me, you matter to me, I matter to me. This moment matters." They stepped back and looked at the assembled cakes, now decorated with their small flourishes. Yes, this felt right. This felt complete. Now came the part they'd been looking forward to all day, picking them outside, hanging them in the garden, creating the offering. They bundled up in layers, long underwear under jeans, a thick sweater over a thermal shirt, the old wool coat that had belonged to someone else once and fit them perfectly now, a knitted scarf wrapped twice around their neck, a hat pulled down over their ears, gloves the thick waterproof kind, not the delicate kind that looked nice but provided no real warmth. The suet cakes went into a wicker basket lined with a cloth. They pulled on boots, sturdy winter boots with good treads, and opened the back door. The cold was immediate and total, a shock even though they'd prepared for it. The air bit at their face, the only exposed skin. Their breath formed clouds. Their nostrils tried to freeze together when they inhaled. This was real cold, the kind that could kill if you weren't careful, the kind that made you respect winter as a force and not just a season. But it was also exhilarating. The character stepped out into the snow, their boots crunching, sinking 6 inches with each step. The air was so clean, so sharp, it almost hurt to breathe. But it was clean, no city smells, no exhaust, no complexity, just cold, just snow, just the basic elements of winter. They made their way through the garden, basket in hand, and began the work of hanging the suet cakes. The first went on the apple tree, hanging from a branch at about head height. They chose this spot because it was visible from the kitchen window, because it was sheltered somewhat by the tree's trunk, because it had good sight lines in all directions, so birds would feel safe landing there. They hung the bell-shaped cake by its twine loop, adjusting it so it hung straight, so it wouldn't spin too much in the wind. The next went on a shepherd's hook they'd driven into the ground last spring, now almost buried in snow. They had to dig down to find the hook, then hung a wreath-shaped cake there. This spot was more exposed, better for birds that preferred open areas. A third went wedged into the fork of the lilac bush, pressed snugly between branches so it wouldn't fall. A fourth on a platform feeder attached to the fence. A fifth hanging from the eaves of the shed. A sixth, a seventh, and eighth they moved methodically through the garden, considering each placement, thinking about which birds might use which feeder, which spots offered protection from wind or predators, which spots offered sun in the morning or shade in the afternoon. This was care. This was intention. This was the opposite of randomness or carelessness. Each placement mattered. The physical work walking through snow, reaching up to hang cakes, bending down to clear snow from feeders, digging to find hooks and posts, warmed them despite the cold. Their breath came heavier, their muscles engaged. Their body was working, was doing what bodies were meant to do, moving, lifting, carrying, creating. There was something deeply satisfying about physical work, especially when it had a clear purpose and a visible result. You could see what you'd accomplished. You could point to it and say, I did that, in a world where so much work was abstract and digital and invisible, where you could labor all day and have nothing tangible to show for it. This felt real in a way that fed the soul. They finished hanging the last cake and stepped back, surveying their work. The garden was transformed. What had been a blank white landscape was now dotted with offerings, with small stations of nourishment, with promises kept. The bells hung, twisting slowly in the slight breeze. The wreaths nestled in branches. The cakes in molds sat waiting on posts and platforms. It looked intentional. It looked cared for. It looked like someone had thought about the creatures who lived here, who depended on this place, who would need help to survive the winter. The character felt a deep satisfaction that had nothing to do with praise or recognition. No one would see this but them and the birds. No one would congratulate them or tell them they'd done a good job. But that didn't matter. The satisfaction came from alignment. Their actions matched their values. They cared about the birds, and so they fed them. They believed in showing up, and so they showed up. They thought small acts of care mattered, and so they performed small acts of care. This was integrity. This was living in a way that felt true. A sound made them turn. The architect was sitting on a fence post, tail fluffed against the cold, whiskers twitching, eyes bright. He'd been watching the whole operation, apparently waiting to see what would be left for him. The character laughed, their breath clouding. Yes, I didn't forget about you. They reached into their pocket where they'd stashed a handful of peanuts still in their shells, which the architect preferred because it gave him something to work at, and tossed them into the snow at the base of the post. The squirrel scrambled down immediately, found a peanut, turned it over in his small hands, assessing its weight and worthiness, and then, apparently satisfied, bounded off toward a nearby tree with it clamped in his jaws, presumably to bury it for later. "You're welcome," the character called after him. They stood there a moment longer in the cold and the falling snow, feeling the heat of exertion beginning to fade, feeling the chill creep back in. but they weren't ready to go inside yet. There was something they wanted to wait for, if they were lucky. It didn't take long. Movement at the apple tree caught their eye, flash of quick motion, a small dark shape landing on a branch. A chickadee, black-capped, tiny, brave. It clung to the bark for a moment, assessing, its head swiveling to check for threats. Then, satisfied, it hopped closer to the bell-shaped suet cake hanging there. The character held very still, breathing shallowly, not wanting to startle it. The chickadee landed on the cake itself, gripped it with impossibly small feet, and began pecking. Sharp, quick strikes of its beak, cracking seeds, pulling at peanuts, taking what it needed. It ate with focused intensity for maybe 30 seconds, then flew off with a sunflower seed, clamped in its beak off to cache it somewhere for later, or to eat in the safety of thicker cover. Almost immediately, another bird appeared. A tufted titmouse this time, slightly larger than the chickadee, but just as acrobatic. It hung upside down from the cake, pecking at it from beneath, its crest raised in a jaunty spike. Then a nuthatch, walking headfirst down the tree trunk in that impossible way nuthatches have, spiraling around to the cake and taking its share. The character watched, delighted, as more birds appeared. Word was spreading somehow, there's food here, there's good food here, come eat. A pair of chickadees now, chasing each other in spirals before taking turns at the feeder. A downy woodpecker, its red cap bright against its black and white feathers, clinging to the cake and drilling at it with serious purpose. And then, unmistakable against the white snow and the gray sky, a male cardinal landed on one of the suet bells. The character's breath caught. Cardinals were common enough, not rare, but there was something about them that always stopped time for a moment. Maybe it was the color, that impossible red, vibrant and alive and defiant against winter's monochrome. Maybe it was their size, substantial, present, not easily overlooked. Maybe it was their song, or the memory of every other time they'd seen a cardinal and felt their heart lift. This one was magnificent. His red plumage was bright even in the dim light. His crest was raised. His black mask made his eyes seem fierce and intelligent. He gripped the suet cake with strong feet and cracked seeds with his thick beak, built for exactly this purpose. He wasn't tentative or shy. He ate with confidence, with entitlement, with the certainty that this food was his to take. And watching him, the character felt a surge of emotion that surprised them in its intensity. This bird, this beautiful, vital, living creature was here, was eating food they'd made, was surviving winter because of small acts of care, repeated consistently. And yes, the cardinal would have survived anyway, would have found food elsewhere, would have made it through. But still, in this moment, in this garden, they were connected, the human and the bird, the one who made and the one who consumed, the one who cared and the one who was cared for. The character saw their own reflection in this bird, something bright and vital that had chosen to stay, to endure, to make it through the cold seasons, something that needed nourishment, not just physical food, but emotional sustenance, spiritual fuel, the kind of care that says you matter, your life has value, keep going. How many times over the past few years had they been the cardinal, showing up at feeders, therapists, friends, books, moments of beauty, small rituals, taking what was offered, surviving another day, another week, another winter? And now here they were, on the other side, offering the feeder, putting out the food, being the one who cared. Not because they'd finished their own healing. Was anyone ever finished? But because healing wasn't a linear path with an endpoint, it was a cycle. You received care and you gave care, sometimes simultaneously. You were the bird and the feeder. You showed up for yourself and you showed up for others. The cardinal finished eating and flew off, a streak of red disappearing into the gray branches of a neighboring tree. But the image of him stayed, burned bright in the character's mind. They turned and walked back to the house, boots crunching, heart full. Evening came early in winter, the light fading by 4:30 in the afternoon. The character lit candles throughout the cottage, one on the kitchen windowsill, one on the mantel, one on the small table beside the armchair. Not for necessity, they had electric lights, but for atmosphere, for beauty, for the particular quality of warmth that candlelight gave. They prepared dinner for themselves with the same care they'd brought to making the bird food. This was intentional. This was part of the lesson they were still learning, still practicing. Feed yourself with the same attention you'd feed others. They chopped vegetables, carrots, potatoes, onions with a good sharp knife, taking their time, making sure the pieces were even. They put them in a pot with vegetable broth, herbs from the garden they'd dried last summer, a bay leaf. They set it on the stove to simmer, filling the kitchen with warm, savory scent. While it cooked, they set the table, not carelessly, not eating standing up at the counter or sitting on the couch with a bowl in their lap, but properly. A real plate, a real bowl, a real cloth napkin, a glass of water, silverware placed just so, the candle burning nearby. This mattered. This said, you are worth the effort. You deserve to be fed well, to eat from real dishes, to sit at a table like a human being worthy of respect. They'd had to relearn this, had spent years eating whatever was easiest, fastest, required the least thought or effort. Cereal from the box, crackers standing at the counter, food as fuel only, nothing more. And that had worked, sort of, had kept their body alive. But it hadn't fed them, not really. Not in the way that sitting down to a meal you'd prepared yourself, eaten slowly, tasted fully, that fed something deeper. When the soup was ready, they ladled it into the bowl and carried it to the table. They sat down. They looked at it for a moment, the steam rising, the vegetables visible in the broth, the herbs floating on the surface. They picked up their spoon, and they ate slowly, tasting each bite, being present with it, the warmth spreading through them, the salt and savory, the texture of soft vegetables, the simple, profound pleasure of being nourished. Outside, full dark had fallen. Through the window, they could just barely make out the shapes of the suet cakes hanging in the garden, pale against dark branches. Tomorrow morning the birds would come back, and the morning after that, and the one after that, and they would be there, hanging feeders, checking supplies, making more cakes when these ran out. This was the rhythm they'd found. This was the life they'd built, one small choice at a time, one act of care at a time. Feed the birds. Feed yourself. Show up. Be present. Choose kindness when you can. Rest when you need to. Keep going. It wasn't dramatic or exciting. It wouldn't make a good story in the conventional sense, no great conflict, no triumphant resolution, just a quiet accumulation of ordinary days lived with intention. But it was enough, more than enough. It was everything. The character finished their soup and washed their dish, dried it, put it away. They made tea, again peppermint this time, bright and refreshing. They settled back into the armchair with a book, the quilt over their legs, the candle burning on the nearby table. Outside, the snow continued to fall. Inside, the cottage was warm and quiet and safe. And somewhere in the dark garden, birds were roosting in trees, their bellies full of suet and seeds, their tiny hearts beating fast, keeping them warm through the cold night. Tomorrow, the character would check the feeders, would refill them if needed, would probably make another batch of suet cakes in a week or two, would keep showing up, keep feeding, keep caring, because that's what you did. You showed up. You fed what needed feeding, the birds, yes, but also yourself, your body with good food, your spirit with beauty and ritual, your heart with kindness and patience. You showed up and you kept showing up, and somehow that was enough. Somehow that made a life worth living. The characters sipped their tea and turned the page of their book and felt, once again, that deep contentment that had nothing to do with achievement or recognition or being anything other than exactly who and what they were. A person in a cottage feeding birds, feeding themselves, living quietly, living well. Outside, a cardinal, maybe the same one, maybe a different one, settled into a spruce tree for the night, fluffing its feathers against the cold, tucking its head under its wing. Tomorrow it would wake and find food waiting, because someone had cared enough to make it, to hang it, to keep showing up. And inside, the character read their book by candlelight, warm and fed and at peace. This was the life they'd built. This was the winter they would survive and even surprisingly, beautifully thrive in. One suet cake at a time. One small act of care at a time, one quiet moment of presence at a time. It was enough. It was everything. If this story resonated with you, if you found yourself breathing a little slower, settling a little deeper into wherever you are right now, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. We're building a community of people who understand that the small acts matter, that caring for ourselves and for the world around us is not frivolous but fundamental, that peace is found not in grand gestures but in the gentle repetition of showing up, feeding what needs feeding, and resting when rest is needed. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Sleep well. The Star Mapper's Coco, a peaceful story of finding rest in the cosmos. The staircase was narrow, and in the winter dark, each step required a careful deliberation. The metal handrail was cold enough to sting even through the thick wool of her gloves, and she kept her grip light, her other hand occupied with the weight of the telescope case bumping gently against her thigh. The backpack on her shoulders held everything else, the star charts, the red headlamp, the thermos of cocoa she'd made an hour ago, still hot, still waiting. Her name was Marion, and she was 37 years old, and she had been coming up to this rooftop balcony for 3 years now, ever since she moved into the top-floor apartment of this old building on the edge of the city. The building itself was unremarkable red brick, 4 stories, with apartments that smelled like old radiators and the faint echo of other people's dinners. But the rooftop access, that narrow metal staircase behind a door marked "Authorized Personnel Only," which the landlord had shrugged about when she'd asked, had been the reason she'd signed the lease. Tonight, the air was crystalline with cold. She could feel it in her lungs with each breath, sharp and clean, the kind of cold that made everything seem more vivid, more present. Her footsteps echoed in the stairwell, a rhythmic clang, clang, clang that seemed too loud for the silence of the night. And then she was pushing open the metal door at the top, and the sky opened up above her like a gift. The balcony was small, maybe 10 feet by 12, with a waist-high railing made of the same metal as the stairs. The surface was concrete, cracked in places where weeds grew in the summer, but now it was swept clean by wind and cold. The city lights were distant here, far enough away that they created only a faint amber glow on the horizon, leaving the sky above a deep velvet black. She set the telescope case down gently, the sound of it meeting concrete, a soft thud that seemed to be absorbed immediately by the vastness above her. Then she shrugged off her backpack, her shoulders grateful for the release, and unzipped her coat just enough to let some of the heat escape. She'd learned over time to dress in layers for these nights: thermal underwear, a thick sweater, the coat, a scarf wound twice around her neck. The cold was part of the ritual, but so was staying warm enough to enjoy it. She stood for a moment, just breathing, just looking up. Her eyes weren't adjusted yet, so she could see only the brightest stars, but that was enough to feel it, that shift that happened every time she came up here, that sense of the noise falling away. Down below, in her apartment, there had been the hum of the refrigerator, the distant sound of traffic, the awareness of emails waiting and dishes in the sink, and all the small, persistent demands of being a person in the world. Up here, there was only the sky and the cold and the stars beginning to emerge as her pupils widened in the dark. The first stars she could see clearly were the familiar ones: Betelgeuse, the red giant in Orion's shoulder, already high in the eastern sky; Sirius, the dog star, so bright it almost looked like it was flickering; Capella, steady and golden, nearly overhead. She knew them like old friends. These stars knew their names and their distances and their stories. Knowing them didn't diminish the wonder. If anything, it deepened it. She crouched down beside the telescope case, her knees creaking slightly, a reminder that 37 was not 27, that her body kept time, even when the stars did not. The latches on the case opened with a satisfying click-click, and she lifted the lid, revealing the telescope nestled in its foam padding. It was a modest instrument, nothing fancy, an 8-inch Schmidt-Cassegrain that she'd saved up for over the course of a year. She'd bought it used from an astronomy club member who was upgrading, and it had a small scratch on the tube that she'd come to think of as a beauty mark. She lifted the optical tube out first, cradling it like something precious, which it was. The metal was cold against her gloves, and heavy enough that she needed both hands to hold it steady. She set it down on the concrete beside her and reached back into the case for the tripod. The tripod was her favorite part of the setup, though she couldn't entirely say why. Maybe it was the ritual of it, the precise and methodical process. She pulled the tripod out, the legs still folded together, and stood up, holding it at its center. Then, one by one, she extended the legs, each one sliding out with a metallic check sound and locking into place with a firm click that she could feel in her hands. The sound echoed slightly in the open air, a small mechanical voice in the silence. She adjusted the height, making sure the tripod was level, testing each leg with a gentle push to ensure stability. The last thing she wanted was for the telescope to tip, to send her evening's work tumbling. When she was satisfied, she tightened the leg locks, each one giving a final clink as the metal threads caught and held. The mounting plate came next, screwing into the center of the tripod head with a smooth rotation that ended in a solid thunk as it seated properly. She could do this in her sleep now, she thought. She had done it in fog and drizzle, in winds that made the telescope shake. She had done it in summer heat and autumn rain, and spring's uncertain warmth, but winter was her favorite. Winter nights were the clearest, the coldest, the most silent. She lifted the optical tube again, positioning it carefully over the mounting plate, and secured it with the locking knob. The telescope settled into place with a gentle click, and she stepped back for a moment, admiring the silhouette of it against the stars. There was something deeply satisfying about the shape of a telescope, she thought. The clean lines, the purposeful design. It looked like what it was, a tool for looking outward, for reaching toward something vast. The finder scope needed to be attached next, and she fumbled slightly with the small screws, her gloved fingers too thick for the delicate work. She pulled off one glove, hissing slightly as the cold bit at her bare skin, and worked quickly to secure the finder scope in its bracket. Then the glove went back on, and she flexed her fingers to bring warmth back into them. The last piece was the motor drive, the little miracle of technology that would track the stars as they moved across the sky. She plugged the cable into the base of the telescope and pressed the power button, and was rewarded with a soft electric whir that seemed almost alive. The telescope hummed quietly to itself, a sound so faint she had to stand close to hear it, and she smiled. Ready? She pulled her red headlamp from the backpack red light to preserve her night vision, and slipped it over her wool hat, adjusting the strap until it sat comfortably on her forehead. Then she clicked it on, the red beam cutting through the darkness and illuminating her hands. The star chart she pulled from the backpack, the thermos that gleamed dully in the crimson light. But not yet. First, the stars themselves. She bent to the eyepiece, her breath already forming small clouds in the air, and looked through the finder scope. The view was wide and unfocused, just a general sweep of sky, and she moved the telescope slowly, panning across the blackness until a bright point of light drifted into the center of the finder scope. Crosshairs. Capella. Perfect. She moved to the main eyepiece, the one that would show her the real view, and pressed her eye against the rubber guard. At first there was only darkness, and she adjusted the focus knob with small, careful turns, feeling the slight resistance of the mechanism, hearing the faint tick-tick as the gears inside moved the mirror into position. And then there, a point of light, sharp and clear and steady, not twinkling, not up here where the air was still, just burning, a distant sun, golden and ancient and impossibly far away. She stood there for a long moment, just looking, feeling the wonder of it settle into her chest. This light had left Capella 42 years ago, had traveled across the unimaginable emptiness of space, had passed through the atmosphere and the cold winter air and into her eye. It was older than she was. It had been traveling toward her since before she was born. She made a small adjustment to the telescope's position, centering Capella perfectly, and then stepped back. Her breath was coming faster now, a combination of excitement and the thin, cold air, and she reminded herself to slow down, to breathe deliberately. This was the work. This was the practice. Not rushing, not grasping, just observing. She decided to look at the Pleiades first, the seven sisters, that jewel box cluster that always looked like a tiny dipper to the naked eye. She knew where to find them high in the southern sky, near Taurus, and she moved the telescope carefully, using the slow-motion controls to pan across the stars, her breath held, her eye pressed to the eyepiece. And then, in her eagerness, she leaned in too close. She felt the warmth of her own breath, saw it billow out in a small cloud in the red light of her headlamp, and watched in dismay as it drifted directly into the eyepiece. The view blurred instantly, fogged by the moisture in her breath, and she jerked back with a soft laugh, shaking her head at herself. Every time she said aloud, her voice strange and small in the open air. Every single time. She'd done this before, of course, many times. The first few times it had frustrated her, made her feel clumsy and amateurish. But now it was almost endearing, this small reminder of her own humanity. She was warm-blooded, breath-producing, imperfect. The telescope was not. The stars were not, and that was fine. She pulled a lens cloth from her coat pocket, the soft microfiber fabric that she kept in a small zippered pouch to protect it from dust, and gently wiped the eyepiece lens in small circular motions. The fog cleared slowly, and she waited, patient now, letting the cold air finish the work. When she looked again, the view was clear, and there they were, the Pleiades. Not 7 stars, but dozens, maybe 100, scattered across the field of view, like diamonds on black velvet. She'd seen them 1,000 times, and still they took her breath away. Each star was a point of blue-white light, sharp and brilliant, and together they formed a pattern that was both random and perfect, a clustering that spoke of gravity and time and the slow dance of matter across the universe. She reached for her backpack and pulled out her star chart, unfolding the large sheet of paper carefully in the red light. The paper was thick, meant to withstand damp and cold, and it made a soft scratch sound as she smoothed it out on the concrete beside her. Then she pulled out her notebook, a small spiral-bound pad that was already half filled with observations and sketches, and her pen, a simple ballpoint that still worked in the cold. She pressed the pen to paper, and the sound it made, that distinctive scratch of ink on fiber, was enormously satisfying. She began to sketch the Pleiades as she saw them, marking the brightest stars first, then adding the fainter ones, trying to capture the spatial relationships, the way they clustered and spread. Her hand was already getting stiff from the cold, so she paused, setting the pen down, and reached for the thermos. The thermos was stainless steel, dented slightly on one side from when she dropped it last winter, and still perfectly functional. She unscrewed the lid, and it came free with a satisfying pop as the seal broke, releasing a small cloud of steam that rose into the red light of her headlamp. The smell of chocolate and vanilla and cinnamon hit her immediately, warm and sweet and entirely out of place in the winter night, and she breathed it in deeply. She poured the cocoa into the ceramic mug she'd brought, not a travel mug, but a real mug, thick-walled and heavy, with a glaze the color of deep blue twilight. She'd bought it at a craft fair specifically for these nights, had liked the way it felt in her hands, substantial and real. The cocoa steamed as it filled the mug, the sound of the liquid pouring a gentle glug, glug, glug that seemed almost musical. She set the thermos down and wrapped both hands around the mug, feeling the heat of it even through her gloves. Then she lifted it to her lips and took a sip, and the sweetness and warmth flooded through her, spreading from her mouth down her throat and into her chest. It was perfect, not too hot, not too sweet, just right. She held the mug in one hand and picked up the pen again with the other, returning to her sketch. The scratch of pen on paper, punctuated by occasional sips of cocoa, became a rhythm. Observe, sketch, sip. Observe, sketch, sip. The Pleiades slowly took shape on the page, and she added notes in the margins: date, time, seeing conditions, temperature. The work of documenting. When she'd finished with the Pleiades, She set the mug down carefully on the flat top of the tripod leg. She de-learned to find stable surfaces for it and moved the telescope again. This time she wanted Andromeda, the great galaxy, our nearest galactic neighbor. She knew it would be a challenge to find, even with the motor drive. Andromeda was faint, a smudge of light that required dark skies and patience. She used the star chart, plotting a path from the bright stars of Cassiopeia, that distinctive W shape high overhead, down to the fainter stars of Andromeda itself. The telescope moved with a soft whir as the motor tracked, and she made small adjustments with the hand controller, the buttons clicking softly under her thumb. Right, up, hold, look. At first, there was nothing, just blackness and a few faint stars. She adjusted the focus, that tick, tick, tick sound again, and waited for her eye to adapt. And then slowly it appeared, not suddenly, not dramatically, but gradually, like something emerging from fog. A pale, oval smudge, fuzzy, indistinct, beautiful. Andromeda, the Andromeda Galaxy, 2.5 million light-years away. She stood there, her eye pressed to the eyepiece, and tried to comprehend that number. 2.5 million years. The light she was seeing right now had left Andromeda when the first humans were just beginning to walk upright on the plains of Africa. It had traveled across the incomprehensible void between galaxies, across distances so vast that her mind couldn't hold them, and arrived here tonight at this precise moment to enter her eye. She was seeing the past. She was looking at light that was older than civilization, older than agriculture, older than language. And that light had crossed the universe to meet her here on a cold rooftop, in a city whose name wouldn't exist for another 2.5 million years. She stepped back from the telescope, suddenly overwhelmed, and reached for her cocoa. The mug was still warm, and she took a long sip, letting the sweetness ground her, bring her back to her body. Her hands were cold again, despite the gloves. Her nose was running slightly. Her feet were beginning to ache from standing still for so long. She was so small. The thought didn't come as a shock, but as a relief, a profound, bone-deep relief. She was so small, and the universe was so large, and that meant, what did that mean? It meant that nothing she did mattered in the grand scheme. Not in a nihilistic way, not in a way that made her feel hopeless or despairing, in a way that made her feel free. She didn't have to be important. She didn't have to be impressive. She didn't have to achieve or succeed or prove anything to anyone. She could just be this a small, warm point of consciousness, standing on a spinning rock, looking out at the stars, sipping cocoa. The universe didn't know her name. The universe didn't care if she was good enough, smart enough, accomplished enough. The universe was too vast for that. It contained billions of galaxies, each with billions of stars, each potentially with planets, with moons, with their own small points of consciousness, looking up at their own skies and feeling this same humbling wonder. And in that vastness she was free, free from the weight of needing to matter, free from the pressure of significance. She could just exist, just breathe, just experience this moment of cold and dark and light. She'd spent so much of her life, she realized, carrying the weight of being important, trying to be good at her job, good in her relationships, good enough for her parents, her friends, herself, trying to justify her existence through productivity, through accomplishment, through being needed. And it was exhausting. It was a burden that pressed on her shoulders every day, that woke her up in the middle of the night with anxiety, that made her feel like she was never quite enough. But here, now, looking at Andromeda, she felt that burden lift. She didn't need to be enough. She just needed to be. And being was enough all by itself. She picked up her pen again, that satisfying scratch as she made notes in her journal. Andromeda Galaxy, she wrote. M31, visible as faint smudge, clear seeing. Feeling small, feeling free. She poured herself more cocoa, the pop of the thermos lid, the glug of liquid, the steam rising. She wrapped her hands around the mug and let the warmth spread through her fingers, her palms, her wrists. She was cold, but she was warm enough. She was alone, but she wasn't lonely. She was small, but she was present. The motor on the telescope gave a soft whir as it adjusted, keeping Andromeda centered in the eyepiece. The sound was companionable, like a quiet friend keeping watch. She smiled, took another sip of cocoa, and turned her attention to the next object on her list. Orion Nebula, the birthplace of stars. She moved the telescope south toward Orion's belt, that famous line of 3 stars that everyone recognized even if they didn't know any other constellations. The whir of the motor, the click of the hand controller, the soft tick-tick-tick of the focus knob. She was getting cold now, really cold, her toes beginning to feel numb inside her boots, but she didn't want to stop. Not yet. Orion's belt and then down toward the sword that hung from the belt. There, in the middle of the sword, was the nebula. She adjusted the telescope, centered it, looked through the eyepiece, and gasped. Even through her modest telescope, even with her imperfect eyes, the Orion Nebula was glorious. It wasn't just a smudge, like Andromeda. It was structure. It was color. Faint, yes, pale greens and pinks and teals that were more suggestion than solid hue, but visible. She could see the central cavity, the bright stars at its heart, the trapezium, 4 young stars being born in the swirling, chaotic clouds of gas and dust around them. This was a stellar nursery. This was where stars came into being, where gravity pulled hydrogen together until it was dense enough, hot enough, to ignite fusion. This was creation, happening right now, right in front of her. Those stars were babies, only a few million years old. They were younger than the dinosaurs. They were children in cosmic terms. And someday those stars would die. They would burn through their fuel, swell into red giants, explode or collapse, and scatter their atoms back into space. And those atoms would become new nebulae, new clouds, new stars. The cycle would continue. Matter was never created or destroyed, just transformed over and over and over across billions of years. She was made of that matter. The calcium in her bones, the iron in her blood, the carbon in her cells, all of it had been forged in the hearts of stars that had lived and died long before the sun was born. She was stardust. Literally, actually, stardust. She was small, yes, but she was also connected. She was part of the cycle. She was temporary, but the matter that made her was eternal. When she died, her atoms would return to the earth, and the earth would eventually return them to the cosmos. And maybe billions of years from now, they would be part of a new star, a new planet, a new consciousness looking up at its own sky. The thought was comforting in a way she hadn't expected. She wasn't separate from the universe. She was the universe, looking at itself, experiencing itself, knowing itself. For this brief moment, this tiny span of time, the universe was conscious in her, was aware in her, was capable of wonder in her. She didn't have to matter on a grand scale. She mattered in this moment as a point of awareness, as a place where the universe could experience beauty. That was enough. That was more than enough. She stepped back from the telescope, her legs stiff and stretched carefully, her back cracked, a series of small pops that made her wince and smile at the same time. She was getting old, she thought, or at least older. Her body kept time, kept track of years and gravity and wear, but the stars didn't age like she did. They burned and collapsed and were born again. They operated on time scales that made her entire life, every human life, a flicker. And that was okay. That was beautiful, even. She didn't need to last forever. She just needed to be here, now fully present for this moment of cold and stars and cocoa. She poured the last of the cocoa into her mug, savoring the glug and the steam and the warmth. The thermos was empty now and lighter in her hands. She screwed the lid back on, that final pop as the seal caught, and set it down beside her backpack. She had more objects on her list, the Andromeda cluster, the double cluster and Perseus, maybe even a glimpse of Saturn if it rose high enough before she got too cold. But she found herself hesitating, not quite ready to move on. The Orion Nebula held her, its faint colors still visible in her mind, SI, even when she wasn't looking through the telescope. She picked up her journal again, the pen making its familiar scratch as she wrote. Orion Nebula, birthplace of stars. Feeling connected, feeling small, feeling grateful. Grateful, yes, that was the word. She was grateful for this moment, for this sky, for this cold, for this silence. She was grateful for her modest telescope, for her thermos of cocoa, for her red headlamp and her star charts and her stiff fingers. She was grateful for her small life, her small consciousness, her small place in the vast unfolding of the cosmos. She'd spent so much time, she realized, trying to make herself bigger, trying to be more, do more, achieve more, trying to leave a mark, to matter, to be remembered. But standing here, looking at the Orion Nebula, at the birthplace of stars, she understood that she didn't need to be big. She didn't need to leave a mark. The universe would continue without her, and that was not a tragedy. That was a gift. It meant she could relax. She could stop striving. She could stop proving. She could just be this a person who loved stars, who made cocoa, who climbed cold staircases to stand on rooftops in winter. That was enough. That was a life. That was her life, and it was beautiful, not because it was important, but because it was hers. She looked up away from the telescope and let her eyes roam across the sky. There were so many stars, more than she could count, more than she could name, more than she could ever hope to observe in a lifetime of winter nights. And beyond the stars she could see were the stars she couldn't, the distant suns hidden by dust or distance, the galaxies too faint for her eyes, the black holes and neutron stars and planets orbiting in darkness. The universe was full of wonders she would never see, never know, never understand, and that was okay. She didn't need to see everything. She just needed to see this, to be here, to witness what she could witness, and let the rest remain mysterious. She thought about her life, the job she did, the friends she had, the small routines and rituals that filled her days. None of it was glamorous. None of it was impressive. She wasn't famous, wasn't wealthy, wasn't changing the world. She was just living, just getting by, just finding moments of beauty where she could. And standing here under the winter stars, she understood that it was enough, more than enough. She was exactly as significant as she needed to be, which was to say not very significant at all. And in that lack of significance, she found peace, The cold was really getting to her now. Her toes were numb, her fingers aching even inside her gloves. Her nose was running freely, and she wiped it on her scarf, not caring about the inelegance of it. She was alone. She could be inelegant, she could be imperfect. She could be cold and tired and human. She took one last look through the telescope at the Orion Nebula, memorizing the swirls and colors, the bright trapezium at its heart. Then she stepped back, her knees protesting slightly, and began the process of packing up. She powered off the motor drive first, the whir stopping abruptly, leaving a silence that seemed deeper than before. She disconnected the cable, coiling it carefully and tucking it into the backpack. Then she loosened the locking knob that held the optical tube to the tripod and lifted the telescope free. It was heavy, but she'd grown strong from this practice, and she cradled it easily, setting it down gently on the concrete. The finder scope came off next, the small screws turning smoothly under her stiff fingers. She packed it carefully in its foam slot in the telescope case. Then she unscrewed the mounting plate from the tripod, the threads giving slightly metallic clinks as they disengaged. The tripod was last. She loosened the leg locks, each one giving a soft click, and collapsed the legs one by one, that satisfying check as they slid back together. The tripod became compact again, easy to carry, and she tucked it under her arm. She placed the optical tube back in its foam padding in the case, securing the latches with 2 firm clicks. Then she gathered her star charts, folding them carefully, and her journal, tucking the pen into the spiral binding. The empty thermos went into the backpack, along with the mug, wrapped in a spare scarf to keep it from breaking. The red headlamp she left on her head she'd need it for the stairs. She took one last look around the rooftop, making sure she hadn't forgotten anything. The concrete was bare, the railing cold and metallic in the red light. The sky above was unchanged, infinite, indifferent in the best possible way. She picked up the telescope case with one hand, the backpack already on her shoulders, and walked to the door. Her footsteps echoed on the concrete, and then she was pulling the door open, feeling the slightly warmer air of the stairwell meet her face, and beginning her descent. The stairs were easier going down, though she still moved carefully, the weight of the equipment shifting with each step. The clang of her boots on metal echoed in the narrow space, and she could hear her own breathing, see it in small clouds in the red light. Down, 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 past the 4th floor, past the 3rd. The building was silent, everyone asleep or nearly so. It was late, she realized, past midnight, probably close to 1. She'd been up there for nearly 3 hours. At the 2nd floor, she paused, adjusting her grip on the telescope case. Her arms were tired, her shoulders aching under the weight of the backpack. But she felt good. Tired, yes, but satisfied, peaceful, whole. She continued down to her floor, the 3rd, and pushed through the door into the hallway. The fluorescent lights were harsh after the darkness, making her squint even with the red headlamp still on. She walked to her apartment door, fumbling for her keys, and let herself in. The apartment was warm, almost stuffy after the cold outside. She set the telescope case down carefully by the door, shrugged off her backpack, and pulled off her gloves, her hat, her scarf. Her fingers were red and stiff, and she flexed them, wincing slightly as feeling returned. She could hear the hum of the refrigerator again, the quiet sounds of the building settling, the ordinary world reasserting itself. But she carried the piece of the rooftop with her, held it carefully in her chest like something precious. She would sleep well tonight, she knew. She would sleep deeply, wrapped in the comfort of her own smallness, her own insignificance. The universe was vast and she was tiny, and that was the most liberating truth she'd ever known. Tomorrow, she would wake up and return to her regular life, the job, the emails, the dishes. But she would carry this with her, this knowledge that she didn't have to be important. She just had to be, and being was enough. She walked to her bedroom, pulling off her coat, her boots, her layers. She changed into soft pajamas, brushed her teeth, washed her face. The ordinary rituals of ending a day, and then she climbed into bed, pulling the heavy blankets up to her chin, feeling the warmth begin to surround her. She closed her eyes, and in the darkness behind her eyelids, she could still see them, the stars, the Pleiades, the Orion Nebula, the distant smudge of Andromeda. She was small. She was temporary. She was insignificant in the grand scheme of the cosmos, and she was free, so perfectly, peacefully free. She drifted towards sleep, her breathing, slowing her body, finally warming, and in her mind she was still standing on the rooftop, looking up at the infinite sky, a small, warm point of awareness in the vastness, a tiny expression of the universe experiencing itself. The stars would be there tomorrow night, and the night after, and the night after that. They would be there long after she was gone, burning and collapsing and being born again in an endless cycle. And that was beautiful. That was exactly as it should be. She didn't need to carry the weight of the world. She just needed to carry herself and her telescope and her thermos of cocoa up the stairs and into the cold, and look up and witness. That was her practice. That was her gift to herself. That was her form of self-love, not demanding that she be more than she was, but accepting that she was exactly enough, exactly right, exactly where she needed to be. Small, warm, alive, aware. Under the winter stars, Marion slept. If this story brought you peace, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. The Night Bus to Nowhere, a peaceful journey for deep relaxation. The depot smells like diesel and rain and something else, something warm, like old coffee, and the particular set of vinyl seats that have held 1,000 tired bodies. I clock in at 11:45 just as I do every night, sliding my card through the machine that beeps once, softly, as if it too understands the need for quiet at this hour. The fluorescent lights overhead hum their eternal song, but I'm already moving past them, out toward the bus bay where number 42 sits waiting. She's a beautiful machine, my bus. Not beautiful in the way people usually mean. There are no sleek lines or showroom shine. She's beautiful the way a well-worn book is beautiful, or a favorite mug with a chip in the handle. She's been driving this route for 7 years, and I've been her driver for 5 of those. We know each other now, the way old partners know each other's rhythms and silences. I climb the steps, 3 of them, each with a textured rubber surface that's slightly soft under my shoes. The driver's seat welcomes me like an old friend. I adjust it, though it's already in the right position. This is part of the ritual. I check the mirrors left, right, the wide one overhead that shows me the length of the bus behind me. I run my hands over the steering wheel, feeling the places where the rubber has worn smooth. The key turns in the ignition, and there it is, that low, steady hum that means the engine is waking up, stretching into readiness. Outside, the rain has started. Not a downpour, but a steady, patient rain that settles in for the long haul. I watch it for a moment through the wide windshield, the way it catches the yellow light from the depot and turns everything into a watercolor painting. The wipers are off for now, but I know their rhythm by heart. I know every sound this bus makes, every gentle protest and comfortable sigh. At 11:58, I pull out of the depot. The air brakes release with their soft hiss, a sound like a giant taking a gentle breath. The bus rolls forward, and I feel that familiar sense of beginning, the way a story feels when you open to the first page. The route is a loop, always a loop. 42 stops in a wide circle through the city, beginning and ending at the depot. Midnight to 4 in the morning, 5 nights a week. The night bus to nowhere, some people call it, though the schedule posted at every stop says clearly where we go. But they're not entirely wrong. There is something circular about it, something that feels less like a journey to a destination and more like a meditation, a moving prayer through the sleeping city. The city at night is a different creature than the city by day. I've driven both years ago. I had the morning route, the 6 a.m. to noon shift that carried workers and students and shoppers through their bright, purposeful days. That city was all sharp edges and urgent needs. This city, the one that exists between midnight and dawn, is softer. The buildings stand like gentle giants, their windows mostly dark, a few lit here and there like scattered stars. The streets glisten with rain, reflecting the orange sodium lamps and the occasional red or green of a traffic light. I turn onto Maple Avenue for the first official stop. The bus station sign glows in the darkness, and there's a figure waiting beneath it, collar turned up against the rain. I slow down, the air brakes giving their gentle hiss again, and the doors fold open with a pneumatic whisper. "Evening, Marcus," I say. "Evening," he replies, and his voice carries the particular exhaustion of someone who's just finished a 12-hour shift at the hospital. Marcus is a porter. He moves patients, equipment, supplies. He's been taking this bus home for 3 years now, always boarding at this stop, always getting off at Riverside, 19 stops later. He feeds his card through the ticket machine beep, and the sound is as much a part of the night as music as the rain and the engine. He takes his usual seat, 4 rows back on the right side. I can see him in my rearview mirror as I pull away from the stop, his head leaning back against the window, his eyes already starting to close. The bus's interior glows with that warm orange light that feels like safety, like a small moving room of peace in the dark city. The seats are empty except for Marcus, but they won't stay that way for long. The wipers begin their work, thwack, 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 a steady rhythm that never changes. Left, right, left, right. The rain streams across the windshield in between their passes, and the whole world beyond the glass looks like it's melting, like a dream half remembered. I love this, the way the rain makes everything soft and indistinct, the way it turns the city into something mysterious and gentle. At the corner of Maple and Birch, the light turns red, and I ease the bus to a stop. The engine idles with a low, patient rumble. Through the rain, I can see a 24-hour convenience store, its bright lights harsh against the darkness, and a young couple standing under the awning, sharing a bag of chips. They're laughing about something, and even though I can't hear them through the glass in the rain, I can see the joy in their movements, the easy intimacy of 2 people comfortable in each other's presence. The light turns green. The bus moves forward, and we continue the loop. By the time we reach the Arts District, 3 more passengers have boarded. There's Elena, who cleans office buildings and always smells faintly of lemon furniture polish. There's James, a young man who works the overnight security shift at the museum and carries a worn paperback in his jacket pocket. And there's David. David is my favorite, though I'd never say so out loud. He boards at the corner of 5th and Gallery, always at 12:32, and he's never alone. He carries a cello case that's almost as tall as he is, and the first time he boarded my bus, he did something I'd never seen before. He bought 2 tickets. "One for me," he said, his voice soft and a little apologetic, "and one for her." He gestured to the cello. I must have looked confused because he smiled and explained, "She's valuable, you know, and fragile. I can't just lean her in a corner or let her roll around. She needs her own seat." And so every night David boards with his cello, beeps twice through the ticket machine, and carefully straps the cello into the seat beside him, buckling the seatbelt across her case like she's a beloved child. Sometimes he talks to her quietly. More often, he just sits with his hand resting on the case, his eyes closed, and I imagine he's hearing music that the rest of us can't perceive. Tonight he settles into his usual spot, 7 rows back on the left. The cello sits beside him like a loyal companion. Through the rearview mirror, I watch him close his eyes, and I wonder what symphony is playing in his mind. The rain on the roof of the bus sounds like soft percussion, like brushes on a snare drum, and I think about how everything can be music if you listen to it right. The bus moves through the Arts District, past galleries with dark windows and theaters that have closed for the night. There is a poetry reading place on the corner of Gallery and 7th. I can see the poster in the window advertising next week as featured reader. The streets here are narrower, lined with old trees that reach across toward each other, their branches creating a canopy overhead. The rain drips through the leaves, and the whole scene feels ancient and peaceful, like the city is remembering something from long ago. I used to feel lost. This is something I think about often during these quiet hours, when the bus is moving and the passengers are settling into their own private worlds. There was a time not so long ago, really, when I couldn't have told you what I was doing with my life. I had jobs, of course, I had jobs. Everyone has jobs, but they felt hollow, like I was going through motions that didn't mean anything. I'd work at a call center, reading scripts to people who didn't want to hear from me. I'd stock shelves at a grocery store, arranging cans in perfect rows that would be disrupted within hours. I'd serve coffee to people who barely looked at me as they ordered. None of it felt real. None of it felt like I was contributing something meaningful to the world. I'd lie awake at 3 in the morning, ironically the same hour I now work, and feel this vast hollow sensation in my chest, this sense that I was wasting my life, that there was supposed to be something more, something grand and important that I was meant to do. I had relationships during that time too, romantic relationships, friendships, family connections. But they all felt strained somehow, like I was performing the role of myself rather than actually being myself. I remember a partner telling me once, "You're not really here. Even when you're sitting right next to me, it's like you're somewhere else." And they were right. I was somewhere else. I was lost in this desperate search for meaning, for purpose, for some sign that my existence mattered. The moment things changed wasn't dramatic. There was no lightning bolt of realization, no movie-worthy epiphany. I'd been driving a cab for a few months, another job that felt temporary and meaningless when I saw the posting for a night bus driver. I applied mostly because I needed a job with benefits, something stable. The interview was straightforward. The training was thorough. And then one night, they handed me the keys to number 42 and said, "The route is a loop. You'll start to recognize the regulars. Drive safe." That first night, I was so focused on getting everything right, the stops, the timing, the mechanical details of driving this large vehicle through narrow city streets, that I didn't have time to think about meaning or purpose. But somewhere around 2 in the morning, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw an elderly woman asleep in one of the seats, her head tilted against the window, her face peaceful. And I remember thinking, she trusts me. She's asleep on a moving vehicle that I'm controlling, and she trusts me completely to keep her safe and get her where she needs to go. That was 5 years ago. The understanding has deepened since then, but the core of it remains the same. I am not lost. I am exactly where I need to be. We're approaching Elm Street. Now it's 1:45 in the morning, and the rain has picked up slightly, drumming a little harder on the roof. This is my favorite stop of the week, though it only happens on Tuesdays. I slow down. The air brakes hiss. The doors open. And there, sitting under the bus shelter with perfect composure, is Francis. Francis is a fox. A red fox with a magnificent brush of a tail and intelligent amber eyes. The first time I saw him waiting at this stop, I thought I was seeing things that my tired eyes were playing tricks on me. But no, there was definitely a fox sitting at the bus stop at Elm Street at 1:45 in the morning on a Tuesday. I opened the doors. The fox looked at me. I looked at the fox. And then, with perfect dignity, Francis stood up and trotted onto the bus. I should mention that I've named him Francis. I don't actually know if he has a name or what his name might be in whatever language foxes speak to each other, but he looks like a Francis to me, dignified, slightly formal, polite. Francis doesn't pay, obviously. The ticket machine remains silent. He walks down the aisle with his tail held high, and I watch in the rearview mirror as several of the passengers smile at him. Marcus, who's been riding this route long enough to have seen Francis before, gives a little nod. David opens his eyes and grins. Elena actually laughs, a soft, delighted sound. Francis walks all the way to the back of the bus, sits down in the aisle for exactly 30 seconds, then turns around and walks back toward the front. When we reach the next stop, Elm and Riverside, the doors open, and Francis exits. He sits for a moment on the sidewalk, looks back at the bus, and I swear he nods at me. Then he trots off into the darkness between two buildings, his tail disappearing last, like the Cheshire Cat. No one speaks after Francis leaves. There's something about his visits that feels almost sacred, like we've been granted a glimpse into a world that runs parallel to our own, where foxes take buses and the rules are different. I close the doors, release the air brakes hiss, and we continue on. The thing about driving a loop is that there's no final destination. We never arrive anywhere in the traditional sense. We're always in transit, always moving, always in the space between departure and arrival. And at first, I thought this might feel frustrating or pointless, but now I understand that this is the whole point. Life is a loop. Oh, we tell ourselves stories about destinations, about careers to build and goals to achieve and places to reach. And those things matter, certainly. But the truth is that we're all just moving in circles, coming back around to the same themes and questions and challenges, seeing them from slightly different angles each time. There's no finish line, There's no moment when we've definitively arrived and can dust off our hands and say, well, that's done. And once I understood this, really understood it, not just intellectually, but in my bones, something shifted. The restlessness I'd felt for so long began to quiet. Because if there's no final destination, then the journey itself has to be enough. The movement itself has to be the point. And here's what I've learned. You don't have to do something grand to matter. You don't have to cure diseases or write symphonies or lead movements. You can matter simply by being steady, by being reliable, by being a warm, safe place in someone's dark night. Every person on this bus is on their own journey. Marcus is exhausted from holding bodies with care all day, from being gentle with people in their most vulnerable moments. Elena has spent her night making other people's spaces clean and beautiful, work that's largely invisible and thankless. David has been making music, filling the world with beauty. James has been protecting art and history, standing guard over the treasures of our collective past. And me? I drive the loop. I show up at the same time every night. I maintain the same pace, make the same stops, create the same warm, orange glowing space. I am predictable, and that predictability is my gift. By 2:30 in the morning, the bus is fuller than it was earlier. There are now 12 passengers, scattered across the seats like notes on a musical staff. I know most of their names. I know their stops. I know the particular way each of them settles in for their ride, who reads, who sleeps, who stares out the window at the passing city. Right now I'm watching them in the rearview mirror, and 6 of them are asleep. 6 people have trusted me enough to close their eyes, to surrender consciousness, to become vulnerable in this moving vehicle that I'm piloting through the wet streets. Do you know what an honor that is? Do you understand what it means when someone falls asleep on your watch? It means they feel safe. It means they've decided, consciously or unconsciously, that they can let go of vigilance for a little while, that I will take care of things, that I will get them home. There's a woman in row 9, her head leaning against the window, her breath fogging the glass with each exhale. There's a man in row 3, his arms crossed over his chest, his chin tucked down, snoring very softly. There's a young person, I think they might be a college student, in row 6, and their textbook has slid from their lap onto the floor. I'll make sure to wake them gently when we reach their stop. I would hate for them to miss it, to wake up confused and disoriented, back at the depot, having completed a full unintended loop. The rain continues its steady percussion on the roof. The wipers continue their rhythmic sweep, thwack, 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 thwack. The engine hums its low, constant song. And I drive, hands steady on the wheel, eyes watching the road and the mirrors. And I feel something very much like love. Not romantic love, though that has its place. Not even familial love, though I value my family. This is a different kind of love, a love for the work itself, for the purpose I serve, for the small but real way I make the world a little bit better. I love being reliable. I love being the steady thing that people can count on. I love knowing that somewhere in this city, someone might be having a terrible day, and they'll think, at least I can catch the number 42 home. At least that will be okay. We're passing through the warehouse district now, a part of the city that's almost entirely deserted at this hour. The buildings here are massive windowless structures that loom like sleeping giants in the darkness. The streets are wider here, and there are fewer lights, so the bus's headlights cut through the rain and dark like searchlights. illuminating the wet pavement ahead. At the corner of Industrial and 7th, a new passenger flags me down. I pull over, the air brakes hiss, and the doors open. She's young, maybe 25, and even in the brief moment between the sidewalk and the bus, I can see that she's been crying. Her eyes are red, her face is blotchy, and she's wearing a dress that looks like it was meant for a celebration of some kind. But now it's damp from the rain and seems only sad. She feeds her card through the machine beep and finds a seat near the front. She doesn't look at me, doesn't look at anything really, just stares down at her hands in her lap. And I do what I always do, I drive. I don't ask questions. I don't offer platitudes. I just create a warm, steady space where she can exist without judgment or expectation. We move through the warehouse district, past Industrial and 8th, Industrial and 9th. The rain seems louder here, away from the softening presence of trees and buildings. It drums on the roof, and the wipers work steadily. Thwack, 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 and the bus hums its low, comforting song. I watch her in the rear-view mirror. For the first few minutes, she sits rigidly, her shoulders tight, her breathing uneven. But gradually, so gradually, I almost don't notice it happening, she begins to relax. Her shoulders drop. Her breathing evens out. She leans back in her seat, and after about 10 minutes, she closes her eyes. Not sleeping, I don't think, just resting. Just existing in this warm, moving space where nobody knows her story and nobody is asking her to explain herself. We pass back into the residential district, where houses line the streets like rows of patient sentinels. Here and there, a porch light glows, a beacon left on for someone who hasn't yet come home. The rain has softened again to a gentle drizzle, and the world outside the windows looks like a watercolor painting, left out in the weather, all the colors running together and pleasing in precise ways. By 3:15, we've been through 2 more complete loops. Some passengers have departed. Marcus got off at Riverside, waving goodbye, as he always does, and new ones have boarded. The young woman in the dress has gotten off at Parkside, and I noticed as she stepped down onto the sidewalk that her face looked calmer, less lost. The bus gave her what it gives everyone: time, space, and a steady, reliable presence. This is my philosophy, the thing I've come to understand during these 5 years of driving loops. We are all on journeys, but we don't have to reach anywhere grand to matter. The destination is not the point. Being steady is the point. Being reliable is the point. Being a safe harbor in someone's storm is the point. And this applies not just to how we serve others, but to how we treat ourselves. For so long, I measured my worth by what I achieved, by whether I was reaching for something impressive and important. I felt lost because I kept waiting to arrive at some moment of clarity or accomplishment that would finally prove I was valuable. But here's what I know now: I am valuable because I show up. I am valuable because I'm steady. I am valuable because on a rainy Tuesday at 1:45 in the morning, a fox trusts me enough to board my bus. And on any given night, people trust me enough to fall asleep in my care. You don't have to be extraordinary to be worthy of love from others or from yourself. You just have to be present. You just have to be reliable. You just have to keep showing up, keep driving your loop, keep being the warm light in someone's dark night. The 3 a.m. hour is the deepest part of the night. This is when the city is at its absolute quietest, when even the bars have closed and the late-night diners are down to a handful of staff and 1 or 2 exhausted patrons. The streets are nearly empty. The rain has stopped, leaving everything clean and glistening. The sky is that particular shade of deep blue-black that comes just before the first hint of dawn, when the darkness is absolute, but somehow no longer feels oppressive. There are 5 passengers on the bus right now. 2 are sleeping soundly. The other 3 are lost in their own thoughts, staring out the windows or down at their phones, those small glowing rectangles that connect us to the wider world. I drive past the hospital where Marcus works, past the museum where James keeps watch, past the performance hall where David fills the air with music. I drive past apartment buildings and convenience stores and parks where the swings hang motionless in the still air. I drive past all the stages and settings of people's lives, and I feel grateful, genuinely, deeply grateful to be the thread that connects them, the moving line that traces a pattern through the city night after night. The bus moves with a gentle, swaying rhythm, like a cradle or a hammock. The engine hums its lullaby. The air brakes breathe their soft sighs, and I sit in my driver's seat, hands on the wheel, eyes on the road, and I think, this is enough. This is more than enough. This is everything. At 3:45, I complete the final loop of my shift. The route brings me back to the depot, where the fluorescent lights still hum their eternal song, where the smell of diesel and rain and old coffee still hangs in the air. The last passengers disembark, a quiet goodnight, a tired wave, and then it's just me and number 42 again. I pull into the bus bay and go through the shutdown routine. The engine shuts off and suddenly everything is quiet. So quiet. After 4 hours of constant hum and rhythm and movement, the silence feels almost shocking. But it's a good silence, a satisfied silence. The silence that comes after work well done. I check the bus look for forgotten items, make sure everything is secure. Someone has left a scarf on one of the seats, soft and blue, and I take it to the lost and found office where it will wait for its owner to claim it. I empty the trash receptacles, wipe down the ticket machine, make note of a seat that needs repair. Outside, through the depot windows, I can see the very first hint of dawn beginning to lighten the eastern sky. It's a deep blue still, but no longer black. The long night is ending, as it always does, making way for the day. I clock out, the machine beeps softly, and I walk to my car in the employee lot. My body is tired, but it's a good tired. An earned tired. The kind of tired that comes from useful work, from being needed, from serving a purpose. As I drive home through the slowly lightening streets, I think about how I'll sleep soon, how I'll rest deeply, and well knowing that I've done my job. And tonight, well, tonight technically, but really tomorrow night, in just a few hours, I'll do it all again. I'll clock in, prepare number 42, pull out of the depot, and begin the loop once more. The night bus to nowhere. That's what people call it, and they're both wrong and right. It's nowhere because it's a loop, because we never arrive at a final destination. But it's also everywhere, because it touches all these lives, all these stories, all these quiet moments in the deep night when people need a safe place and a steady hand. I am the night bus to nowhere, and that is everywhere I need to be. I am steady, reliable, present. I show up, I drive the loop. I keep the space warm and safe. And in doing so, I have found what I was looking for all those years when I felt lost. I have found my worth. Not in grand accomplishments or impressive achievements, but in the simple, profound act of being dependable, of being there, And you, whoever you are, listening to this story in your own deep night, you have this too. You don't have to be extraordinary to be worthy of love and respect, including your own. You just have to show up. You just have to be present, be steady, be the reliable thing in someone's life. Even if that someone is just you, find your loop. Drive it with care. Be the warm light in the darkness. Trust in the value of simply being there, again and again, reliable as the rain and the dawn. That's enough. You are enough. And now, as the first birds begin their morning songs and the sky slowly brightens, I'm going to rest. The night's work is done. The loop is complete. And tomorrow night we'll begin again. If this story resonated with you, if it gave you a moment of peace or a new way of seeing your own journey, please consider showing your support with a like. And subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. Thank you for riding with me tonight. Sleep well wherever your own loop may take you. The Lighthouse Keeper's Cat, a cozy, stormy bedtime story. The boat that brought you to the island cut its engine about 50 feet from the dock, letting the momentum carry it the rest of the way in. The captain was an old hand at this, you could tell. He'd probably made this run 100 times, maybe more, ferrying supplies and keepers and maintenance crews out to this little pinprick of rock that sat 12 miles off the coast of Maine. January had stripped the world down to its essentials. Gray water, gray sky, black rocks, and the red and white tower rising up like a candy cane someone had planted in the ocean and forgotten about. The mist was so thick you couldn't see the mainland anymore. You'd watched it disappear about 20 minutes into the crossing, and now there was only this, the island, the lighthouse, and the sound of water moving against stone. Storm coming in tomorrow, the captain said as he tied off the boat. He was a man of few words, which you appreciated. You'll want to get settled quick. Check your fuel, your batteries, your stores. Could blow for 2-3 days. You nodded, pulling your jacket tighter. The wind had teeth out here. It found every gap in your clothing and reminded you that you were small and soft, and the ocean was none of those things. A captain helped you unload your bags, 2 duffel bags of clothes, a box of books, another box of food you'd brought to supplement whatever supplies were already in the keeper's cottage. The previous keeper had left 3 weeks ago, headed back to the mainland for retirement after 30 years of tending this light. In his final radio message to the Coast Guard, he'd said only, "The light is in good order. Jack will show the new keeper the ropes." You'd assumed Jack was some kind of maintenance nickname, maybe a term for the backup generator or the radio system. You were wrong. As you walked up the gravel path from the dock to the cottage, you saw him. A massive Maine Coon cat, easily 20 pounds of fur and attitude, sitting on the porch railing like a small sphinx. His coat was a mix of brown and gray tabby stripes, with a magnificent ruff around his neck and a tail like a feather duster. His eyes were yellow gold and completely unimpressed. "Will," you said, stopping a few feet away. "Hello." The cat said nothing. He simply stared at you with the kind of patient judgment usually reserved for customs officials and disappointed grandmothers. "I'm the new keeper," you offered, feeling suddenly foolish for explaining yourself to a cat. "I guess we'll be working together." The cat's tail twitched once. Then he stood, stretched in that elaborate way cats do, front legs extended, back arched, rear end in the air, and jumped down from the railing. He walked past you without a glance. heading toward the lighthouse tower itself, clearly expecting you to follow. The captain chuckled behind you. Jack's been here longer than most keepers. Showed up about 8 years ago, just a kitten then, probably off some fishing boat. He never left. Smart cat. Knows when weather's turning before the barometer does. The previous keeper left food for him? You asked, watching the cat's plumed tail disappear around the corner of the tower. Left instructions, the captain said. They're in the cottage. You'll want to read them. He glanced at his watch. I need to head back before the light goes. You've got the radio if you need anything, but reception gets spotty in storms. You'll be fine, though. Jack will take care of you. There was something about the way he said it that made you wonder who was really in charge out here. After the boat-east engine faded to nothing, and you were truly alone, or as alone as you could be, with a judgmental cat somewhere nearby, you took stock of your new home. The keeper's cottage was attached to the base of the lighthouse tower, a practical arrangement that meant you never had to go outside to reach the light room. The cottage itself was small but well built, a kitchen with a wood stove, a main room with another stove for heat, a tiny bedroom, and a bathroom that had been modernized sometime in the last 20 years. Everything was neat, almost obsessively so. The previous keeper had left things in good order. On the kitchen table, weighted down by a smooth piece of sea glass, you found a note. Welcome. The light is your responsibility, but Jack will remind you if you forget. He has been here longer than anyone, and he knows the routines better than you will for quite some time. His food is in the cupboard above the sink. He eats twice a day, 7 in the morning, 6 in the evening. Not 6:15, not 5:45, 6. He'll let you know if you're late. He has his places. You'll figure them out. Don't try to change his mind. The light is checked every 4 hours. Wind it if needed. Log it always. Jack's a good companion. Listen to him. Fair winds, Richard. You read the note twice, then looked around the cottage. Jack? A soft thump came from the main room. You walked in to find the cat had somehow materialized in the single armchair by the window A, faded blue recliner that looked out over the rocks and the water. He was curled in it perfectly, a circle of fur with his tail wrapped around his nose, already asleep or pretending to be. You looked at the room's other seating options. A small ottoman, a straight-backed kitchen chair that had been pulled in at some point. The armchair was clearly the best seat in the house, positioned to catch both the warmth from the stove and the view from the window. That's fine, you said to the sleeping cat. I'll just sit over here. One yellow eye opened, regarded you for a moment, then closed again. You had passed some kind of test. That first night you lay in bed, a narrow bunk built into the wall of the tiny bedroom, and listened to the sounds of your new home. The wind never stopped, you realized. It varied in pitch and intensity, but it was always there, always moving around the tower, always testing the windows and doors. The waves were a deeper sound, a rhythmic crash and hiss that became almost hypnotic once you stopped fighting it and let it in. And beneath it all, or maybe above it all, was the light itself. Every 15 seconds, the great Fresnel lens in the room at the top of the tower rotated, and its beam swept out across the dark water. You couldn't hear the light itself, of course, but you could hear the mechanism that turned it, a gentle clockwork whir and click, steady as a heartbeat. You understood why Richard had stayed for 30 years. There was something deeply reassuring about the predictability of it all. The light turned. The waves crashed. The wind blew. And somewhere in the cottage, Jack was keeping watch, making sure the new keeper didn't mess anything up too badly. You woke to pale gray light filtering through the small window and the sound of something heavy landing on your chest. You opened your eyes to find Jack sitting on you, staring directly into your face from a distance of about 6 inches. "Good morning?" you said. Jack said nothing, but his meaning was clear. It was 7 o'clock, and breakfast was not going to serve itself. You extricated yourself from the blankets and padded into the kitchen, Jack leading the way with his tail held high like a flag. The cupboard above the sink held several cans of premium cat food and a note taped inside. "Half a can twice a day. He'll tell you it's not enough. He's lying." You opened a can, split it, and spooned half into a ceramic bowl that sat on a small mat in the corner of the kitchen. Jack approached, sniffed critically, and then began to eat with the kind of focus usually reserved for important examinations. While he ate, you made coffee in the old percolator on the stove and took stock of the supplies. Richard had left things well stocked: canned goods, dried pasta, rice, flour, coffee, tea. There was a small propane refrigerator that hummed quietly in the corner, and a chest freezer in the utility room that held bread, meat, and frozen vegetables. You could last months out here if you needed to, though supply boats came once a week in good weather. After breakfast, you climbed the spiral staircase inside the tower. It wound up and up, your footsteps echoing on the metal treads. Jack followed, his claws ticking against the steps in a steady rhythm. The tower had small windows at intervals, and as you climbed higher, the view expanded. First the island's rocky shore, then the vast expanse of gray ocean, then the misty suggestion of mainland to the west. The light room at the top was a space out of time. The great Fresnel lens dominated the room, a marvel of prismatic glass that stood taller than you did. It sat on a rotating mechanism that looked like something from the 19th century, which it probably was, all brass gears and weights. The lens caught the pale morning light and threw it around the room in rainbows. You found the logbook on a small desk, a large, leather-bound volume where generations of keepers had recorded their observations. You paged through it, reading entries from decades past. Weather conditions, ships sighted, maintenance performed. Lives saved, though those entries were rare and always brief, as if the keepers didn't want to make too much of their role in bringing someone safely home. The most recent entries were in Richard's neat handwriting. January 3rd. Light in good order. Visibility 2 miles. Jack caught a mouse in the generator room. January 5 light in good order. Clear sky. Jack insists the foghorn needs testing. He's probably right. You smiled and picked up the pen, making your first entry. January 18th. Light in good order. New keeper on station. Jack has graciously allowed me to stay. Jack, sitting on the windowsill, made a sound that might have been approval. The morning passed in exploration and learning. You checked the fuel levels for the backup generator, tested the radio, walked the perimeter of the island, which took all of 20 minutes. The island was maybe 3 acres of rock with a fringe of hardy grass on the sheltered side and nothing but barnacles and seaweed on the rest. In summer, Richard's notes said, "Terns nested here." In winter, it was just you and Jack and the seals that sometimes hauled out on the rocks at low tide. Jack had his routines, you discovered. After breakfast, he patrolled the island, marking his territory and checking his boundaries. Then he returned to the cottage for a bath and a patch of weak sunlight that came through the east window. By noon he was back in the blue armchair, napping in the warmth of the wood stove, which UD learned to keep going with a steady supply of split logs from the pile on the sheltered side of the tower. You tried sitting in the armchair once, mid-afternoon, while Jack was off on one of his patrols. It was a good chair, you had to admit. The cushions had molded over years to the perfect shape, and the angle was ideal for reading. UD just settled in with one of the books UD brought, a battered paperback mystery, when you heard the cat door flap in the kitchen. Moments later, Jack appeared in the doorway. He stopped, looked at you in his chair, and made a sound you'd never heard from a cat before. It was low and questioning and unmistakably disapproving, like a Victorian headmaster discovering a student in the teacher's lounge. "It's just a chair," you said, but you were already moving, feeling oddly guilty. Jack waited until you'd relocated to the ottoman, then jumped up into his chair, circled 3 times, and settled down with an air of order being restored to the universe. "You're ridiculous," you told him, but there was affection in it already. By late afternoon, you'd noticed the barometer dropping. The captain had been right about the storm. The sky to the northeast was darkening, clouds building in layers like a bruise forming in slow motion. The wind had shifted, coming now from the sea, carrying the taste of the deep ocean with it. You spent the hour before dinner securing things, checking that the shutters were latched, bringing in extra firewood, topping off the fuel tank for the generator, making sure the batteries for the emergency radio were fresh. Richard's notes had been thorough about storm preparation, and you followed them like a checklist. At 6 o'clock, exactly 6 o'clock, Jack appeared in the kitchen and sat down next to his bowl. You'd been so focused on preparations that you'd nearly forgotten, but the cat's internal clock was flawless. "Right," you said. "Dinner. Sorry." Jack didn't comment, but his silence was eloquent. After you'd both eaten, you had soup and bread. Jack had the other half of his can. You climbed the tower again to check the light. The sun was setting somewhere behind the thickening clouds, and the world was going gray and then dark. You started the light's rotation, checked the fuel, made your log entry. Through the windows of the light room, you could see the ocean beginning to roughen, whitecaps appearing and disappearing in the gloom. The storm would hit tonight. Back in the cottage, you built up the fire in the wood stove and settled on the ottoman with your book. Jack was in his chair, watching the darkening window. The first drops of rain hit the glass around 7 o'clock, tentative at first, then more insistent. By 8, it was a steady drumming. By 9, it was a roar. The storm came in like something alive and angry. The wind stopped being wind and became a physical presence, slamming against the tower, testing everything. Rain lashed the windows in waves, driven horizontal by gusts that had to be 60 miles an hour or more. From far below, you could hear the waves crashing against the rocks, a deep boom that you felt in your chest as much as heard. Inside, the cottage felt like a ship, small, contained, riding out the fury. The wood stove crackled and ticked, throwing orange light across the walls. The lamp on the side table made a warm circle of illumination, and above it all, steady and unchanging, the light at the top of the tower kept turning, its mechanism whirring quietly, the beam cutting through the chaos outside in a regular, reliable sweep. Jack hadn't moved from his chair. If anything, he seemed more relaxed now that the storm had arrived, as if the waiting had been harder than the event itself. His eyes were half closed, his paws tucked under his chest. You got up to check the light first check of the night and found everything in order. The beam was strong, the fuel good, the mechanism smooth. Through the windows of the light room, you could see almost nothing, just rain and darkness and the occasional suggestion of a wave as the light swept across it. It was like being suspended in space, a small point of light in an infinite dark. When you came back down, Jack had moved. Instead of the armchair, he was sitting on the ottoman you'd vacated, looking at you expectantly. "What?" you said. He made a small, questioning sound. You looked at the armchair. "I can sit there now?" Jack slow blinked, which you were learning was his version of obviously. You sat down in the warm spot he'd left, and within seconds Jack had jumped up into your lap. He was surprisingly heavy, all muscle under that luxurious fur. He circled once, kneading your thighs with his paws, claws carefully sheathed, and then settled down in a perfect loaf shape, his front paws tucked under his chest, his tail wrapped around his side. And then he began to purr. It wasn't a delicate sound. It was a deep, rumbling, motor-like vibration that you could feel through your whole body. It was the sound of contentment, of safety, of a creature that had weathered 100 storms and knew this one would pass like all the others. You put your hand on his back, feeling the warmth of him, the steady rise and fall of his breathing beneath the purr. Outside, the storm raged. Rain hammered the roof. Wind screamed around the tower. The ocean threw itself against the rocks with mindless fury. Inside, you sat in a circle of lamplight, with a cat in your lap and a fire in the stove, and you felt, for the first time in a long time, perfectly safe. You read aloud to him, partly because the sound of your own voice was comforting, partly because he seemed to enjoy it. You'd found an old log book in a drawer, entries from the 1950s, and you read through them, mundane observations about weather and ships, small moments of drama when the light had saved someone, long stretches of routine that formed the backbone of the work. March 12th, 1953, you read. Light in good order. Visibility 10 miles. Saw a whale breaching to the south. The cat caught another rat in the generator room. She earns her keep. They had a cat back then, too, you told Jack. You're part of a long tradition. Jack's purr intensified, which you took as agreement. The hours passed in that strange, suspended way time has during storms. You checked the light every 4 hours, climbing the tower in darkness, the wind making the whole structure vibrate like a tuning fork. Each time, everything was in order, the light turning, the beam reaching out, the mechanism steady. Each time you came back down to the cottage, and the warmth and Jack, who would be waiting on the ottoman, ready to reclaim your lap as soon as you sat down. Sometime around 2 in the morning, during your third check, you stood in the light room and watched the beam cut through the storm. It was a strange feeling, being up here. Below you, the ocean was chaos. You could hear it, feel it in the vibration of the tower. Around you, the wind was trying its best to tear everything apart. But the light kept turning, kept reaching out into that darkness, kept saying, here is safety, here is the way home. You thought about the storms in your own life that had brought you here, the job that hadn't worked out, the relationship that had ended badly, the sense that you'd lost your footing somehow, that you'd been drifting without purpose or direction. You'd seen the posting for a lighthouse keeper, and had applied on a whim, not really believing anything would come of it. But here you were, 12 miles off the coast of Maine, in a tower in a storm, keeping a light burning for people you'd never meet. There was something deeply satisfying about it, something essential. You were doing a thing that mattered, a thing that was real and tangible. The light turned because you maintained it. Ships found their way because you were here. It was simple and clear in a way that nothing else in your life had been for a long time. When you came back down, Jack was waiting. You settled into the chair, and he settled into your lap, and his purr was like an anchor, holding you steady. The worst of the storm came just before dawn. The wind reached a pitch that made the windows rattle in their frames, and the whole tower sing. The rain was so heavy, it was like standing under a waterfall. You could hear things hitting the walls, branches, seaweed, debris torn from somewhere and flung by the wind. You were awake, sitting in the dark with Jack, listening. The fire had burned down to coals, but you didn't get up to add wood. You just sat there, feeling the cat's warmth and steady breathing, listening to the storm try its hardest to break through. But it couldn't. The tower had stood here for more than 100 years. It had weathered hurricanes and nor'easters and countless winter gales. It was built from stone and iron and the kind of solid engineering that came from knowing that lives depended on it. The storm could rage all it wanted. The tower would stand, and you were inside it, warm and dry, with a cat purring in your lap and a light turning overhead. You must have dozed because you woke to silence. Not complete silence, the wind was still blowing, the waves still crashing, but the violence had gone out of it. You could hear individual sounds again instead of just one massive roar. Through the window, the sky was lightning, not sunshine, but the suggestion that somewhere above the clouds, the sun was rising. Jack stretched in your lap, extending his front legs and spreading his toes, claws appearing briefly before retracting. He yawned, showing an impressive array of teeth, then jumped down and headed for the kitchen. It was 7 o'clock, and storm or no storm, breakfast happened at 7 o'clock. You fed him, made coffee, and climbed the tower to check the light. Dawn was breaking over a transformed world. The ocean was still rough, waves running in long gray swells, but the fury had gone out of it. The sky was clearing from the west, ragged holes in the clouds showing blue. The island was littered with seaweed and driftwood, and a large piece of lumber, maybe from a dock somewhere, had washed up on the rocks. But the lighthouse stood, red and white and solid, the light at the top still turning. You made your log entry, January 19th, light and good order, storm past, all secure. When you came back down, Jack was sitting in the window, watching the day brighten. You stood next to him, looking out at the same view. To the east, you could just make out his shape on the horizon, a container ship passing at a safe distance following the coast south. It was too far away to see details, but you knew it was there because the light had told it where the rocks were, where the danger lay. You'd kept the light burning. You'd done your job. And with Jack's help, or perhaps under Jack's supervision, you'd weathered your first storm. The days after the storm fell into a rhythm. You learned Jack's routines and preferences, and he tolerated your presence with increasing warmth. In the mornings, you'd both patrol the island, Jack checking his scent markers, you'd checking for storm damage. In the afternoons, while Jack napped in his chair, you'd read or work on small maintenance tasks, fixing the things that constant salt air and wind inevitably damaged. The foghorn became a source of entertainment. When fog rolled in, which happened often, you'd sound the horn, a deep, mournful blast that echoed across the water. And every single time, without fail, Jack would answer it with a meow timed perfectly to the end of the blast, as if he were the one powering it with his voice. "You're helping, are you?" you'd say, and Jack would look at you with an expression that clearly said, "Someone has to." You tried yoga one morning, rolling out an old mat you'd found in a closet. You just moved into downward dog when Jack decided this was clearly an invitation to play. He darted under you, attacking your hands. When you moved to plank, he tried to climb onto your back. When you gave up and sat cross-legged, he climbed into your lap and started purring, effectively ending the session. "I'm trying to exercise," you told him. He didn't care. This was obviously better. The supply boat came on a clear, cold day, a week after the storm. The captain brought mail, a few letters forwarded from your old address, a package from your sister, and fresh supplies. He stayed for coffee, sitting at the kitchen table while Jack supervised from the counter. "You settling in all right?" he asked. "I think so," you said. "Jack's been showing me the ropes." The captain smiled. "He's a good teacher." "Knew you'd be fine." He glanced at the cat. Richard said Jack saw him through some hard times. Lost his wife about 5 years into his posting here. Thought he'd leave, but Jack wouldn't hear of it. Cat insisted on routine, on normalcy, on getting up and doing the work. Richard said it saved him having something to take care of that took care of him right back. You looked at Jack, who was meticulously washing his face with one paw, completely unconcerned with the conversation about him. "He's good company," you said quietly. "Best kind," the captain agreed. February arrived with more storms, one after another, marching in from the Atlantic like they had appointments to keep. You got better at reading the weather, at seeing the signs that Jack saw, the way the light looked before a storm, the smell of the air, the behavior of the few birds that visited the island. Jack would get clingy before storms, staying closer to you, insisting on more lap time. You learned to trust that and make your preparations accordingly. During one particularly fierce nor'easter, the power went out. You switched to the backup generator and the battery-powered radio, but the cottage went dark except for the fire and the oil lamps you lit. It felt like stepping back in time to when keepers had tended these lights without any modern conveniences. You sat in the lamplight with Jack, the shadows dancing on the walls, and read more old log entries. There was one from 1889 that caught your attention. January 30th, storm of great violence. Light maintained through the night. Saw a ship's lanterns to the east, running before the wind. She passed safely. God willing, she'll see her home port. The cat is a great comfort on such nights. More than a century ago, another keeper had sat in this same tower, in this same kind of storm, with a cat for company, keeping the light burning. You were part of something that stretched back through generations, a chain of people who'd stood watch in the dark, who'd been a steady point of light when everything else was chaos. It made you feel small and large at the same time. Small because you were just one person in a long line, large because the work mattered, because you mattered, because the light you tended could be the difference between life and death for someone you'd never meet. Jack seemed to sense your mood. He climbed into your lap. The chair had effectively become yours now. Jack had decided to share and settled his considerable weight across your legs. His purr filled the quiet spaces between gusts of wind, a low, steady vibration that resonated in your chest. "We're doing good work, aren't we?" you said to him. His purr intensified. "Yes," it said, "yes, we are." The storm blew itself out by morning, as they always did. You went through your routines, checking the light, feeding Jack, making coffee, logging the weather. The sun came out, pale and cold, and turned the ocean into hammered silver. Ice had formed on the rocks where spray had frozen, and the whole island glittered like it had been dusted with diamonds. You and Jack sat in the window, watching the seals haul out on the rocks to dry their fur in the weak sunshine. They were funny creatures, clumsy on land but graceful in the water, and Jack was fascinated by them. He made little chirping sounds at them, his tail twitching. "They're too big for you to catch," you told him. He gave you a look that suggested he wasn't so sure about that. The weeks blurred together in the best possible way. Time moved differently out here, measured not in hours and minutes, but in the cycles of light and dark, storm and calm, high tide and low. You learned the moods of the sea, the patterns of the wind, the language of the sky. You learned Jack's different meows and what each one meant. The demanding breakfast meow, the conversational checking-in meow, the "I heard something outside" meow, the "it's time for lap-sitting" meow. You learned to be alone without being lonely. The solitude that had seemed daunting when you first arrived became something precious. Out here, you didn't have to perform for anyone. You didn't have to explain yourself or justify your choices. You could just be a person doing a job, living a simple life with a cat and a light and the endless ocean. But you also learned that you weren't really alone. There was Jack, obviously, who had become as essential to your days as breathing. But there was also the invisible connection to everyone who depended on the light. The fishermen working the banks offshore, the cargo ships passing up and down the coast, the sailors making their way home. You were part of their journey, even if they never knew your name. One evening in late February, you were sitting in the chair Jack had temporarily vacated it to attend to some urgent business in the kitchen when the radio crackled to life. "Lighthouse Station 12, this is the fishing vessel Mary Catherine. Do you copy the radio?" "Mary Catherine, this is Station 12, I copy." "Go ahead." "Station 12, we're running ahead of weather, making for Portland. Just wanted to say thanks for keeping the light burning. We see you out there. Fair winds to you." "Fair winds, Mary Catherine," you said, and your voice was rougher than you'd expected. "Stay safe out there." "Will do." "Mary Catherine out." The radio went silent. You sat there, holding it, feeling absurdly emotional. They saw you. Someone out there on the dark water saw the light and knew you were here, knew someone was tending it, and had taken the time to say thank you. Jack jumped back into the chair, which meant jumping, into your lap and settled down with his usual thorough circling and kneading. He put his paws up on your chest and bumped his head against your chin, purring. "Did you hear that?" you asked him. "We're doing good work, Jack." His purr was answer enough. March arrived with the first hints that winter wouldn't last forever. The days got noticeably longer. The sun, when it appeared, had actual warmth in it. The seals began to behave differently, more active, more vocal. Jack spent more time outside, patrolling his domain with renewed energy, chasing the few brave birds that stopped by. You'd been on the island for 6 weeks, and it felt like 6 years or 6 days, depending on the moment. You'd settled into the rhythms completely. The work was second nature now, tending the light, maintaining the equipment, keeping the log, managing the supplies. The routines that had seemed strict and demanding at first now felt comforting, like the structure held you up rather than pinned you down. And Jack had gone from being the boss to being a partner to being something more like family. You talked to him constantly, narrating your day, asking his opinion on things, telling him stories about your life before the lighthouse. He listened with varying degrees of attention, sometimes ignoring you completely, sometimes watching you with those golden eyes, sometimes responding with a meow or a trill or a chirp that felt like actual conversation. You realized one morning while making breakfast that you were happy, not in a loud, excited way, but in a deep, quiet way that felt like solid ground under your feet. You were where you were supposed to be, doing what you were supposed to do, and the simplicity of it was a kind of grace. One afternoon you were up in the light room, doing routine maintenance on the lens when you heard Jack on the stairs. He appeared in the doorway, meowing urgently. "What's wrong?" you asked, because his tone was different. He meowed again and ran back down a few steps, then stopped and looked back at you. "All right, I'm coming." You followed him down the tower and into the cottage, where he ran to the window and jumped up on the sill, meowing and looking out. You looked where he was looking and saw it, a small boat, a kayak, floating empty about 100 yards offshore, and in the water next to it, someone swimming or trying to swim in the frigid March ocean. You didn't think. You grabbed the emergency flotation device from the wall, ran out of the cottage and down to the rocks, Jack racing ahead of you. The water was shockingly cold even through your boots as you waded in as far as you dared. The swimmer was closer now, struggling against the current, and you threw the flotation ring with all your strength. It landed short. You hauled it back in, coiled the rope, threw again. This time the swimmer grabbed it. You pulled hand over hand, bracing yourself against the rocks. The swimmer helped as much as they could, kicking weakly, and finally you were able to grab their arm and haul them onto the rocks. It was a man, young, maybe 30, his lips blue with cold, shaking violently. "Kayak," he gasped. "Capsized. So cold. Come on," you said. "We need to get you inside." You half carried him up to the cottage, Jack leading the way, meowing instructions. Inside, you got the man out of his wet clothes, wrapped him in blankets, and sat him next to the wood stove. You made hot, sweet tea and made him drink it. Jack supervised everything, sitting close to the man, as if adding his warmth to the process. It took an hour before the man stopped shaking, before color returned to his face. His name was David, he told you. He'd been kayaking the coast, had misjudged the conditions, had gone over in the cold water. He'd been in the water for maybe 20 minutes before you'd spotted him. 20 minutes is a long time in water that cold, you said quietly. You're lucky. I know, he said, looking at Jack, who had climbed into his lap. Your cat saved my life. I might not have made it to shore before hypothermia got me. Jack's good at his job, you said, reaching over to scratch behind the cat's ears. Jack purred, accepting the praise as his due. You radioed the Coast Guard, and they sent a boat to pick up David and retrieve his kayak. Before he left, he shook your hand, then bent down to stroke Jack one more time. Thank you, he said. Both of you. I won't forget this. After he was gone, after the Coast Guard boat was a speck on the horizon, you sat down with Jack and just held him. He tolerated it, purring, understanding somehow that you needed the contact, the reassurance that he was real and solid, and had somehow known to alert you to danger. Good boy, you whispered into his fur. Such a good boy, Jack. That night you made your log entry. March 15th, light and good order. Jack spotted a kayaker in distress. Rescue successful, all safe. But in your personal journal, a separate book you started keeping, you wrote more. Today, Jack saved a life. He saw what I didn't see, knew what I didn't know, and made sure I paid attention. The previous keepers were right. Jack isn't just a cat. He's a keeper too. Maybe the best one this lighthouse has ever had. I came here because I felt lost. I thought I needed to be alone to figure things out. But I'm learning that being alone and being lonely aren't the same thing. I'm learning that you can be a small point of light in a big, dark world, and that matters. You can keep something steady and reliable even when storms are raging. You can be there for people you'll never meet, and that's enough. That's more than enough. Jack has been teaching me this all along. He doesn't need grand gestures or big moments. He just shows up every day, does his job, keeps his routines, and somehow that steadiness is what matters most. He's a small cat on a small island, keeping watch over a big ocean, and he does it with complete confidence that his presence makes a difference. I think I'm learning to be like Jack, steady, reliable, content with small, important tasks. A point of light in the darkness. You closed the journal and looked over at Jack, who was in his chair, your chair, the chair you shared, watching you with those knowing yellow eyes. Ready for bed? You asked him. He blinked slowly, which you'd learned was cat, for I love you. You turned down the lamps, banked the fire, and climbed into your narrow bunk. Jack followed as he did every night now, curling up in the curve of your body, his purr a steady vibration against your side. Outside, the light kept turning. The beam swept across the dark water in its eternal pattern. Here, 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 safety. Home. Someone is watching. Inside, you and Jack settled into sleep. Two small, warm creatures in a tower on a rock in the ocean, keeping watch, keeping faith, keeping the light burning. The storm outside had passed. More would come, they always did. But you'd be ready, you'd be steady, you'd be here. With Jack, you'd keep the light burning. And that, you thought as sleep pulled you down, was everything. If this story brought you a sense of calm, if Jack's steady presence and the keeper's quiet work resonated with you, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more gentle journeys into rest. May your night be peaceful, and may you always find your way home to safe harbor. Sleep well. The Potter's Quiet Wheel. A rhythmic story of centering and rest. The first snowflakes had been gentle, almost apologetic, drifting past the kitchen window while Elena finished her morning coffee. By noon, the meteorologists were using words like historic and blizzard conditions and advising everyone to stay home. By 2 o'clock, the world outside had become a wall of white, and Elena was lacing up her boots. Her studio was only 3 blocks away, a converted garage behind an old Victorian that had been split into apartments. The landlord had been happy to rent it cheap to someone who would actually use it, who would keep the heat on and the pipes from freezing. Elena had lined the walls with salvaged shelves, installed better lighting, and brought in her wheel. It had become more than a workspace. In the past 6 months, as her life had seemed to unravel in slow motion, the studio had become the only place where things made sense. The walk through the snow was harder than she'd expected. The wind pushed against her with surprising strength, and by the time she reached the studio door, her cheeks were burning with cold. She fumbled with the key, finally got the door open, and stumbled inside, bringing a small flurry of snow with her. The studio was dark and cold, but it was shelter. She flipped the light switch, and the warm glow of the overhead lamp spread across the space. The potter's wheel sat in the center like an altar, patient and waiting. Bags of clay were stacked against the wall. Finished pieces lined the shelves, bowls and mugs and vases in various stages of drying. The air smelled of earth and something mineral, something ancient. Elena shrugged off her coat and cranked up the small space heater in the corner. As warmth began to seep into the room, she felt her shoulders drop. Tension she hadn't known she was carrying beginning to release. Outside, the wind howled and threw snow against the windows, but inside there was only this, her space, her tools, her hands. She'd been avoiding the wheel for weeks. There had been excuses, work deadlines, social obligations, a relationship that had slowly burned itself out in a series of small disappointments and silences. She'd been busy, she'd told herself. Too busy to make the time for clay, for the slow and deliberate work of shaping something with her hands. But the truth, which she could admit here in the quiet, was that she'd been afraid. Afraid that if she stopped moving, stopped filling every hour with noise and obligation, she would have to face how scattered she felt. How far from herself she'd drifted. A small sound made her turn. On the highest shelf, barely visible among the biscuitware, a pair of golden eyes blinked at her. "Smudge," Elena said softly, "I didn't know you were here." The kitten belonged to Mrs. Chun upstairs, but Smudge had adopted the studio as her second home, slipping in through a gap in the back door that Elena had never quite gotten around to fixing. She was a tiny thing, all charcoal gray fluff with oversized ears and a perpetually surprised expression. Now she stretched, arching her back in that exaggerated way kittens do, and chirped a greeting. "Just you and me tonight," Elena said. "Storm of the century out there." Smudge's eyes tracked her as she moved to the clay storage, and Elena felt oddly grateful for the company. She selected a 25-pound bag of stoneware, hefted it onto the work table, and cut the plastic with her wire tool. The clay inside was cool and slightly damp, wrapped in layers of plastic to keep it from drying out. She cut off a substantial chunk, maybe 5 pounds, and the rest she wrapped carefully and returned to the bag. This piece she carried to the wedging table, a thick plaster slab set at hip height. Wedging was the first step, the necessary step. You had to work the clay before you could shape it, had to press out any air bubbles that might cause the piece to explode in the kiln. But it was more than that. Wedging was meditative, rhythmic. It demanded your full attention and gave you something in return. Presence. Elena pressed her palms into the clay and began to rock it forward, fold it over, rock it forward again. The motion was like kneading bread, a push and turn, push and turn. Her shoulders took up the rhythm. The clay was cool against her hands, dense and yielding at once. Push and turn, push and turn. She thought about the past few months, the way everything had seemed to happen at once. The project at work that had fallen through despite months of preparation. The argument with her sister that had left them not speaking. The relationship with Marcus that had ended not with a bang but with a long, tired sigh. Both of them finally admitting that they'd been holding on to something that had stopped growing a long time ago. Push and turn, push and turn. Each disappointment had felt manageable on its own, but together they'd accumulated like snow, each flake insignificant until suddenly you couldn't see the ground anymore. The clay was warming in her hands, becoming more pliable. She checked it for air pockets, pressing and listening for any hollow spots. When she was satisfied, she shaped it into a rough ball and carried it to the wheel. Smudge had crept down from her perch and now sat on the edge of the work table, tail curled neatly around her paws, watching with intense focus. "You're in for a show," Elena told her. She dipped her hands in the water bucket, feeling the shock of cold, and settled onto the wheel's seat. The stool was old, worn smooth by years of use by whoever had owned the wheel before her. She'd bought it secondhand from a ceramics teacher who was retiring, and sometimes she imagined all the hands that had shaped clay here, all the quiet hours of work and concentration. The wheel was electric, a workhorse model with a foot pedal that controlled the speed. Elena positioned the clay ball in the center, or what she thought was the center, and hit the pedal. The wheel spun to life with its familiar hum, a sound she felt in her bones. But the clay immediately began to wobble, lurching to one side with each rotation, not centered, not even close. She stopped the wheel, repositioned the clay, tried again. Same result. The centrifugal force pulled the clay outward, and even though she pressed her hands against it, trying to force it into alignment, it resisted, bulging and warping. This was the hardest part for beginners, the part where most people gave up. Centering looked simple when you watched someone experienced do it. The clay rose into a perfect cone, smooth and symmetrical, spinning like it was always meant to spin that way. But the reality was different. The reality was that clay, like everything else, resisted being controlled. Elena stopped the wheel again, took a breath. Her hands were already coated in slip, the liquid mixture of clay and water that made everything slippery and smooth. She could hear the wind outside, a low moan punctuated by sharper gusts that rattled the windows. But here, under the lamp's warm light, with her hands on the clay and Smudge watching from her perch, there was only this, the next attempt. She started the wheel slowly this time, giving herself a chance to feel the clay's movement. With both hands, she braced the wobbling mass, palms firm against opposite sides. The trick was pressure without tension. You had to be strong but not rigid, had to push while also allowing the clay to move. It was a conversation, not a command. The clay fought her. It bulged to the left, and she corrected. It lurched to the right, and she adjusted. Her forearms began to ache from the sustained pressure. Water and slip ran down to her elbows, dripping onto her jeans. And then, for just a moment, she felt it. The wobble decreased. The clay spun more smoothly under her palms. But she shifted her weight wrong, lost the alignment of her hands, and the clay immediately went off center again. "Damn," she muttered. Smudge chirped as if in agreement. Elena smiled despite herself. She stopped the wheel, added more water, and began again. This time, she thought about what her first ceramics teacher had told her years ago in a community college class she'd taken on a whim. "The clay will teach you," he'd said. "It will teach you patience. It will teach you presence. It will teach you that the only way to move forward is to be exactly where you are." At the time, she'd thought it was just pottery mysticism, the kind of thing teachers said to sound profound. But now, with her hands shaking slightly from effort and her clay stubbornly off-kilter, she understood. She'd been trying to force everything lately, trying to force the failed project to somehow work anyway, trying to force her relationship with Marcus into something it wasn't, trying to force herself to feel okay when she didn't. And just like the clay, everything had resisted, had wobbled and warped under the pressure. She took a slow breath and started the wheel again. This time she didn't try to force anything. She simply placed her hands on the clay left hand on the outside, right hand bracing from the inside, and applied steady, gentle pressure. She let her body rock slightly with the wheel's motion, finding the rhythm instead of imposing it. The clay began to respond. The wobble decreased, then decreased again. She added a little more pressure, bringing her hands closer together, compressing the clay inward and upward. The mass began to rise into a cone, not perfect yet, but better. Better. She could feel it in her palms now, the way the clay was starting to spin true. The friction generated heat. The slip between her hands and the clay created a strange, intimate sensation, wet and smooth and just slightly resistant. Up and down. Cone up, flatten down. Cone up, flatten down. This was the centering motion, the way you coaxed the clay into perfect alignment. With each cycle, the wobble decreased further. And then, suddenly it was there. The clay was centered. It spun under her hands like it was floating, no resistance, no wobble. Just a perfect cylinder of wet earth, turning in absolute symmetry. Elena felt something in her chest release. A knot she hadn't known was there coming undone. Smudge, who had been watching the wheel with the intensity of a predator stalking prey, suddenly crept closer. Her eyes were locked on the spinning clay, pupils dilated to black pools. She crouched at the edge of the work table, her little haunches wiggling as she prepared to pounce. "Don't you dare," Elena said, but she was smiling. The kitten launched herself forward, one tiny gray paw swiping at the spinning clay. Her paw connected with the slip, sending droplets flying, and when she pulled back, her nose was smudged with wet clay. She sat back, startled, and sneezed twice. Elena laughed, really laughed, for the first time in weeks. Smudge looked offended, her clay-streaked nose giving her the appearance of a tiny, disgruntled chimney sweep. "Serves you right," Elena said, still grinning. "That's what you get for interrupting art." Smudge sneezed again, shook her head, and retreated to a safe distance, settling on a clean towel to contemplate her defeat. Elena turned back to the wheel, and her smile faded into something quieter, something more profound. The clay was still centered, still spinning true. She pressed her thumbs into the exact center of the clay, creating a small depression, and then began to press downward. This was called opening the form. You pressed your thumbs or fingers down into the centered clay, creating a well, a space where there had been none. You had to go slowly, had to feel for the bottom, leaving about half an inch of clay for the base. Press too far, and you'd go right through. Stop too soon, and the piece would be bottom-heavy and unstable. Elena pressed down slowly, steadily, feeling the cool clay part around her thumbs. Water pooled in the depression as it deepened. She could feel the wheel's rotation in her thumbs, a strange sensation like being connected to the Earth's own spin. Creating this emptiness, this space, felt significant in a way she couldn't quite articulate. For months, she'd been filling every moment, packing her schedule, avoiding silence. But here she was creating space deliberately. She was making room. The well deepened until she felt the base beneath her thumbs, the point where she needed to stop. She pulled her thumbs outward slightly, widening the opening, then lifted them free. The wheel spun on, and now the clay was a shallow cylinder with a hollow center, the beginning of a bowl. She dipped her hands in the water again, coating them fresh with slip. The next step was the pull, the process of drawing the walls upward and outward, establishing the bowl's form. This was where the magic happened, where a lump of clay became a vessel. Elena positioned her right hand inside the cylinder, left hand outside, and brought them together until she could feel the thickness of the wall between them. Maybe an inch thick now, maybe a little more. She would thin it as she pulled. She started at the base where wall met floor and began to pull upward. Slowly, so slowly. The clay stretched between her hands, thinning as it rose. She could feel every millimeter of the movement, the way the spinning clay wanted to move, the way her hands guided it without forcing it. The sound changed. The wheel's hum was joined by a new sound, a soft friction, almost like a whisper, as the clay moved between her palms. Pull. Pause. Add water. Pull again. With each pass, the walls grew taller and thinner. The bowl began to take shape, its form emerging from her hands as if it had been waiting there all along, waiting to be revealed. Elena fell into the rhythm completely. There was no thought now, no narrative in her head, no worrying about work or relationships, or whether she was living her life correctly. There was only this, hands and clay and water and wheel, the steady hum, the wet slip, the slight resistance that meant she was working at the edge of what the clay could do. Outside, the blizzard raged on. She could hear it, the winds howl, the tick of snow against glass, but it was distant, another world. Here, in this circle of lamplight, she was at the center. She was the still point around which everything else spun. Her hands moved in their slow upward pull, and she thought about how growth happened. Not in dramatic leaps, but in small increments. Each pull added maybe a quarter inch to the height, maybe less. But pull by pull, the form emerged. How many times had she expected herself to change overnight? To wake up one morning suddenly healed from disappointment, suddenly certain about her path, suddenly whole. But that wasn't how anything worked. Change happened like this, slowly, with intention, with the same motion repeated until muscle memory took over, and you didn't have to think anymore. You just did. The bowl was taking shape now, its walls curving gently outward. She could feel it in her hands, the way the clay wanted to move, the form it was trying to become. Her job was just to listen, to guide without controlling. She made another pass, pulling from base to rim, thinning the wall further. The clay was warm now from the friction, almost the same temperature as her hands. It felt alive under her palms, responsive. Smudge had crept closer again, her earlier indignity apparently forgotten. She sat just beyond the splash zone, watching the wheel with renewed fascination. The clay smudge on her nose had dried to a lighter gray, making her look like she'd been investigating chimneys. Elena was working on what would be her final pull. The walls were thin now, maybe a quarter inch, and she could feel that pushing them further would risk collapse when her phone buzzed in her pocket. It was just a small vibration, easily ignored. But the sensation broke her concentration for a fraction of a second. Her hands shifted, lost their alignment by the smallest degree. The bowl, which had been spinning perfectly, suddenly developed a wobble. The rim, which had been level, became uneven. And then, as if in slow motion, the whole form began to warp. The walls, so carefully thinned and raised, buckled. The bowl folded in on itself, collapsing into a misshapen lump. Elena's hands jerked back instinctively, but it was too late. The bowl was gone. destroyed, returned to formless clay in the space of 3 seconds. She stopped the wheel. In the sudden silence, the wheel's hum gone, just the wind outside and her own breathing, she stared at the collapsed clay. Her first instinct was familiar, the hot rush of frustration, the internal voice that immediately started cataloging failure. 40 minutes of work gone. She'd messed up, lost focus, ruined it. But then something unexpected happened. She laughed. It started as a small sound, almost a hiccup, and then grew into real laughter. She looked at the collapsed clay, then at Smudge, who was staring at the wreckage with enormous eyes, as if she couldn't believe the wheel had eaten the bowl. "Well," Elena said aloud, "that's that." The clay sat there, still perfectly usable. It hadn't gone anywhere. It was the same 5 pounds she'd started with, the same material. It didn't care that it had been a bowl for 40 minutes. It had no memory of its previous shape. It was just clay, ready to be formed again. Elena reached out and touched it, felt its warmth, and she understood, with a clarity that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than thought, that nothing was wasted. Not the work, not the time, not the effort. The clay was still good. She was still here. The wheel still worked. She could begin again. This time, as she formed the clay back into a ball and began to wedge it again on the wheel head, working it back toward center, everything felt different. There was no anxiety, no pressure to get it perfect. She'd already failed once tonight, and the world hadn't ended. The studio was still warm. Smudge was still keeping her company, now studiously cleaning the dried clay from her nose with her paw. The blizzard was still howling outside, and she was still here, at the center, hands in the clay. The centering went faster this time. Her hands remembered what to do, and the clay, already worked, was more pliable. Within minutes, she had it spinning true again. She opened the form, pressed her thumbs down to create the well. She began the pull, bringing the walls up slowly, watching the bowl emerge again from the shapeless lump. But this time she wasn't thinking about the collapsed bowl. She wasn't thinking about Marcus or her sister or the failed project at work. She was just here, hands in the clay, feeling the spin of the wheel, listening to the friction and the hum. The bowl rose between her hands, and this one felt different. Better somehow. The walls were more even, the curve more graceful. She made each pull with confidence, trusting her hands, trusting the clay. With her last pull, she refined the rim using a damp chamois to smooth the edge. Then she took her wooden rib, a smooth, curved tool, and compressed the outside wall, smoothing any irregularities, strengthening the form. Finally, she slowed the wheel to a stop. The bowl sat before her, still on the wheel head, complete. It was simple, maybe 7 inches across and 4 inches tall. The walls curved outward gently, like cupped hands. The rim was slightly uneven. She could see that now in stillness, but it wasn't a flaw. It was character. It was the mark of being made by human hands in a particular moment, on a particular night. Elena sat back, her hands dripping with slip, and simply looked at what she'd made. Her back ached slightly from hunching over the wheel. Her jeans were soaked. Her hands would smell like clay for the next 2 days, no matter how much she washed them. And she felt more at peace than she had in months. Outside, the blizzard continued, but she realized she hadn't really heard it for the past hour. The world could be chaos, storms, and disappointments, and plans that fell apart. But here, she'd found the center. Not because the center was a place where nothing bad happened, but because the center was a place she could return to, again and again, whenever she needed to. She used a wire tool to cut the bowl free from the wheel head, sliding the thin wire under the base, and carefully lifted the bowl onto a waiting board. It would dry slowly over the next week, and then she'd fire it and glaze it and fire it again. The process was long, required patience, but she had time. She had all the time in the world. Smudge, apparently deciding that the wheel was finally safe to approach, now that it had stopped spinning, hopped up onto the work table and sniffed delicately at the finished bowl. She looked at Elena, looked at the bowl, and then settled down beside it, curling into a tiny ball of gray fluff. "Good call," Elena said softly. "I think we're done for tonight." She cleaned up slowly, enjoying the ritual of it. She sponged down the wheel head, removing all traces of slip. She cleaned her tools and returned them to their places. She wedged the remaining clay back into a smooth ball and wrapped it carefully in plastic to keep it from drying out. As she worked, she thought about her teacher's words from years ago. "The clay will teach you." And it had. It had taught her that being off-center wasn't a permanent condition. It had taught her that collapse wasn't failure, it was just an invitation to begin again. It had taught her that the only way to create something was to be fully present, hands in the clay, mind quiet, trusting the process. She'd been so far from herself these past months, spinning out of control, wobbling under the pressure of expectations and disappointments. But here, in the storm, she'd found her way back, not to some perfect version of herself, but to this: her hands, her breath, her ability to start again. Eleni turned off the wheel, and the studio fell into deeper quiet, just the hum of the space heater and the wind outside. She pulled on her coat, took one last look at the bowl drying on its board, and smiled. "Good night, Smudge," she said. The kitten, already asleep, didn't stir. Elena turned off the lamp, plunging the studio into darkness, except for the glow of the space heater. Tomorrow she would come back. She would turn the bowl on the wheel to trim its foot, refining its final shape. And then she would start another one, and another, not because she needed to be productive, not because she was running from anything, but because this was how you built a life, one piece at a time, hands in the clay, returning again and again to your center. She stepped out into the blizzard. The snow was still falling, thick and fast, and the wind pushed against her as she locked the studio door. But she didn't mind. She'd found what she came for. The world could spin as wildly as it wanted. She knew how to find the center now, and she knew with the certainty that came from her hands and not her head that she could always begin again. The clay was still good, and tomorrow the wheel would be waiting. If this story brought you peace tonight, please consider leaving a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet moments and restful journeys into sleep. Rest well, friends. The center is always there, waiting for you to return. The Midnight Gardens Bloom. A peaceful moonlight bedtime story. The world had always felt too bright for Mira. Not in the way that sunlight hurts sensitive eyes, though there was some of that too, but bright in the way of exposure, of being seen when you are not quite ready to be looked at. Bright in the way that demands performance, conversation, the small theater of daytime existence. At 34, Myra had learned to navigate the daylight hours with a kind of competent invisibility. She worked at the town library, a job that suited her need for quiet and order. She smiled politely at patrons. She recommended books with genuine warmth. She existed functionally and pleasantly in the world that operated between sunrise and sunset, but she had never truly felt at home there. The cottage had been an inheritance from an aunt she barely remembered, a woman who had also lived alone, who had also preferred silence to chatter. It sat at the edge of a small coastal town in Northern California, where the fog rolled in like a breathing creature, and the sound of the ocean was a constant, low murmur beneath everything else. Mayra had moved in 3 months ago, leaving behind a cramped apartment in a larger city, leaving behind the accumulated weight of trying to be someone she was not. The cottage itself was small and weathered, its shingles silvered by salt air, its windows facing west toward the water. Inside, everything was simple. A bed with white linens, a kitchen with open shelves, a reading chair positioned to catch the last of the afternoon light. Mayra had brought very little with her, books mostly, and a few pieces of clothing in soft, neutral colors. She was learning slowly that she did not need much, that the space around her could be as quiet as she wished it to be. It was on a night in early June, when the air had finally lost its spring chill and taken on the silken quality of summer, that Mayra discovered the garden gate. She had been restless that evening, unable to settle into her book, aware of a strange energy humming just beneath her skin, the kind of feeling that makes you want to move, to step outside, to let the night air touch your face. She had pulled on a cardigan pale gray, soft as a whisper, and stepped out her back door into the darkness. The moon was 3 days past full, still generous with its light. It painted everything in shades of silver and shadow, transforming the ordinary into something otherworldly. Mayra walked along the side of her cottage, her bare feet cool against the earth, and that was when she saw it. A section of the fence she had assumed was solid wall was, in fact, a gate. Wrought iron, intricate with scrollwork, so thoroughly covered in ivy and climbing jasmine that it had been invisible in daylight. But now, in the moonlight, the metal caught the glow and traced itself against the darkness in lines of pewter and black. Mayra's heart did something peculiar in her chest. A small leap, a flutter of recognition, though she could not say what she was recognizing. She approached slowly, the way you might approach a deer in the woods, afraid to startle the moment into disappearing. Her fingers found the iron beneath the leaves. It was cool and slightly rough with rust, real and solid under her touch. She pulled at the vines gently, carefully, respecting their growth even as she sought what lay beneath. The gate resisted at first, its hinges long unused, but then gave way with a sound like a sigh, a whisper of old metal, a soft complaint, and then it swung open. Beyond lay a garden, but not the kind of garden one tends in daylight. No bright geraniums or cheerful marigolds. No tidy rows of vegetables or neatly mulched beds. This garden was something else entirely. Even in darkness, Mayra could sense its difference. The plants were wild, but not chaotic, grown according to some pattern she did not yet understand. And there, at the center of a small clearing, she saw it, a flower just beginning to open. It was a moonflower, though Mayra would not know its name until later. All she knew in that moment was that its petals were the color of cream, of pearls, of the pale underside of a wrist, and they were moving. Actually moving, unfurling in slow motion, like silk scarves caught in an underwater current. She could see it happening, this transformation from closed bud to open bloom, and it was the most extraordinary thing she had witnessed in longer than she could remember. Mira knelt in the grass, not caring that the dew was soaking through her thin pajama pants. She watched, transfixed, as the flower completed its opening. 5 petals, each one perfect, each one luminous in the moonlight. And the scent, the scent was like nothing she had ever encountered. Sweet but not cloying, fresh but not sharp. It smelled the way moonlight would smell if moonlight had a fragrance. She sat there for a long time, watching that single flower. And as she watched, she felt something inside herself respond. Some tight, closed place in her chest seemed to recognize what it was witnessing. Here was something that bloomed in darkness. Here was something that did not need the sun's harsh brightness to be beautiful. Here was proof that hidden things could be exquisite. That was when she felt the soft impact against her nose. Mira startled, her hand flying to her face, and found herself eye to eye with a moth. Not a small moth, but a substantial creature, its body thick and fuzzy, its wings the color of moonlight itself. It had apparently mistaken her face pale in the darkness for another flower, and now it clung to her finger, its tiny feet surprisingly delicate, its antennae waving in what seemed like confused apology. Myra breathed, and despite everything, despite the strangeness of the night, despite the ache that lived permanently in her chest, she smiled. "Hello there." The moth's wings fluttered. It seemed if a moth could seem anything, slightly embarrassed by its error. It crawled along her finger with careful steps, each foot a pinprick of sensation against her skin, and then launched itself back into the air with all the grace of a small, furry helicopter. It wobbled, righted itself, and landed on the moonflower with considerably more success. Mira watched it there, this clumsy, gentle creature, and felt her smile deepen. There was something profoundly comforting about the moth's lack of elegance, about the way it simply continued on despite its awkward navigation of the world. She stayed in the garden until the moon had moved perceptibly across the sky, until the night had grown deep and cool and still. And when she finally rose, her knees stiff from kneeling, her pajamas damp from dew, she felt different, not transformed exactly, but as if something had shifted, as if a door had opened, just a crack, onto a possibility she had not known existed. The next evening, Mira could barely wait for darkness to fall. She moved through her daylight hours at the library in a state of distracted anticipation. She shelved books without really seeing their titles. She answered questions on autopilot. All she could think about was the garden, waiting behind her cottage like a secret she had been entrusted to keep. When twilight finally began its slow descent, Mira was already home. She had stopped at a garden center on her way, feeling slightly foolish but unable to resist. She had purchased a ceramic watering can, pale blue with a long, elegant spout, a pair of soft canvas gloves, a small hand trowel with a wooden handle, worn smooth by use. The woman at the register had asked what she was planting, and Mira had found herself unable to explain. "Night flowers," she had said finally, and the woman had nodded as if this made perfect sense. Now, as the last of the daylight faded from the sky, Mira filled the watering can at her kitchen sink. The water made a musical sound as it struck the ceramic interior, a liquid chime that seemed to resonate with something in her bones. She carried it carefully, conscious of its weight, of the way the water sloshed gently with each step. The garden gate opened more easily this time, as if it remembered her, as if it welcomed her return. Inside, the transformation had already begun. Where last night she had seen only one moonflower, tonight she could see buds on several plants, all of them beginning the slow process of opening. And there were other flowers, too, ones she had not noticed in her singular focus on that first bloom. Clusters of small white blossoms that she would later learn were evening primrose, a vine with tubular flowers that hung like pale bells, and everywhere, threading through the air like an invisible presence, the scent of jasmine, night-blooming jasmine, she would discover, reading about it later in one of the library's gardening books. Cestrum nocturnum, a plant that saved all its fragrance for the darkness, that released its perfume only when the sun had gone. The scent was intoxicating, almost impossibly sweet, but with a freshness underneath that kept it from being overwhelming. It smelled like summer nights and distant memories, like things half forgotten and suddenly recalled. Myra set down her watering can and simply breathed. She had not realized how tense she had been holding herself, not just today, but for years, decades, perhaps. She had been clenched tight, closed against the world's bright demands. But here, in this dark garden, with the cool night air on her skin and the scent of jasmine wrapping around her like an embrace, she felt herself begin to soften. She began to tend the garden with a kind of reverence. She had read once that plants respond to gentle touch, to care given with attention and respect. Whether or not it was scientifically true, it felt true in her hands. She watered each plant slowly, watching the soil darken as it absorbed the moisture. She pulled away the dead leaves with careful fingers, making space for new growth. She worked her way along the gravel path that wound through the garden, and with each step, the stones crunched softly beneath her feet, a rhythm as meditative as a heartbeat. The moth, she had started thinking of it as Luna, though she had no idea if it was the same moth or a different one appeared again. This time it landed on her shoulder, its feet barely perceptible through the fabric of her shirt. Mira turned her head slowly and found herself looking at the creature's enormous, liquid eyes. There was something impossibly gentle about those eyes, something that seemed to look at her without judgment, without expectation. "You're a terrible flyer, aren't you?" Myra whispered, and Luna's antennae twitched as if in agreement. The moth stayed with her as she worked, occasionally launching itself into the air to investigate a flower, occasionally landing on Myra's arm or hand or once on top of her head, which made her laugh out loud, a sound that surprised her with its lightness. As the night deepened, more flowers opened. Myra watched each unfurling with the same fascination she had felt the night before. No two were exactly alike. Some opened quickly, their petals spreading in the space of minutes. Others took their time, revealing themselves slowly, incrementally, as if they wanted to savor every stage of their becoming. Mira understood this. She had spent her life taking her time, opening slowly, if at all. The world had always seemed impatient with this pace. People wanted immediate connection, instant intimacy. They wanted you to bloom on command, to be vibrant and open regardless of the conditions, regardless of whether you felt safe. But here in this garden, slow blooming was not just accepted, it was honored. These flowers could not be rushed. They opened according to their own internal clock, responsive only to darkness and time and some ancient genetic knowing. No amount of forcing would make them bloom in daylight. They simply were not made for it. Neither was she, Mira realized. Neither was she. She stayed in the garden for hours that night, long past the time when reasonable people were asleep. She learned the different textures of the plants, the moonflower's silky petals, the jasmine's slightly waxy leaves, the rough bark of the cereus plant that stood in the garden's farthest corner, still only in bud. She learned the sounds of the garden too, the rustle of leaves in the night breeze, the occasional call of an owl from the trees beyond the fence, the soft hum of insects going about their nocturnal business, and beneath all of it, the constant murmur of the ocean, that low bass note that connected everything to everything else. When Myra finally returned to her cottage, the sky was just beginning to lighten in the east, that pre-dawn gray that is neither night nor day. She was exhausted in the most satisfying way, her body pleasantly tired, her mind quiet. She fell into bed still smelling of jasmine and earth, and slept more deeply than she had in years. The days became something to move through. The nights became her real life. Myra developed a routine, though she would not have called it that. Routines felt rigid, obligatory. This was something else. This was ritual. This was devotion. She would come home from the library as the sun began its descent. She would eat something simple, soup, bread, fruit barely tasting it, her mind already in the garden. She would change into soft clothes, comfortable and old, things that did not mind soil or dew. And then she would wait, watching through her window as the light drained from the sky like water from a bathtub, slow and then faster, and then all at once. The moment between day and night became her favorite time, that liminal space when the world held its breath, when the day creatures settled and the night creatures stirred, when everything was hushed and expectant. In that space, Myra felt most herself. Not the daytime Myra who smiled at strangers and made small talk about the weather, but the real Myra, the one who lived beneath the surface, the one who had been waiting her whole life for permission to emerge. In the garden, she learned. She learned which plants needed more water and which preferred to stay dry. She learned that the evening primrose liked to be misted, its petals catching the droplets like tiny diamonds. She bought a spray bottle glass with a brass pump that made a satisfying hiss with each squeeze, and the act of misting became one of her favorite tasks. The water caught the moonlight as it fell, creating momentary rainbows in the darkness, and the plants seemed to sigh with contentment as the moisture settled on their leaves. She learned about the different species of night-blooming flowers, reading about them during her breaks at the library, taking notes in a small journal she kept in her bag. Moonflowers, which she now knew were Ipomea alba, members of the morning glory family who had evolved to do everything their cousins did, but in reverse. Evening primrose, Enothera biennis, whose flowers opened so quickly you could actually watch them pop open if you were patient enough to wait. Night phlox, flowering tobacco, night-blooming water lily, an entire world of plants that had chosen darkness, that had evolved to thrive in conditions others avoided. She felt a kinship with them that bordered on the spiritual, but it was the cereus that fascinated her most. The night-blooming cereus, Selenicerius grandiflorus, queen of the night. It stood in the corner of the garden, a strange and slightly awkward plant, more cactus than flower, its stems thick and ungainly. According to her research, it bloomed only once a year and only for a single night. The flowers, when they came, were supposed to be extraordinary, huge, fragrant, breathtaking, but they required patience. They could not be rushed or coerced. They opened when they were ready, and not a moment before. Myra checked the cereus every night, looking for signs of budding. The plant seemed to be watching her back, holding its secrets close. Not yet, it seemed to say, wait. Be patient. Your time will come. Luna had become a regular companion. Or perhaps it was multiple Lunas. Myra could not tell if it was the same moth each night or a rotating cast of fuzzy visitors. But there was always at least one, bumbling through the garden with endearing clumsiness, mistaking Myra's pale hands for flowers, landing on her head, her shoulder, once memorably on the end of her nose again, causing her to go cross-eyed, trying to look at it. The moths made her laugh, which was gift enough, but they also made her feel less alone. Here were other creatures who belonged to the night, who conducted their important business while the rest of the world slept. Here was proof that the nocturnal world was just as full, just as vital as the daylight one, just quieter, just more selective about who it revealed itself to. As the weeks passed, Myra noticed changes in herself that went beyond her growing expertise with night flowers. She stopped apologizing quite so much. When someone at the library asked her to work a shift she did not want to work, she said no without adding a lengthy explanation. When a well-meaning colleague invited her to a loud, crowded happy hour, she declined without pretending she had other plans. "That's not really my thing," she said simply, and discovered that the world did not end. People nodded and moved on, and she was left in peace. She also stopped trying to fill her daytime hours with forced activity. Previously, she had felt guilty about her quietness, her preference for solitude. She had tried to combat it, to push herself into social situations she found draining, believing that this was what healthy, normal people did. But the garden was teaching her something different. It was teaching her that rest was not laziness, that withdrawal was not weakness, that there was profound value in the pause, in the period of gathering strength before blooming. The night flowers did not apologize for closing during the day. They simply conserved their energy, saving themselves for the time when they could truly shine. Myra began to do the same. Her lunch breaks became sacrosanct periods of silence. She took her sandwich to the small park behind the library and sat alone, watching the patterns of light through the leaves, listening to the wind in the trees. She stopped checking her phone compulsively, stopped filling every quiet moment with noise or distraction. She let herself be still, and in that stillness things began to rise to the surface. Memories she had pushed down, feelings she had dismissed as too much, too intense, too inconvenient. Old hurts that had never properly healed because she had never given them space to be felt. The garden held all of it. On a night in late July, Myra found herself crying as she watered the moonflowers. Not sad crying exactly, though there was sadness in it, but something larger, more complex. A release. She cried for the years she had spent trying to be different than she was. She cried for all the time she had forced herself into bright, loud spaces and pretended to enjoy them. She cried for the loneliness that came from never quite feeling like she fit anywhere. And as she cried, the jasmine scent seemed to intensify, wrapping around her like invisible arms. Luna landed on her wet cheek, her tiny feet tickling the skin, her wings brushing away a tear. And Myra laughed through her crying, this absurd mixture of grief and joy, and felt something inside her shift and settle into a new configuration. The garden was teaching her that some things only bloom in darkness, but it was also teaching her that blooming in darkness is still blooming. That beauty witnessed by only yourself is still beauty, that you do not need an audience to justify your existence. August arrived with warm nights and a sky thick with stars. Myra had been checking the Sirius every evening, and tonight, finally, she saw it. A bud, not just any bud, but a large one swelling with promise, its form already suggesting the flower it would become. Her heart leapt. According to her research, once a Sirius showed a bud of this size, blooming was imminent. Perhaps a week, perhaps less. She felt a flutter of anticipation that was almost anxiety. The Sirius bloomed only once a year, and only for one night. If she missed it, if she fell asleep at the wrong time, if she was called away, if she simply did not pay close enough attention, it would be gone. The flower would open, reach its peak, and close again, all in the space of a few hours. A year of growth for a single night of glory. The thought filled her with something like panic. What if she was not worthy of witnessing it? What if she failed to appreciate it fully? What if? But then she stopped herself. This was old thinking. This was the voice that told her she had to earn beauty, had to deserve joy, had to somehow be good enough before she was allowed to receive grace. The Sirius was not blooming for her. It was blooming for itself, and she was simply lucky enough to be nearby if she chose to watch. The distinction mattered. She tended the Sirius with special care over the next few days, though she was careful not to fuss over it too much. Plants, like people, could be overwhelmed by too much attention. She watered it when the soil felt dry. She misted it gently, and she watched the buds swell day by day, or rather, night by night, growing larger, more pronounced, more clearly on the edge of transformation. Luna seemed to sense something special was coming. She and Myra had started thinking of the moth as though she had no idea if this was accurate, stayed close to the Sirius, landing on the plant as thick stems, her antennae quivering as if she could sense the flower's intentions. On the night of August 12th, Myra knew there was something different in the air, a quality of expectancy that made her skin prickle with awareness. The bud had changed. Its outer layers were beginning to separate, revealing the tightly furled petals beneath. It would be tonight. She was certain of it. She prepared carefully, as if for a ceremony. She made herself a cup of key chamomile with honey and brought it to the garden in her favorite mug, the one with the thin crack along the rim that her finger had learned to avoid. She spread a blanket on the gravel path near the Sirius, arranging cushions so she could sit comfortably for what might be a long vigil. She lit a lantern not for light, as the moon was bright enough, but for the comfort of its warm glow, for the ritual of it. And then she sat and she waited. Waiting, Myra had learned, was its own kind of art, not the frustrated waiting of a delayed flight or a long grocery line, but this kind of waiting, intentional, present, the kind of waiting that is actually a form of attention, of devotion, of deep respect for processes that cannot be rushed. The garden settled into its nighttime rhythms around her. The evening primrose had already opened, their pale yellow blooms catching the moonlight. The jasmine was in full force tonight, its scent so intense it was almost visible, a presence rather than just a smell. The moonflowers, old friends now, had unfurled right on schedule, their cream-colored petals luminous and perfect. But the Sirius was the queen tonight, and everyone in the garden seemed to know it. Myra watched. She sipped her tea slowly, letting it cool in the night air, letting each sip be savored. She watched the way the moonlight moved across the Sirius bud, as the moon traveled its arc across the sky. She watched Luna and her companions circling, waiting, their fuzzy bodies like small airborne clouds. And slowly, the Sirius began to open. It was nothing like the quick pop of the evening primrose, or even the languid unfurling of the moonflowers. This was something else entirely. This was a revelation in slow motion, a striptease of the soul. The outer layers peeled back gradually, each movement almost imperceptible. And yet when Myra blinked and looked again, she could see that yes, it had changed, it was opening, it was happening. She barely breathed, afraid to disturb the moment. The petals emerged layer by layer, each one impossibly delicate, edged in a pale gold that seemed to generate its own light. They were huge, these petals, easily as long as her hand, and there were dozens of them, overlapping and spiraling outward in a pattern so complex it seemed impossible that it could exist without conscious design. And the center, oh, the center was extraordinary. Stamens burst forth like fireworks frozen in time, golden and intricate, dusted with pollen that caught the moonlight like glitter. The whole flower seemed to pulse with life, with intention, with the pure fact of its own existence. But it was the scent that undid her. Myra had read that the Sirius had a powerful fragrance, but reading about it had not prepared her for the reality. It hit her all at once as the flower reached its full opening ascent, so rich, so layered, so unutterably perfect that she gasped out loud. It was vanilla and honey and something wilder, something almost animal, something that spoke to parts of her brain that existed before language. It was intoxicating, overwhelming, and yet somehow exactly right, as if her body had been waiting her whole life to smell this specific combination of molecules. Tears ran down her face, unchecked and unashamed. She was not crying from sadness. She was crying from recognition, because in this flower, in its solitary blooming, in its refusal to perform except on its own terms, in its brief and perfect existence, she saw herself. Or rather, she saw who she could be, if she allowed it. Here was a flower that had waited, that had taken its time, that had grown in secret and darkness, with no one watching or caring or even knowing it existed. It had not apologized for its long preparation. It had not tried to bloom before it was ready. It had simply grown quietly and persistently until the moment was right. And now look at it. Look at this astonishing, breathtaking, utterly magnificent flower. This was what happened when you honored your own timing. This was what happened when you gave yourself permission to bloom in private, in darkness, according to your own internal rhythms rather than the world's demands. Myra understood, in a way that went deeper than thought, that she did not need anyone else to witness her blooming for it to be real. She did not need validation or applause or recognition. The Sirius was not blooming for an audience. It was blooming because that was what it did, because that was its nature, because some ancient imperative coded into its cells told it that now, this moment, was its time. And she could do the same. She could grow in private. She could take her time. She could refuse to perform her becoming for anyone else's benefit. She could be strange and ungainly in her growth, like the Sirius's awkward stems. She could wait years between bloomings if that was what she needed. And when she did bloom, if she did bloom, it could be brief and beautiful and entirely for herself. This was enough. She was enough. Luna landed on Myra's knee, her wings spread wide, as if in celebration or agreement. Mira looked at the moth, at this clumsy, gentle creature who was also exactly what she was meant to be, and she smiled through her tears. "Thank you," she whispered, though she was not sure who she was thanking. The garden, the Sirius, Luna, the universe. Herself, perhaps, for having the courage to keep showing up, night after night, to tend this secret place. She stayed with the Sirius until the sky began to lighten in the east, until the flower, having given its one perfect night, began the process of closing again. She watched it fold in on itself, the petals drawing back together, the whole massive bloom collapsing into something small and spent. By tomorrow night it would be gone completely, just a wilted memory on the stem. But it had been. It had opened and been perfect, and that could never be taken away. As dawn approached, Mira gathered her things. The other night flowers were closing too, the moonflowers curling their petals inward, the jasmine quieting its scent, the evening primrose retreating until the next darkness. The garden was settling into its daytime sleep, and she needed to do the same. But as she stood, Luna still perched on her hand, Mira felt different. Not transformed exactly. She was still herself, still quiet, still someone who preferred darkness to light, still someone who needed time and space and silence to truly exist. But she was herself without apology now, herself without shame. She walked back through the gate, through her small yard, into her cottage. The space welcomed her like an embrace, simple, quiet, exactly right for who she was. She placed Luna gently on the windowsill, where the moth immediately settled in for her own daytime rest, wings folded, antennae tucked. Mira watched her for a moment, this companion who had somehow become a friend, and felt a swell of affection so pure it made her chest ache. She climbed into bed, still smelling of jasmine and earth, and that indescribable scent of the Sirius that seemed to have embedded itself into her skin, her hair, her very cells. She pulled the white sheets up to her chin and closed her eyes. Outside, the world was waking up. Cars would soon fill the streets. People would rush to work, to obligations, to the thousand demands of daylight living. The sun would rise harsh and bright, and most people would never know that in a small garden behind a weathered cottage, something miraculous had happened in the dark. But Mira knew, and that was enough. She drifted towards sleep, her body heavy with the pleasant exhaustion of a night well spent. Her mind was quiet in a way it had not been in years, not empty but calm, settled, at peace. The constant low-grade anxiety that had hummed beneath her consciousness for as long as she could remember had finally gone still. In the space between waking and sleeping, Mira made a promise to herself. She would keep tending the garden. She would keep showing up in the darkness, night after night, for as long as she was able. But she would also be gentler with her daylight self, the one who had to navigate the bright world. That self was doing her best. That self deserved compassion too. And perhaps she would stop seeing her two selves as separate. Perhaps they were both part of the same plant, the same being. The roots that grew in darkness and the occasional bloom that emerged into light, both necessary, both real, both worthy of care. She thought of the Sirius, already closing, already returning to its quiet existence. It would spend the next year growing, preparing, gathering strength. And then, if the conditions were right, if it felt safe and nourished and ready, it would bloom again. One night of glory, one perfect expression of everything it was. Mira could be like that too. Most days she would be quiet, contained, focused on her internal growth. But sometimes when she felt ready, when the time was right, she might allow herself to open fully, to express the beauty that lived inside her, to be seen briefly and on her own terms. And if no one was watching, if her blooming happened in the dark, witnessed only by moths and moonlight in her own wondering heart, that was all right. That was more than all right. That was perfect. The thought settled over her like a blanket, warm and comforting. Her breathing slowed. Her body relaxed completely into the mattress. Sleep was rising to meet her like gentle water, and she let herself sink into it without resistance. Her last conscious thought was of the garden, settling into its daytime rest. The flowers closed, the moths sleeping in their hidden places, the soil cool and damp. Everything quiet, everything still, everything exactly as it should be. And in that perfect stillness, Mira slept. When she woke in the late afternoon, sunlight streaming through her windows, she felt the way you feel after a profound dream, slightly disoriented, but fundamentally changed. She lay in bed for a long moment, watching the dust motes dance in the golden light, and realized she was smiling. Tonight she would return to the garden. The series would be closed, retreating into its long waiting, but there would be other flowers, other gentle bloomings, other quiet miracles happening in the dark, and she would be there to witness them, not because she had to, not because it was her job or her obligation, but because she wanted, because she belonged to the night the way some people belong to the sea or the mountains or the sky, because in the garden, in the darkness, surrounded by things that bloomed according to their own mysterious timing, she had finally found a place that felt like home. She rose and moved through her evening preparations with a sense of ritual and purpose. Tonight would be different from last night. The cereus would not bloom again for another year, but it would have its own small perfections, a moonflower unfurling, the scent of jasmine, Luna's clumsy visits, the cool night air on her skin, the sound of gravel beneath her feet. These things were not spectacular in the way the world usually measured spectacle. They would never make headlines or trending topics. They would never be photographed and shared and liked by thousands of strangers. They were quiet things, hidden things, things that happened in darkness, noticed by no one, except they were noticed by her, and her noticing was enough to make them real, to make them matter, to make them worth the showing up night after night after night. As the sun began to set and the sky took on its familiar gradient of orange to pink to purple to indigo, Mira felt the familiar pull toward the garden. She filled her watering can, the water singing its ceramic song. She slipped on her soft shoes, well worn now from her nightly walks on gravel paths. She picked up her misting bottle and her small trowel and headed for the gate. But at the threshold, she paused. She turned back to look at her cottage, at the simple space that held her daylight life. She thought about the library where she worked, the books she shelved, the quiet service she provided. She thought about the grocery store where she shopped, the cafe where she sometimes got tea, the small interactions that made up the visible surface of her existence. Those things were real too. They were part of her, part of the whole picture. She did not have to choose between her daylight self and her nighttime self. They could coexist. They could inform each other. The strength she gathered in the garden could help her navigate the bright world, and the bright world, in turn, could remind her of why the darkness was so precious. She was not two separate beings. She was one person, complex and contradictory and entirely herself, sometimes closed, sometimes open, always growing, always changing, always becoming something she could not yet see. With that thought, she stepped through the gate into her midnight garden, ready for whatever small blooming the night would bring. If this story resonated with you, if you found some peace in these quiet moments, please consider showing your support with a like, and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more restful journeys through the gentle hours of night. May your own blooming, whenever and however it comes, be exactly what you need it to be. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep well. The Sanctuary of the Stone Stacker, a peaceful beach story for deep sleep. The storm had passed 3 hours before sunset, dragging its gray skirts eastward across the water, leaving behind a sky bruised purple and gold. I stood on the cottage porch, hands wrapped around a mug of tea that had gone lukewarm while I watched the last clouds retreat. The air smelled different after storms cleaner somehow, as if the wind had scrubbed away all the stale breath of ordinary days, and left only salt and rain-soaked earth and something else, something like possibility. My boots were still by the door, crusted with sand from yesterday's walk. I should have cleaned them. I should have done a lot of things. But the beach was calling in, a particular way it does after weather has rearranged everything, and I found myself pulling on those sandy boots, wrapping a scarf twice around my neck, and stepping down from the porch into the cool evening. The wooden steps that led from the cottage to the beach were slick with spray. I took them slowly, one hand on the weathered railing, feeling the grain of the wood beneath my palm. 16 steps. I had counted them 100 times, but tonight I counted again, grounding myself in the simple arithmetic of descent. 16 steps from the ordinary world to whatever the sea had decided to leave behind. The beach was transformed. Storms do that, they're artists with violent hands, rearranging the gallery overnight. Kelp lay in dark, tangled heaps above the usual tide line, draped over driftwood logs that had been moved like furniture by some restless giant. The sand itself looked different, smoothed in some places, carved into ridges in others, a topography of wind and water that would last only until the next high tide. I was alone, completely, perfectly alone. The storm had kept everyone else away, the evening walkers, the couples who usually strolled hand in hand at sunset, the families with their unleashed dogs. Just me and the aftermath and the sound of waves still working off their storm energy, crashing with a force that sent spray high enough to catch the last of the light. There's a difference between loneliness and solitude, and I had finally learned to tell them apart. Loneliness is an absence, a hollow place where something should be. Solitude is a presence, a fullness that comes from being enough for yourself, at least for this moment, at least for this walk. I breathed in the salt air and felt that fullness settle into my chest. The moon was rising early, a perfect circle just above the horizon, so bright it cast shadows. My boots left the first prints in the fresh sand, dark impressions that filled slowly with water as I walked. Each step made a sound, not quite a crunch, more like a soft compression, sand yielding and reforming. I could feel the cold through my soles, but it was the good kind of cold, the kind that wakes you up rather than drives you away. The tide line stretched before me like a ribbon, marking the storm's highest reach. This was where the sea left its offerings, shells and stones and secrets, the debris and treasures that waves carry and then abandon. I walked along it, not looking for anything in particular, just observing the way moonlight turned everything silver and shadow. And then I saw the stones. They were everywhere tonight, scattered by the storm's violence into new arrangements. But these weren't the usual rough rocks. These were flat, smooth, water-worn into perfect ovals and circles. Some were as small as my palm, others as large as dinner plates. The storm had brought them up from deeper water, or perhaps uncovered them from where they'd been buried in sand for years. Granite speckled with mica that glittered in the moonlight, smooth gray slate that looked almost blue in the shadows, pale quartz streaked with darker veins, like marble. I picked up the first one without thinking, an automatic gesture, the way you might pick up a coin from the sidewalk. It was cold, not just cool, but genuinely cold, with the deep temperature of ocean water. Heavy, too heavier than it looked. I turned it over in my hands, feeling the smoothness, running my thumb across the surface where water and sand and time had worn away every sharp edge. How long does it take for water to make something this smooth? Years, decades, centuries maybe. Patient work, endless repetition, the same motion over and over, until stone becomes something softer, something that fits perfectly in a human hand. I picked up another stone and another, comparing weights and textures. Some were perfectly smooth, others still had slight roughness where harder mineral deposits had resisted the water's erosion. They made a pleasant sound when they touched, not quite a click, more like a soft clack, stone speaking to stone in a language older than words. The impulse came naturally, without planning or conscious thought. I wanted to stack them, to build something temporary and beautiful, something that balanced on the edge of possibility. I had seen stone cairns before, years ago on a hiking trail, and hadn't understood their appeal. They had seemed pointless to me. Then why build something that would just fall down? But tonight, standing on this storm-washed beach with the moon rising and my hands full of smooth stones, I understood. Or at least I wanted to understand. I looked around for a place to build. Not too close to the water, the tide was still high, and anything built below the line would be claimed before morning, but not too far from it either. I wanted to hear the waves, to let their rhythm guide the work. There was a spot about 30 feet from the current water line, where the sand was firm but not rock hard, where the storm had left a small clear space between piles of kelp. I carried my collection of stones to this spot, setting them down gently, arranging them by size more out of habit than necessity. The largest would be the foundation. That much was obvious. Everything needed a foundation, a base stable enough to support what came after. One chose a flat granite stone, oval-shaped, about the size of a paperback book. I pressed it into the sand, testing it, rocking it slightly to make sure it wouldn't shift. The sand beneath was firm enough. Good. I wiped my hands on my jeans, they were already wet from the stones, and reached for the second stone. This was where it got interesting. The second stone had to balance on the first, and balance was more complicated than I had imagined. I placed a round piece of slate on top of the granite base and let go carefully. It wobbled. I adjusted it, trying to find the center. It wobbled more, then slid off, landing in the sand with a soft thud. I tried again, same result. The stones weren't fitting together the way I thought they should. I could feel frustration starting to build in my chest, that old familiar tightness, the voice that said I should be able to do this. It's just rocks. Why can't I make this work? But then I stopped, breathed, listened to the waves crash, retreat, crash, retreat. eternal and unhurried. I picked up the slate again, and this time, instead of trying to place it, I felt it. I closed my eyes and held it in my hands, sensing its weight distribution, finding where it was heavier, where it was lighter. Every stone has a center of gravity, a point where everything balances. You just have to listen for it. I placed it again, more slowly this time, feeling for the moment when weight settled into stability. There a slight shift, a microscopic adjustment, and suddenly the stone was resting. Not perfectly still, it moved slightly with my breath. With the vibration of my hands, but resting, balanced, I let go carefully, holding my breath, and it stayed. The third stone was easier. I was learning the language, now the conversation between stone and stone, between intention and gravity. A smaller piece of quartz, white with gray veins, fit into a slight depression on top of the slate. When it settled, I felt a small surge of something not quite pride, but satisfaction. The quiet satisfaction of something done with attention, with care. I sat back on my heels and looked at my first tower, 3 stones high. It wasn't much, but it was there, standing where nothing had stood before. The moonlight caught the quartz on top, making it glow softly. The sound of the waves seemed to slow, or maybe my perception of them slowed, matching the rhythm of this careful work. And that's when I heard the wings. A seagull landed about 10 feet away, hitting the sand with that particular graceless thump that only seagulls can manage. He folded his wings with exaggerated precision and turned his head to look at me with one dark eye, tilting his whole body to get a better view. I recognized him immediately. Kevin. That's what I had named him weeks ago when I first noticed he was missing the middle toe on his left foot. He was a regular on this stretch of beach, usually begging from tourists or investigating tide pools with the focused intensity of a scientist. But the tourists were gone, driven away by the storm, and Kevin had apparently decided I was worth investigating. "Hello, Kevin," I said softly. "What do you think?" Kevin hopped closer, head bobbing with each movement. He looked at me, then at the stones, then back at me. His expression, if seagulls can be said to have expressions, was one of deep curiosity mixed with what appeared to be professional skepticism. He waddled forward until he was just a few feet away, close enough that I could see the individual feathers on his chest, still ruffled flight. He studied the stone tower for a long moment, walking around it in a slow circle. Then, apparently having reached some conclusion, he hopped away toward the tide line. I went back to my stones, selecting pieces for a second tower, larger than the first. A minute later, Kevin returned. He had something in his beak, a piece of driftwood, about the length of my hand, smoothed by water into a curved shape. He walked up to me with great solemnity and dropped it carefully beside my knee, then stepped back and looked at me expectantly. "Is this for the construction?" I asked him. "Are you helping?" Kevin made a soft sound, not quite a squawk, more like a conversational chirp. He seemed satisfied that his contribution had been noted, and settled down onto the sand a few feet away, tucking his feet under him. In that way, birds have a becoming compact and watchable. I picked up the driftwood and turned it over in my hands. It was beautiful gray-white, worn smooth, light as air. "Thank you, Kevin," I said. "I'll keep this safe." I set it beside my growing collection of stones and reached for the base of my second tower. This one I wanted to build taller, to push against the limits of what was possible. The base stone was larger, a dinner plate-sized piece of granite, heavy enough that I had to use both hands to position it. I pressed it into the sand, checking for stability, then wiped my hands and reached for the next piece. The second stone was slate, dark gray, almost black in the moonlight. I felt for its center of gravity, found the balance point, placed it carefully. It settled with a satisfying solidity. The third stone was another piece of granite, this one smaller, rounder. I had to try 3 times before it balanced, each attempt teaching me something about patience, about the way stone speaks to stone through touch. My fingers were growing numb with cold. The stones held the ocean's temperature, and handling them was like plunging my hands repeatedly into ice water. But the cold was clarifying somehow, sharpening my focus, narrowing my awareness to just this moment, just these stones, just the sound of waves and the feel of weight finding balance. The fourth stone went on more easily. The fifth took longer. Each addition changed the tower's dynamics, shifted the center of gravity, required new adjustments. I found myself holding my breath as I placed each stone, releasing it only when balance was achieved. My breathing slowed to match the rhythm of the waves, breath in as water gathered, breath out as it crashed and retreated. Kevin watched the entire process with apparent fascination. Occasionally he would shift position, fluff his feathers, or turn his head to look out at the water, but mostly he just observed. Having him there was comforting somehow, a presence that asked nothing but offered companionship. The silence between us was easy, undemanding. When the second tower was 5 stones high, Kevin suddenly stood and waddled off again. I watched him go, wondering if he was leaving for good, but he returned a minute later with another offering, this time a shiny candy wrapper, probably left by a tourist before the storm. He placed it carefully next to the driftwood, arranging it just so, then looked at me as if to say, "See, I'm contributing." I laughed, actually laughed, a soft sound that surprised me with its warmth. "You're a very good assistant, Kevin," I told him. "Very thorough." Kevin made that chirping sound again and settled back down, clearly pleased with himself. I could see his chest puffing out slightly, proud of his work. The third tower went more quickly. My hands had found the rhythm now, the pattern of feel, adjust, place, breathe. The stones seemed to speak more clearly, telling me where they wanted to be, how they wanted to rest. Or maybe I was just learning to listen better. Either way, the process had become meditative, a conversation between intention and material, between control and release. As I worked, my mind began to wander in that particular way it does when your hands are busy and your breath is slow. I found myself thinking about all the times I had tried to hold things perfectly still in my life. Relationships, carefully managed and micromanaged, every word chosen for maximum safety, every interaction analyzed and reanalyzed. My career plotted out with rigid precision, every step planned, every deviation seen as failure. My own self-image, constructed and defended, held in place with constant vigilance against anything that might disturb the careful balance. I had thought that was strength, the ability to keep everything in its place, to maintain control, to never let anything wobble or fall. But it was exhausting. The constant adjustment, the endless vigilance, the fear that underlaid it all, the fear that if I let go for even a moment, everything would collapse. But these stones were teaching me something different. Balance wasn't stillness. The towers weren't perfectly static. They moved slightly with the wind, with the vibration of footsteps, with the settling of sand beneath them. They were alive in their own way, responding to forces, making constant micro-adjustments that I couldn't see but could sense. Balance was dynamic, not static. It required flexibility within stability, movement within structure. I placed the sixth stone on the third tower, and it wobbled. My heart jumped old instinct, the fear of failure. But instead of trying to force it still, I held my breath and waited. The stone found its own balance, settling into a position I hadn't planned, one that worked better than what I had intended. I let out my breath slowly and smiled. Kevin pecked at a shell nearby, the sound a gentle punctuation to my thoughts. Tap, tap, tap. He abandoned the shell, nothing edible inside, and looked at me again, head tilted, as if asking whether I was okay, whether I needed another offering. "I'm good, Kevin," I said softly. "Just thinking." He seemed to accept this and went back to his own investigations, wandering in a small circle around my workspace, occasionally stopping to examine something in the sand. The fourth tower was the most challenging yet. I wanted to build it 7 stones high, taller than the others, a test of what was possible. The base was stable, a large, flat piece of slate. The second stone balanced well. The third took time but settled eventually. The fourth was easy. The fifth required patience. The sixth made me hold my breath for what felt like a full minute before it stopped wobbling and found its rest. The seventh stone was a small piece of white quartz, pale and luminous in the moonlight. It was the crown jewel, the completion. I held it in my hands for a long moment, feeling its weight, its smoothness, the way the cold had seeped so deeply into it that it felt like a piece of the ocean itself. I lifted it slowly, bringing it to the top of the tower, feeling for the balance point. The tower swayed slightly. It was tall enough now that wind affected it, that my own breathing moved it. I placed the stone gently, felt it settle, began to remove my hands. And then maybe a gust of wind, maybe a slight tremor in the sand, maybe just the natural physics of stone on stone. The tower shifted. Not dramatically, but enough. The top 3 stones slid sideways and tumbled, hitting the sand with soft thumps, followed by the 4th stone, then the 5th. In seconds, 7 carefully balanced stones had become a scattered pile. My first response was pure reflex at tightening in my chest, a flash of frustration. All that work, all that patience, gone in a moment. The old voice started its familiar litany. You failed. You couldn't do it. Why bother trying? But then I stopped, breathed, looked at the scattered stones in the moonlight. They were still here, every single one of them. Nothing was lost. They had simply returned to their temporary resting place in the sand, waiting to be picked up again, to be tried again in a new arrangement. I reached for the base stone, the slate that had held steady through the collapse, and felt its weight in my hands. Again, cool, solid, real. I pressed it back into the sand. Then I picked up the second stone, felt for its center of gravity, found the balance point I had found before, placed it. It held. The third stone went on, the fourth. I was building the same tower, but it wasn't the same tower. The stones settled differently this time, finding new points of contact, new ways of resting. The tower that emerged was similar to the first attempt, but not identical, and somehow that felt right. Kevin had stopped his wandering and was watching me with what I could only interpret as sympathy. He waddled closer and made a soft sound, almost like a coo, gentle and encouraging. Then he settled down right next to where I was working, offering his presence as comfort. "Thanks, buddy," I whispered. The 5th stone balanced. The 6th took 3 tries but finally settled. And the 7th, that small white piece of quartz, went on top and stayed there, glowing in the moonlight like a small moon itself. I sat back and looked at the tower, 7 stones high, standing, balanced, not because I had forced it into place, but because I had listened, adjusted, tried again when it fell. The stones had taught me what they needed. I had just been patient enough to learn. This was the lesson, wasn't it? This was what the stones were saying, what the waves had been whispering all along. When things fall, and they will fall, because nothing balanced on the edge of possible stays forever, the pieces are still there. You haven't lost them. You've just been given another chance to begin again, with more wisdom, with more patience, with a better understanding of how balance actually works. All those years of trying to keep everything rigid, trying to prevent any wobble or shift, trying to control every variable, I had been working against the nature of balance itself. True stability comes from the ability to adjust, to respond, to fall, and rebuild without judgment, without the story that falling means failing. I started the 5th tower with this understanding settling into my bones like the cold from the stones. This one didn't need to be tall. It could be short, stable, simple. 4 stones, carefully chosen, each one speaking clearly about where it wanted to be. The tower built itself more than I built it, my hands just facilitating what the stones already knew. The moon had risen higher now, shifting from that warm gold at the horizon to something cooler, more silver. The light changed everything, making the beach look like a different world, a lunar landscape where normal rules didn't quite apply. My 5 towers stood in a gentle arc along the firm sand, each one different, each one balanced in its own way. Kevin was still beside me, his head tucked slightly, his eyes half closed. He looked comfortable, content to be here, to be part of this strange ritual of stone and silence and moonlight. I felt a surge of gratitude for him, this funny bird with his missing toe and his serious demeanor and his offerings of driftwood and candy wrappers. "You're good company, Kevin," I said quietly. "You don't ask for anything. You just show up and you're here. That's a rare quality." He opened one eye to look at me, then closed it again. Message received. Message accepted. I stood up slowly, my knees protesting from sitting on cold sand for so long. I stretched, feeling my spine realign, my shoulders release tension I hadn't noticed I was carrying. The 5 towers stood before me, silvered by moonlight, existing in that liminal space between permanent and temporary. They would last the night, probably, maybe into tomorrow if the wind stayed gentle, but eventually maybe in hours, maybe in days, the tide would come for them, or the wind would knock them over, or another storm would scatter them back into chaos. And that was okay, more than okay. That was the whole point. I had created something beautiful, not despite its impermanence, but because of it. I had practiced patience, attention, gentleness with the stones, yes, but really with myself. Each time a stone fell, I had been given the choice, frustration or curiosity, judgment or compassion. And slowly, stone by stone, breath by breath, I had chosen the latter. This was self-love, I realized. Not the Instagram version, not the self-care Sunday bubble bath kind of love, though there was nothing wrong with that. But the deeper kind, the kind that says, you are learning. You will make mistakes, things will fall, and you are still worthy of patience. You are still worthy of another try. You are still worthy of beginning again with gentleness instead of criticism. The waves continued their eternal conversation with the shore. Crash and retreat. Gather and release. They had been doing this long before I arrived on this beach, and they would continue long after I left. There was something deeply comforting in that, the continuation, the rhythm that went on regardless of individual success or failure. I looked at my towers one more time, memorizing them not with my eyes but with the feeling in my hands, the knowledge in my body of how balance feels when you finally find it. Then I turned to Kevin. "Time to go home," I said. Kevin stood, shook himself, and looked at me with those dark eyes. For a moment we just regarded each other, human and bird, temporary companions on a storm-washed beach. Then he spread his wings and lifted off, his wings catching the moonlight for a moment before he wheeled away down the beach, calling once maybe goodbye, maybe just announcing his departure to the night. I bent down and picked up the driftwood he had brought me, the one piece of tonight that I could carry away. It was light in my hand, worn smooth, beautiful in its simplicity. A gift from Kevin, a reminder that sometimes help comes in unexpected forms, that companionship doesn't always look like what we expect. I started walking back toward the cottage, my boots finding the same prints I had made coming down to the beach. They were filling with water now, the sand slowly reclaiming them, erasing the evidence that I had been here at all. In an hour they would be gone, just like the towers would eventually be gone. Just like every balanced thing eventually becomes unbalanced, every structure eventually returns to its component parts. But that didn't make the doing of it meaningless. If anything, it made it more meaningful. I had been here. I had stacked stones. I had found balance, lost it, found it again. I had sat with a seagull in companionable silence. I had learned something about patience, about gentleness, about beginning again. The cottage lights were visible ahead, warm and welcoming through the cold night air. I could see the glow of the lamp I had left on in the window, a beacon calling me home. My hands were numb, my jeans were damp with seawater and sand, and I was cold in the deep way that comes from sitting still on a winter beach for too long. But I felt good, really good. The kind of good that comes not from accomplishing something impressive, but from doing something with full attention, with care, with love. The towers weren't impressive. They wouldn't win any awards, wouldn't be featured in any magazines. They were just stones, balanced temporarily, soon to fall. But they were mine, created in this moment, infused with everything I had learned about letting go and beginning again. I climbed the wooden steps, slowly 16 steps, back up to the ordinary world. But the world felt less ordinary now, or maybe I felt less ordinary in it. I had carried something back with me from the beach, something invisible but real, a practice, a reminder, a way of being with myself that was gentler, more patient, more willing to see falling as feedback rather than failure. At the top of the steps, I paused and turned back to look at the beach one more time. I couldn't see the towers from here. They were too small, too far down the beach, but I knew they were there. 5 small monuments to the practice of balance, standing in the moonlight, swaying slightly in the wind, alive in their temporary way. Tomorrow, I might walk down and see if they're still standing. Or I might let them be, let them fall when they're ready, let the tide take them when it comes. Because I don't need them to be permanent to know that the experience of building them was real, that the lessons they taught were true, that the practice of patience and balance and beginning again is something I can carry forward into every moment, into every challenge, into every time something falls, and I have to choose how to respond. I opened the cottage door and stepped inside, where warmth wrapped around me like an embrace. I set Kevin's piece of driftwood on the table by the window where I would see it every morning, a reminder of tonight, of companionship, of the unexpected gifts that come when you show up and pay attention. The kettle was still on the stove, the tea I had made hours ago long since cold. I filled it with fresh water and set it to boil, then peeled off my wet jacket and sandy boots. The normal sounds of evening water heating, the house settling, the distant whisper of wind filled the space around me. But underneath those sounds, I could still hear the waves, or maybe just the memory of waves, their rhythm now part of my own breath. Gather and release, build and let fall, balance and adjust. Begin again? These weren't just lessons about stacking stones. They were lessons about living, about being human, about treating yourself with the same patience and gentleness you might offer to stones on a beach, listening for the center of gravity, making small adjustments, not judging when things fall, just picking up the pieces and trying again. The kettle began to whistle, and I poured hot water over fresh tea leaves, watching the water darken and swirl. I carried the mug to the chair by the window and sat down, cradling the warmth between my palms. Outside, the moon continued its slow arc across the sky. On the beach, 5 towers stood in the darkness, balanced between existence and dissolution, teaching their lessons to the night. And here, in the warm cottage, holding tea and driftwood, and the memory of a seagull named Kevin, I felt something settle in my chest. Not the false stability of rigid control, but the real stability of knowing that balance is a practice, not a destination, that falling is part of the process, that beginning again is always possible, that patience with stones is really patience with yourself. The waves would keep their rhythm. The moon would continue its phases. The towers would stand or fall according to the whims of wind and tide. And I would carry this practice forward, the sanctuary of the stone stacker, the meditation of balance, the radical gentleness of beginning again without judgment. That was enough. More than enough, it was everything. If this story resonated with you, if you found a moment of peace in these words, please consider showing your support with a like and subscribe to Deep Sleep Stories Hub for more quiet nights and restful journeys. May you find your own balance, your own practice, your own patience with the stones of your life. May you begin again as many times as needed, with gentleness, with breath, with love,